Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands, base performance simulator cockpits, VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
Good morning, everyone, wherever you may be in the world. Good evening, good night. I don't know where you are, but welcome to, once again, the Platinum Endurance Championship. And today with us, if everyone can hear us, I hope that they can. Now they can, I think.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest.
Here we are at Monza this evening, this morning, this afternoon, wherever you may be. For the 12 hours of Monza, I'm today in the commentary booth, joined by Dean Biggles, Joshua Meyer, who's here with me for the first 5 hours of this coverage. And it will also be Kevin coming in as well. And then it will be Joshua and me again for the last 4 or 3 hours, depends on how things goes. But yeah, a full team behind me now this evening. And as well, guys, the stream should work perfectly this evening because we have our beautiful man, Adrie Kerstens, who has provided us with a beautiful PC that is a chunky boy and that should work perfectly. He has, all the best specs almost in that thing, so it should work all perfectly to plan. It is a new system for me, so just give me some time to get used to that. We've worked on it the whole evening, but yeah, let's get to the business. 12 hours of Monza. What a track this is, with corners like Parabolica, Ascari, of course the first 2 chicanes, Variante Rettifilo. This is a beautiful track, but yeah. Joshua, into the first corner. How many drivers are we going to see going off there?
If we count all classes, I'm predicting 12. I think we're going to have a big pileup.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Well, we know all very well that at Monza, it is usually a big slipstream fest, which can provide us with some crazy good racing all of a sudden. Because normally when we are at Monza, we are here with F3s or just GT cars, but multi-class racing, I think the longest race here that I know in real life that exists is the 6 hours of Monza from WEC, if I'm correct with that. So that's the closest thing to what we can, to what we're going to do today. But 12 hours of this beautiful track here, the Temple of Speed. What are we expecting in terms of strategy?
We are probably gonna see teams fuel saving a lot with the slipstream here, trying to stretch their stints as long as they can. Especially you need to go over the hour to save a pit stop. So it will be interesting to see if the leaders can save enough fuel and if the guys behind them can save enough fuel while staying with them.
Yeah, well, and we're looking here at one of the famous corners on this track, Parabolica. It's a fast corner, it's a difficult corner. Coming out of that corner, it's tricky because you can't go too far to the outside because then you will get an off track and I think a slowdown as well, which can hamper you down that really long straight. So are we going to see drivers taking it cautious in the first hour, you think?
I don't think so. In the first laps, unless you hit, there's a bump there that's quite nasty, but unless you hit that, you can go wide. So we will probably see some drivers in the first laps taking liberties with the track limits in that corner. To avoid, obviously, to avoid.
Yeah, not only that corner, there are numerous corners on this track where I say it's quite difficult to stay off the off tracks, especially Lesmo 2. It's really difficult to keep on that off track because if you just go a little bit too wide, which is easy to do in 12 hours, and especially when you get to the latter stages of your stint, it's really easy to just go a little bit wide there. I don't think you want that.
No, obviously not. Also with our incident limit being 5 an hour.
Yeah, well, it's more than the usual iRacing race, isn't it? Because there it's about 4.
Yeah, that is true. But still, over 12 hours, a lot of things can happen. So staying out of trouble and keeping your incidents low is also a thing that teams have to look out for.
Yeah, because we need to remember it's not only the off tracks, but also the contacts that they do make, if there are any, which I'm expecting there are. Well, then we do all of a sudden get to an incident limit that is less than that. Well, we're going to look on board with one of the drivers on this track, and Joshua, I don't know, but it would be lovely if you could lead us around the track in an LMP2. We're going to go over start-finish in a second, and start us, a lap around the track. Joshua, fire on the computer.
Okay.
He's actually going to go for a lap because he's slowing down. Now maybe he's going to go for a fast lap. He's going to want to try and overtake that Ferrari on the straight. But here we go, Joshua. Go for it.
Yeah, so a lap around Monza. It's quite it looks like a boring track if you look at the track map, but the corners here are very important. Turn 1, very hard braking. Basically 100% on the brakes. A tight chicane that you need to cut enough on the entry, but not too much on the exit, especially with the LMP2s having traction is an issue here. Now flat out through Curva Grande. It's basically not a corner in the modern cars, especially with the chicane. Now into the second chicane, again hard braking zone, cutting a lot on entry, keeping the car off the curb on exit in the LMPs. Just to keep traction. Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2. Very straightforward corners. You just gotta be careful with your exit. Also, Lesmo 2 has the curb on the inside that you can hit, but you don't need to. Now we're coming up to probably one of the most exciting combinations on this track with the Ascari chicane. It's a very fast entry, cutting a lot. Then you need to bring the power down and go flat out through the exit onto the back straight. Obviously a lot of overspeed from the LMP2s here compared to the GT3s because they are running basically the more aero packages. Parabolica, hard braking, a lot of understeer, and then just keep the car straight and get the power down. That's gonna be the most difficult thing for our LMP2s to handle. Rear tires, keeping them in check and getting traction out of all of these slow corners.
Well, that's a lap then, around the temple of speed in an LMP2 though. We're going to take a look on board with the Manatee Racing Black Mercedes AMG to give you a lap around the track in a GT car. Difficult and different than in all the other classes. Of course, the lines are pretty much similar for these GT cars, but the speeds sometimes in the corners are way lower than an LMP. Of course, in those slow chicanes, the speed isn't that much different. Crossing the start-finish line and starting a new lap is Sebastian Falke in this Manatee Racing Black car into the first chicane, braking around the 150 mark. Then we get into the first chicane, drop it down to first gear, get out of the chicane. Very easy to lose the car on the rear end there, but we get out of it nicely. Then we keep to the inside to try and stay out of the way for all the LMPs crossing or passing us on the left-hand side on the outside. Then we go through Curva Grande and into the second chicane. Variante de la Roja, it is called, I think. Yes, it is. And then we go through it, also dropping down to first gear there. Easy to lose the car on the rear end because there is that bump on the inside. Then into the Lesmos. First Lesmo, really tricky. It is tighter than you expect. It's a little bit more than a 90-degree corner. It's difficult, or it's easy to go wide in the exit. Then through the second Lesmo. Easy to pick up that off track here on the outside. And I think that is almost too wide to pick up that off track. Of course, a good sign for that, if you want to know if you picked up that off track, it is the gravel on the outside. But Sebastian Falke getting through the lap very nicely. Then we go into the left-hander of Ascari. Really easy to lose it. You don't want to touch the inside curb here on the exit because that's going to throw the car out wide. He doesn't, and is nicely through there. Then we get down a long straight again where you can rest your brain a little bit. Just stamp on the throttle, pedal to the metal, and then we get to the last corner of the lap. Through there nicely, dropping it down to about second gear, and we're nicely through there as well. And that's a lap of the Temple of Speed in a GT as we get into the pit lane. Also, want to point on that immediately. Very easy to gain and lose time in this pit lane entry because you're getting to it this fast.
Yeah. Also, Dan here challenging the imagination of our viewers a bit.
Yeah, well,
with the LMP2 on board.
Yeah. I think it's almost time that we go into qualifying. Just an hour to go. The 505 endurance at the moment, 14th leader at the moment in the practice. It will be Ricardo J. Ferreira for the Loose Crew racing car. We're gonna take a look at the championship. It is second when we get into qualifying, because as we know, qualifying is quite long for these classes. Half an hour of qualifying, or basically 25 minutes of qualifying for these drivers to get their fastest laps in and then end their last lap. As we come to the end of practice, the Tempest Sim Sport car, that car didn't attend the first race, but is down into 8th position. Our champion from last season, very much a more difficult season than it was last season out. We're going to look immediately with the LMPs. Winston Eckel, of course, in that Platinum Racing Team blue car.
Qualifying is green for the GT3. Good luck.
We watch pit exit to try and see if the car is going to come out there. Oh no, it's the GT3s first out. Excuse me, the GT3s will go out first now. That's my fault. I thought the LMP2s were first, but it's the GTs out first. We will look with Winston Eckel in the BMW. What kind of times are we expecting, Joshua?
For our GTs, I would say,
Threes.
Looking at practice, low 47s to 46s for the really fast cars.
Well, Winston Eckel immediately going straight at the first chicane. Is that maybe a tactic to let everyone through and try and get into that slipstream of someone? Because that will be a big part of this qualifying.
Yeah, the slipstream's gonna be... We're gonna have a big mess, especially towards the end of this outlap. Everybody doesn't want to be the first car in line, but doesn't want to be the last. You want to be behind cars that are fast enough to actually give you a good slipstream. Because if the car head is slower than you anyway, the slipstream only hinders you, because then you need to overtake a car.
We're going to take a look, though, at the championships in the GT Pros first. Here we are. The GT Pros is Chicane Online Racing Red. in first. PGZ Motorsport in second with 40 points, so really close there. Then we have Astro Racing, Agenza Moderna in third. Fourth is Platinum Racing Team Orange on 34 points respectively. Then 33 points for Austrian Sim Racers Sai and AVL Sim Racing in sixth on 28 points, as well as Astro Racing Cellular Mode, also 28 points. 25 points for MRP by Fields Academy. Then Austrian Sim Racers Orange on 24. No Limits Racing, Octopus Racing Team, Euromasters Esports, Rights Racing, and Manatee Racing Black, all on 21 points. So 5 teams, Joshua, on 21 points. That just tells you how competitive that midfield is. 18 points then for Platinum Racing Team Blue, 16 points for Tempest Simsport Blue, or 15 points for Tempest Simsport Blue, only attending last event at Road Atlanta. And SR Technic in 17 on 12 points, as is Mad Simsports 111. Then we move on to GTS Racing Team in 19th place on 9 points. And Netrex Grand Prix GT3 on 8 points. Then we have MV Skin Lab DS Racing, Righto Racing Full Send, Arvensis Racing Red, Vice Motorsports, Tempest Sim Sport, and Verve Racing Team Black, all on 26 points. Well then, Joshua, why don't you lead us through the GT3 Anfield?
So, leading, we have the Octopus Racing Team Black, followed by the Platinum Racing Team Red, 51 and 46 points respectively. Our podium is rounded out by Crips Racing on 39 points, followed by the DSA Sylvan Motorsports car, the Austrian Sim Racers Yellow, the YS Motorsports Europe Swan, and the Avro Orange car. Our last cars, rounding out the top 10, are the Trackside Endurance Team Blue, Chicane Online Racing Orange, and Trackside Endurance Team Orange. Then the last car with points is the 046 GT3 car on 14 points, and Bottom Split Heroes and Manatee Racing Yellow both sitting on 0 points after 3 rounds of racing.
Yeah, I think especially the Manatee Racing Yellow and the Bottom Split Heroes, Joshua, will be looking to get off that 0 points barrier there, because you don't want to be there basically 3 races into a season, do you?
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be even at the halfway point beyond 0, so let's see what they can do today and what kind of result they can achieve.
Yeah. Well then, in the first couple of minutes of practice, we have, I think, Winston Echo coming through into third, 9/10 behind Parada. We're gonna take a look which teams are exactly where. Euromotors Esports at the moment on pole position. PGZ Motorsport in second. So here we have our pole sitters at the moment. This is without the GT3 AMS in it. If we're going to take a look at the GT3 AMS, it is Christian Glamsetta leading for Crips Racing there. So that team back to where they were at the end of last season at the top, because that was a really fast team in the GTEs, if I remember correctly from last season. Last season, Joshua, though, is quite a long time ago. I remember that you drove in it, in I think the Manatee Racing BMW in the GTE field. But yeah, it already feels like ages ago.
Oh yeah, I think it was sometime last year. We can have a look. I don't remember it. Yeah, it was
the last race of last season. And I think it was Daytona. When was it? How long ago?
June. This year, actually.
Well,
so only 4 months. So we had 3 months of off-season.
Yeah, that's not too long, but it feels like, well, ages ago. I think that's 5 months ago now, almost.
Yeah. I mean, we did remove the superior GTEs.
Well, that's because the class was almost dead by the end of the season, and no one showed up anymore, sadly. I love those GTEs, though. Oh, that's the 444 car off. That is the FRO, the RFRO Orange. Difficult name to pronounce. God. But they're at the moment in second. But they were off there into the barrier. They're going to be looking to get back into the pit lane, get that repaired, and go out for another try. That's definitely not what they wanted at the moment. This also Sim Racer signs. They were purple last time round in Sector 5. They're going to come into the pit lane. A lot of BMWs and Porsches in the field today. The first other car is David Plasman In the right are racing Mercedes. He's at the moment in pit lane as well. Fernando Alcolea at the moment in the Porsche from Astro Racing Cellular mode. Everyone just pulling into the pit lane now. I think just getting back to get some more fuel into that car and go out again.
Yeah, they still have some time. Obviously, only one lap of fuel in these cars, I would suppose.
Yeah, this team, Octopus Racing Team Black, jumping up into P3. In qualifying their last lap when they came across the line at 148.2. And the pole position lap at the moment, 147.597. So not too far off of that. 6 tenths in the end, but definitely a gap that they can catch up. If you are wondering, the AMS on the left-hand side tower, we're going to take a look at the overall tower, where we will see that there are yellow numbers. Never mind. There are white numbers and there are orange numbers in there. The orange numbers are the GT3 Pro cars. And the white numbers are the GT3 AM cars. So that's how you can recognize them at the moment. The Crips Racing Team, way above the RFRO Orange Team. Only 3.5 tenths in it, Joshua. But there are 6 cars in between it. So if it starts like this, they're going to start 6 cars in front of the RFRO Orange Team, even though the gap is only 3.5 tenths.
Yeah, they got a really good slipstream on their lap, so... Obviously here in Monza, how you manage your slipstream and where you get it and how good it is in the end can basically make or break your entire qualifying session.
Yeah. We're in scenic camera at the moment. I don't know why that is. I'm going to take a look at that for you guys right now. And Joshua, if you would just carry on. Joshua? Hello? I hope everyone can still hear me. Has my internet gone pop again? I don't think it has. There is Joshua again, I think. Right.
Yeah.
Issues, I think. Oh no, there he is. Joshua, go on.
No, just slipstream is important. That's it.
Hear you for a second. That was the case.
Also, one probably important thing is that the Platinum Endurance Championship does not use a custom BOP. So I'm inclined to say that the 911s are gonna have a really good time this race in the GT3 class.
Yeah, it's well, how do we say it? It's easy for them to try and find a slipstream, and especially for the AM class cars. If you do get into that slipstream, it's really easy to get ahead of all the other cars. If you get into the slipstream of a pro car that you have in there, if you have a pro team in there, which is from the same team, you could use that to tow you along.
Yeah, for sure. As said, the only important thing is that the car that you get a slipstream from is substantially faster than you. Just so that you don't catch them during the lap.
Yeah, and that it's going to be vital for them to do so. Well, Joshua, if you could just go on, I'm gonna go problem solving here because we do seem to be on a scenic camera.
Yeah, so some teams are now starting the outlap again. Some teams are finishing their laps. The GT3s still have some time qualifying. So let's see if teams are going for third lap. Overall, Euromaster Esports leading in front of PGC Esports, only separated by about 2 tenths. But those two teams managed to pull quite a gap to the rest of the field. with another 3 tenths to Austrian sim racer Cyan, closing out our top 3. Crips Racing still quite a bit ahead of our orange car, so both of them didn't improve. Now the cars coming into the pit lane. Yeah, I think most teams are gonna go for third lap, so gonna be interesting to see if PGC can improve enough to get ahead of Euromaster Esports. But yeah. In the end, it's mainly a lottery. If you come out off the track, get good slipstream, and the guy ahead of you doesn't make any mistakes, that will cost you your lap. Of course, you can fabricate some stuff, for example, whose slipstream you get when you get it, but you still need to have a good time.
Yeah, we have someone on the way to solve the problem while we're on scenic camera. This shouldn't happen. I don't know why it has happened. So we have someone on the way to fix the problem. It should be fixed in a second. It should be well fixed before we get to the race. So no problems there, I think. But yeah, you can still see the timing tower on the left-hand side, so you can keep an eye on that in that way. So yeah, having someone on the way to solve that issue. We're looking still on board, I think, with the number 180. The Fernando Alcolea Astro Racing Cellular Mode in P5 at the moment in the Pro class. The P1 in the AM class, though, at the moment is Crips Racing. They are doing a tremendous job at the moment. They overtook the Austin Sim Racers Yellow, I think. Or is that still the same? I think they overtook them. I think it was Crips Racing behind the Austin Sim Racers Yellow, but then they overtook.
No, Austrian Sim Racers Yellow actually jumped ahead between Alpha Orange and the Crips Racing car.
Oh, okay. Well, luckily on the scenic camera, everyone, you can still see the cars out on track. It's just not that we can look on board with the car with the moving cameras, which is a bit weird. Once again, I don't know how it has happened or why it has happened, but we have someone on the way to fix the issue. How this works? We're using TeamViewer to do this. So I have control of someone else's PC, but he probably has 3 screens, and the SDK thing is on his other screen, so I can't see it, sadly. That is probably what has happened. But yeah, someone on the way to fix it. So hang with us here. You can still see the cars out on track. This is way better than we had last time out when the cars were blinking. And we should not have that issue anymore. So that's at least one thing solved. This is actually the car we're looking at now, Christian Glumsetter. And it's the Crips Racing. So the gap has come down once again to 1.5 seconds or 1.5 tenths. And what do we expect coming into the last couple of minutes of qualifying? Oh, that's really wide, I think, from the Manatee Black Mercedes there. Take a look at them. If I just do this, is it then going to fix itself? I'm just going to try and do some problem solving here. This is Marcus Steffel from the Austin Sim Racers Yellow. P2 in the AM class at the moment. No, this is a weird one. Don't know why this happened. Back to live pictures we go.
Ryder Racing improving to P3. Good lap by them without any slipstream. So that's just raw pace.
Yeah, English difficult. That's amazing. Euromoss instead of PGZ Motorsport. We know that PGZ Motorsport with Marlon Ducek is a really, really quick team and definitely want to take to take a look at Euromoss Esports though. They've proven themselves to be really good. They came in, I think, at the end of or at the beginning of Road Atlanta, and they absolutely smashed it there, as you could see in the standings as well. They had a really good evening out at Road Atlanta. The Wrightstar Racing team, they've +1 at the moment in that car in P3, almost 5/10 back though of the Euromasters team car, and on a track where it's basically all straights, that's quite a big gap.
Yeah, for sure. Although you have to say that they had really good slipstream on their qualifying lap, but in the end, that's what determines your position here. How good is your slipstream?
As it is, it should be fixed now, everyone. We should look on with the car that we are looking at again. I don't know, can anyone confirm it for me, please, in chat? If everyone can see this as well. We should be looking with the car that is with us now. So yeah, thank you once again to Adri for fixing that. Adri is the one who like I said, has lent us his PC to do this with. 18 minutes into qualifying now. At the moment, the last team on the grid for the GTs is Bart Feurensteiner. And every GT is qualified. 2.2 seconds back is the Trackside Endurance Team blue car. The Trackside Endurance Team orange car, though, also 1.9 seconds back. The Trackside Endurance teams not having the best of evenings at the moment.
No, definitely not. Maybe they need to start working together.
Yeah.
But
one
the
team
gap's
is
really big.
Yeah. One team is, I think, in the Ferrari, and I think one team, if you see in the bottom left, is in the BMW. Yes, it is. Bart Feurensteiner in that car, and it's David Omisi in that second car, both racing in the AM class. And we move on, I think, a little bit further to the top, because I think there are 3 teams in here, and one is in the LMP field. Yes, it is. But that is not out of qualifying yet. Like we said, it's a really close championship, especially in the midfield of that pro class. Because, man, we saw that, and I think there were 5 teams on 21 points, and two races into the season. That's quite mad to see.
Yeah. Nobody wants to be in that position. But Monza is a race where anything can happen. Strategy plays a big part. Obviously, this is also the first really long race we have this season. So it's gonna be interesting to see how the teams handle the fatigue coming into the late hours.
That's gonna be interesting, especially for the people who were asking themselves it. We are gonna get to darkness in this 12-hour race. So at the end of the race, we will see some darkness. The drivers have had to do a numerous amount of laps in the dark to be able to actually race in here. They have to do, at least every team has to do a minimum of 25 laps if they even want to race here. If they don't do 25 laps in the practice sessions that Platinum Endurance Championship sets up through the week before the event, they are not eligible to race. So they cannot get into the session, and they cannot race. They're not allowed to race, which I think is good. You avoid people who do not have any practice and could cause mayhem, I think.
Yeah, I mean this round we had 8 teams not making it. At least
Yeah, from what I've seen,
after
I think
FP3.
Yeah. From what I've seen, I think
So-
it's 8 teams, yeah.
Yeah.
We do have a new team in here as well. I have to point on that. And that is this team. Let me quickly find them. We all know them. If we see this livery and we see the name, this is a really well-known brand. The BWT Motorsports Audi. This team new with us this evening. An addition to the field. Racing in the Pro Class, the number 171 Audi. And at the moment, in their debut race, 1.1 seconds back from pole position of the PGZ car, but only 6/10 back from P3, the Wrightstar Racing. That's not bad in your first outing, is it? And jumping up to P11, I think it is here.
Yeah.
That's not bad at all.
P11.
First outing.
No, it's not too bad. And they are in the Audi. As said, we do not have a custom Bob. So
No, we.
they,
What do you mean
let's
by
just
Bob?
say,
Bob.
looking at how it currently is, they do not have the best car choice, performance-wise.
The Audi.
Yeah.
It's.
And
I don't think we have any other Audi in the field, actually. It's the only Audi.
yeah, we do have some Lamborghinis. I would put them a bit in the same category.
Tobias Kurz
I
right
think
behind
the
him, actually.
Mercedes will be able to hold up with the 911s at the beginning of the race, but towards the end of the first stint, I think the 911s will pull away.
So what we are expecting is this team that at the moment is in pole position, the PGZ Motorsports team. We expect them to do a tremendous job and get out into P1 and never look back from that point on.
I mean, if they can manage the traffic well, probably yes. But then, as said, even more important is just fuel saving so that you can always make the hour. Because if you're the leading car and you don't fuel save, all the other cars behind you will be fuel saving and they will get you at the pit stops and just go past.
Yeah, we're coming to the end of qualifying now, Joshua. This is the standings in the AM class. Christian Glamset is still in pole position there in the Crips Racing car. We're taking a look though. Oh, Bart Fürnsteiner in the BMW has jumped up a position into P11, has improved. I think Trackside Endurance Team Orange has improved as well. So they've improved their time, but not improved in terms of position across the line. David Amissi not green in any sector. This was actually his outlap. Excuse me. So they're going to go for quick lap now. They do have that slipstream from the Mercedes in front of them. I think that's the Crips Racing car. That's the car at the moment in pole position. So if they can take a look at how they drive, maybe copy their lines and get into their slipstream, David Amissi could jump up the order quite a bit here if he can just keep in that slipstream region, and I think he's well within it at the moment, and the Crips Racing car might be thinking to let them pass if they're not improving themselves here, Joshua.
Yeah, also Manatee Racing Yellow managed to jump into P2 ahead of the Austrian Sim Racers car.
Just 2,000 of a second in between that though. That's how close it is. Here we go, David Amissi green in the first sector. Gonna keep you updated how he's going. So that will be an improvement of 16.1. Keep an eye out and do not take that off track. They've been demoted down a position down to P12 or in P13. There's their other team, the blue team, has been dropped down to P12. 1.5 seconds behind the lead, but here still in the slipstream of the Crips Racing car. He's green in sector 3 as well. Sector 4 and 5 still to go for it. Touches that out, that inside curb. That could be deadly there, but he does risk it. And you can't do that on a qualifying lap, because if you crash, you can just go back to the pits. In the race, if you do that, that could be catastrophic. Still in the slipstream though, so he could go green here once again. David Amissi, what is going to make of this? He's dropping outside of that slipstream range here in the last couple of corners. This is where he loses the most compared to the other drivers. Is he going to pull into pit lane? No, he's not. He's going to complete his lap. He's going to jump up in position. The answer is yes, he is. He jumps up into P10, 1.3 seconds behind the Crips Racing car. But you can see just how much that slipstream helps you here.
Yeah, and he didn't even have it for probably most of the lap.
Not at all. I think until the point where we are now with the 046 GT3 team, until Ascari here, I think he had it, and then coming out of Ascari, he lost so much time to the Crips Racing car that it was out of the slipstream range, and he couldn't use that toe to get close to them. But look at this traffic jam. This is the 046 improving, and it has caught this traffic jam. It's going to have to go again because it has lost a handful of time in this last sector. Wesley Sampson will not be happy with that in the 046 GT3 Mercedes. Have to go again. That was an absolute traffic jam there in the end. Does he jump up position? I would be Confused if he did. No, he does not. Does not improve his time. And it was a 1.50. Yeah, lost 3 seconds in the last sector there. That's really sad to see there, Joshua. But that is just what can happen. Losing the rear end a little bit into turn 1. So I don't think this last lap will be a good one either.
Yeah. It is something that always happens with Monza, but that's mainly the fault of the cars that are actually like producing that traffic jam.
Yeah.
Because in the end, yes, you want to get the slipstream, but there are other cars on a different schedule to you, also on their fast laps, and you gotta respect that. Definitely.
Look at this time, the PGZ Motorsport car has found its nearest rival, the Euromasters Esports car, out in front at the moment. And this is going to be interesting. Is the Eurosports car going to stamp on the brake to let the PGZ Motors car pass? Yes, he is, but the PGZ does that as well. And coming on to the last lap of their qualifying probably now, it is going to be the Euromasters Esports car into, or that is going to be ahead now. And, oh no, PGZ backs off. PGZ backs off. I thought they were going to try and get into the slipstream of the Euromasters team car. But they think they can do it on their own. They think they can just do it on their own.
They aren't qualifying. I think they're just going back to the pits.
Oh yeah, that could actually be the case as well. Okay, so the PGZ car, back into the pits they go. Oh, that was...
No,
ooh, that's over the entry line. I don't know if that is exactly correct, but he's going to go around again.
The stewards will look at that, probably.
Yeah. I expect so, because he went
that
over
to me
line.
just looks like an... No. I thought he had an hardware issue, but...
That could be the case, but why don't you park it on the side then and just escape back to pit lane? And
because
take that
then you
penalty of
can't
not being
continue
able to go out
driving.
again. Yeah, but now you are a danger to the drivers that are coming up. Well, I think the stewards will take a look at that, and they will settle that argue for us. But Fran Parada going to try and improve. He's purple in Sector 2, so this could actually be a pole position lap, so that could be a big issue there for the PGZ Motorsport car. If that is definitely a hardware issue, that could be, that can make them vulnerable in the race. Of course, that pole position doesn't say much in a 12-hour endurance race. We all know that, Joshua. But it is good to start out on front and dictate the pace from the beginning. He's purple in Sector 2, not green in any other sector. But he's looking quick in Sector 4 as well. Then coming up to Sector 3. Going through that now, through the last corner. Can he improve? Jump up into pole position on probably what will be his last lap of this qualifying. He's going to go into pit lane. No, he's not. But that was a weird line through the last corner. Not using all the road. Across the line. Does he jump up into pole position? Oh, he does not. That lap time, a 1:46.54. That is just over a tenth slower than the PGZ Motorsport car. Purple in Sector 2 and green in Sector 5. But not enough to jump up into pole position. I think that is qualifying done for the Euromasters Esports Porsche.
2.5 minutes to finish your lap and head back to the pits.
Grips Racing go. They have pole position. Sorry, Joshua, to cut you off there. They have pole position in the AM class. They'll be happy with that. No car on an improvement there because Levi Prit and Marcus Steffel in the pit lane. Actually, Justin X. Lewis is the only other car still on the track, and he is improving though. He's in P6, but not improving enough. Improving in Sector 2, but I don't think it's going to be a pole position lap time if I look at the sector times for Justin Lewis in that Mercedes. But the Mercedes looks mighty in the AM class, should we say, Joshua?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good car to drive.
What do you think? Go on.
It's a good car to drive. It's quite well behaved, depending how you get the setup down. We also do have some BMWs in the M class.
Yeah. It's a BMW P2 in the hands of Levi Prit for Manatee Racing Yellow. But why do you... Oh, jumps up into P4. That's quite a good lap time there. That shoots him up into the top 4. World Split Heroes. Justin Lewis will be very happy with that. Christian Glum says it over the Grips Racing car. He already has done his lap time. He's going to come back to pit lane now.
1 minute remaining.
We're going to look back at the LMP2 we're going to look at the LMP2 qualifying. I expect about 20 cars out on track for the LMP2s. About 20 cars. So quite a busy track, but not as busy as we have seen with the GT3s, because they have 35 cars, and that is the GT Pro and GT Am all together.
Yeah, it's with over 50 cars on the track. The first time the LMP2s come around, it's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah,
So I'm looking forward to seeing the traffic management from our GT3s.
Tempest Simsport though, Joshua, you know them from last season. They were really, really quick in all classes. But 17th in the Pro class at the moment. I expected them to be a little bit higher up,
back to the pit lane.
to be honest.
No cars are allowed on track anymore.
Maybe they just decided, you know, we take it slow, come through the race. With 12 hours, you can basically win from any position on the grid. Because in 12 hours, anything can happen.
That's true. That's true. Well, and that, then we come back to what we always say. The qualifying doesn't really matter in a 12-hour race. This is the last car out on track for the GTs. Platinum Racing Team Red into P6 in the AM class. And we're going to go through the qualifying for you now, because the qualifying for the GTs is done.
LMP2s are allowed to go to the end of the pit
And
lane.
just on
Do
the
not
left-hand
cross
side, you
pit
can see the
lane
pro
exit.
field. Why don't you lead us through them?
Well, pole position then goes to PGC Motorsport. Not that surprisingly. What more surprised me is Euromaster Esports managing to come in second. Here only 0.04 of a second behind. And our podium is rounded out by Ryder Racing, 0.5 behind our pole lap. So quite a big gap between our top two cars and P3. Then Austrian Sim Racers Cyan, Astro Racing, Agencia Moderna, and Platinum Team Racing, Tempest Sim Sport, AVL Sim Racing, Astro Racing, Cellular Mode, and MRP by Fields Academy round out our top 10 in the pro class. Mad Sim Sport
1 minute
and
remaining.
BWT Motorsport in P12, the only Audi in this race, followed by No Limit Sim Racing and Manatee Racing Black. SR Technic in P15, 1.1 seconds behind our leaders. So quite spread out our field after about
seconds.
P6. MV Skinlab DS Racing, Tempest Sim Sport, Chicane Online Racing Red, Platinum Team Orange, Austrian Sim Racers Orange, Verve Racing Team Black, and Octopus Racing Team round out our pro field.
10.
We move on to the AM class, where it will be Crips Racing in P1, Manatee Racing
5,
Yellow in P2,
4,
also Sim Racers Yellow in
3,
P3.
2,
Very close between
1.
those two, 2,000 of a second
LMP2
separating
is
those
go.
two yellow teams. Bottom Split Heroes in P4, and only 2,000 between that as well, between the RFRO Orange and the Bottom Split Heroes team. Platinum Racing Red, only 4,000 between them and Octopus Racing Team Black, so really close in duos here. YS Motorsport 01 and 046 GT3. Then we have 6,000 between Trackside Endurance Team Orange, DSA Silver Motorsports, Chicane Online Red, Online Racing Orange, and Trackside Endurance Team Blue rounds off our Anfield. We're underway for the LMP2 qualifying, and it's going to be an awesome one with 20 cars almost out on track. Well then, Joshua, the LMP2 qualifying, what kind of times are we expecting here?
If we are looking at practice, I would say we're gonna get a pole lap probably in the very high 134s with slipstream. I think, although it has gotten quite a bit warmer now, so we might also see times in the low to mid 35s. Obviously, depending how many qualifying runs the teams did in practice preparing for this.
And I expect, like you said, some really quick lap times. But this team that we're gonna look at now, I'm gonna have to find it first. Where are they? This team. They surprise me week after week. The Loose Crew Racing team, they are really, really quick. They pump in a lot of practice laps as well. I think that's one of the reasons why they are so quick and consistent.
Yeah, practice is most of it. We have the luxury that we can practice as much as our life allows us to. So it's gonna be interesting. One thing for the LMP2s will be that the DLR Rotary Industry White has received a 30-second stop and go for a practice infringement, so they're gonna be on the back foot as soon as the race starts.
Oh, excuse me, I was talking, but I was muted. Clap streamer, we always say then. But that's going to be race changing for them, because that means that they will have to go down pit lane and then stop for 30 seconds in the box. So they technically have a drive-through plus 30 seconds.
I think it's gonna cost them probably 40 to 50 seconds doing that.
I think
And
about
if they get it right at the beginning of the race, it will put them well behind GT3 field. Which, I mean, is going to be exciting for us, seeing them go through the entire bunched up GT3 field. But it's going to be really bad for the GT3s and them.
yeah, it's a long run down into turn 1 as well. We've touched on it a little bit earlier, but it's going to be a big bunch up into turn 1. But before we get to the race, we have something else to look at here. That is the points in the LMP2 field. Here we go. I'm going to take you through them because it's really, really close. DLR Rotary Industry White on 51 points. DCW Racing PEC on 49. Loose Crew Racing on 40. ATRS Esports 13 on 39. 35 points for Platinum Racing Team LMP2. Then 505 Endurance on 29. Also on 39 points is Bazinga Motorsports. 046 Racing on 27 on 24 points is Lithium Motorsports. Digital Spirit DS Racing on 22 on 20 points. DLR Rotary Industry Orange. TSR Racing on 19 on 70 points. It's Randale Racing. GasX Racing Team on 14. On 13 points is DLR Rotary Industry Red. And 10 points for Octopus Racing Team LMP2. And then we go to 9 points for Tempest Simsport. Writer Engineering Esports on 8. Behind that, we have in 19th, 20th, and 21st, Eclipse Racing Esports, Solar, Traxxon Esports, PEC LMP2, and NCR Esports, all on 0 point. Well then, Joshua, that is quite close there for the drivers. And do you think that with 3 years into the season, they will be with that championship in the back of their mind already?
I mean, it's probably on the back of your mind in every single race, because that's what you're driving for. But I think most teams will take it race by race. If you are consistent and don't get into trouble, you are automatically quite high in the championship. If we remember in Spa, how a lot of our front-running teams received penalties, especially towards the end of the race, that shook up the order a bit and allowed teams like the DCW Racing to get a really good position in that race.
Yeah, we have more teams with penalties actually, and GT3 teams as well. We have a steward verdict. The 046 GT3 got a warning for the wrong team number. That was today. As well, not only I think a warning, it is drive-through for a missing PEC decal on the Bottom Split Heroes team and the BW team, Motorsports, a drive-through for missing the PEC decals as well. So not the start to their PEC run they wanted, because they already have a drive-through. So some teams on the back foot as well. And like we said, the DLR Rotor Industry had a team member summoned to the stewards, and that resulted in a 30-second stop and go for a practice infringement. And Jean-Paul Seaman, I don't know what happened, but got a warning with, as the warning, next time this happens, a league ban will be applied. So some serious things have happened there for the DLR Rotor Industry white car. They will not be happy with that, let me tell you that. But yeah, at the moment we're looking at the LMP2 qualifying. It's the ATRS esports team on pole position, close behind that the Tempest Sim Sports LMP2 team. What do we expect? Do we expect the times to go below that 35 barrier?
They should get below 35.5, I think, but we're not gonna get into the 34s. The track has just heated up too much. We're at 31 degrees track temp now, and it's only gonna go up in the next bit.
Not only that, I think it's going to be more difficult to set that lap time as the track is going to get hotter and hotter. The Tempest Sim Sports, though, on a really quick lap time at the moment. Purple in Sector 4, green in Sector 3. And what are they up to? 65 thousandths of a second was the gap at the end of the last lap. What are they going to come through to do now? This is going to be a purple lap time once again. It's purple, like I said, jumping up to P3's the Loose Crew Racing team. Coming through the last corner, rounding off the last corner, across the line. What is it going to be for Jorge Augusto? Across the line. Not close at all to that lap time. And if you want to get an
505 endurance. Towing and then going back out. I think that's a qualifying infringement.
Say again, please.
The 505 endurance team ran out of fuel, decided to tow and go back out.
The 505 endurance. That's a team that actually haven't set a lap time yet. Here they are. The 505 endurance ran out of fuel, they said. Or just as I said, and got back into the pit lane. They of course had to escape back to pit lane. And they had to go out after that again. But just for some information, you're not allowed to escape back to the pit lane in qualifying anymore. So you're not allowed to tow back to the pit lane and then get back out on track. If you tow back to the pit lane, it counts as out of the session.
Yeah, unless you do have a valid reason. But the rules specifically state a valid reason is anything other than running out of fuel.
Okay.
So they will probably receive a penalty or something for that.
That's going to be one for the stewards to look at. A great, yeah. Well, how do you say it? Searching for the word. A great, well seen by you, Joshua. I can't find the proper word, but that's how I'm going to say it then. Yeah, well found out by you, Joshua, there. A nice eye on that, and yeah. He has brought us some information. Joshua, if you could keep an eye on the Stewards Verdict channel and keep us updated with the penalties, that would be awesome. Because there will be a couple, I think, after the first laps, as there always are. There are always things that go wrong. Not indeed on purpose, but just things that miscommunications, and sometimes you do get a penalty for that. So if Joshua that for out for that for us, using all of the track and almost going up against the wall there, but that does improve them to a P2. The TSR Racing jumps up into P2, 45 thousandths behind the ATRS Esports. The ATRS Esports, though, hasn't been out yet, but they have been really, really quick.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk with EJ during the Spa race, and obviously their drivers They have really good drivers, and let's just say, when I commentated Spa, the traffic management didn't work out that well, how they did it, but I'm sure that they did improve, and I think they're gonna be a valid contender for this race.
They were quick at Spa as well, indeed, and we expect them this evening to be up there with the top 4 or 5 at least. But as you can see, quite a big gap from P4 to P5. That gap about 3 tenths. That will be undone though with the slipstream coming into effect in the race. If I look now though, Johan Troppé, I think I said that correctly, Joshua. Can you correct me on that if I said that wrong?
Oh, you said it really wrong, but I'm not gonna correct you. I want
Go
to
on.
spare you the embarrassment.
No, go on, because
I would rather talk about the fact that both DLR cars are still last. Which
Are
to
they?
me is quite
Fair
a
enough.
shock, because the last race I saw in Spa, they were, well, not there.
No, the 505 endurance car though hasn't had a lap time, so that's lost. They
They
might have
can't
gone back
even
to the
set a lap
yeah.
time, because whatever they're doing right now is invalid.
Yeah. Well, then the question is, are the stewards going to punish them for going out on track again? Because they could have been in the way of someone. That's my argument then. They could have been in the way of someone. Not that I want to give them a penalty. Don't get me wrong here. I do not want anyone to get a penalty. But this could be the case. This could be something that another team says. They could have been in the way of someone while they shouldn't have been out there because they were not allowed out there. Even though they haven't set a lap time now, that could still be the case, as we do now see them go out again.
Yeah, although they did pit this time, but they received a penalty, a drive-through penalty. So at the
no.
beginning of the race, that's gonna put them probably right in the middle of the GT3s. Unless they
Yeah.
can pull a really big... I mean, they can pull the drive-through gap if they stretch their drive-through out all the way to the 3rd lap. If they receive it right at the race start, then they can come out slightly ahead of the GT3s.
This car, Joshua, while you were saying that, posted 2 purple sectors in Sector 2 and Sector 3. The 046 Racing LMP2 to 46. Purple Sector 2, purple Sector 3. Let's see what he can do through Ascari. Looks really quick all over that curve. And that is going to be into the wall for the 046 Racing car. That is a big hit. And I don't know if they can get back to the pit lane with that car. The car doesn't look too damaged though, but that was a big hit into the brick or the, into the wall. And man, they were on a very quick lap. And I think everyone at the top of the table can be happy with that, because they were purple in Sector 2 and Sector 3. They were underway really quickly. Agreed Sector 1 for the DCW Racing PEC car. This, Joshua, I don't know if you still remember, but do you still remember where DCW stands for?
Oh my god. I want to say ducks, cheese, and wine, but...
Oh, you were close. The duck was right and the wine was right. The C wasn't. It's also an animal.
Crustaceans.
Dog, cat, and wine racing.
Oh yeah, right, dog.
I don't know why they called it dog, cat, and wine racing.
Jos told us last race, or like 2 races
well,
ago. But today he can't hang out with us because he's driving again. So his injury probably has healed.
Yeah. Last time out at World Atlanta, he wasn't healed still. He had to be crew chief again. He said he didn't like it to me before, because I had a little bit of a chat with him to catch up how we felt. But yeah, he said he didn't like watching from the sideline, but he's driving again today. Luckily for him, so happy to see him out there on track again. R. Simner in the DCW Racing car. The HRS car still in pole position though. That hasn't changed since the beginning of the session though, so that 35.5 has proved really quick, especially now when the track is heating up. But yeah, luckily he's out on track. He had an injury, I think, on his shoulder while he couldn't race. If I remember that correctly. So yeah, happy to see him out on track, like I said. And I think it was when they last said they just thought of it and they named it that. So there isn't really a reason why they called it that.
I mean, a lot of team names you don't really know.
Well, this Trackside Esports, I do know. It's called after a brand that 2 people I think made, Trackside Esports, or just Trackside, and they just created the esports team. So there are definitely reasons. This car has gone purple in Sector 4 last time round. Not improving at all in this sector. At 36.01 it was last time out for them. That is their fastest lap time now, 4:10s, but just look how close. I think the LMP2 field though, Joshua, and we do not see this often, is closer than the GT field.
Yeah, I mean, they of course have the advantage of all being in the same car. So everything that happens here is down to your preparation and your driver. Any advantages you gain here?
Yeah, oh, this car all over the curb. Green in Sector 2, green in Sector 3. Going through Sector 4 now. Let's see what he can do. He'll be green there as well. This car is the car in second, and now you pronounce that name.
Johannes Traupe.
Johannes Traupe, okay. Good. I said it wrong last time. Last time I said Traupe, but it's Traupe. He's green in Sector 2, 3, and 4. And with only 45,000 of a second, that could mean that he's going to go up to pole position. It all of a sudden got really, really close here in qualifying. As it already he's gone into the pits. What has happened here then?
Probably he ran out of fuel.
Oh no! Well then, Johannes. Oh man, he was on a green Sector 2, 3, and 4. That could have been a pole position lap. And he ran out of fuel on that lap. That must be gutting. This loose screw racing car though, is the car that we're looking at right now. Coming through the last sector though. Purple Sector 2, green Sector 3, green Sector 4. Where is going to Sector 5 be for him? Needs to find the 10th. And he does not go up to pole position and does not even improve his lap time. He was purple in Sector 2, green Sector 3, and green in Sector 4. So he lost a lot of time in Sector 1 and Sector 5.
Yeah, and the DCW racing car going into P2.
Well then, everyone, while you're here, make sure you smash that like button because we're going to go into the race in a second. Make sure you subscribe. Now, first of all, I want to say to everyone who is here now and who is a subscriber, thank you for helping us passing that 300 subscriber barrier. Going strong. I'm going very well with the Platinum Racing League channel, and I think we're close to the 60 broadcasts now on this channel. So yeah, everyone who's been with us throughout that journey, thank you very much for getting us to the 300 subscribers. We can't thank you enough. And if you're here and you aren't subscribed yet, be sure you do so, because you don't want to miss all the action coming up from PEC, Platinum Racing League, because we do have a GT3 Endurance League on the way as well. 3 hours of endurance racing in a GT3 car following the official VRS calendar. So yeah, it's gonna be an exciting one, and you definitely don't want to miss that. At the moment, 34 of you here, so welcome everyone to the PEC. 12 hours of Monza. In about 5 minutes, we're going to go on to the pace lap for the start of the 12 hours. Behind this, though, we have the HRS car coming through for another lap. Not going to finish that lap, or he is, but he took all the sips in he could. Is he going to improve, though? That a 1:35.566 was the last time he had. That time that he's on now, I think, was an outlap. Oh no, he's going to go really wide. He's going to shoot wide in turn 1. That is his lap going to be done. They still have 5 minutes or 4 minutes and a bit left of qualifying. Johannes Traupe at the moment in third. 45 thousandths behind still. This car has now proven a couple of times that it can be really, really quick. So I'm going to stay with this car for the last couple of minutes to see if they can improve. We're actually going to go on board with this car because I would love to see how it looks if they are going this quickly. In through the first chicane. We got a lap in an LMP2 from Joshua earlier on. So we should know how the track goes now into the Variante Rete Filio. And cleanly through there. Then we're going to go into the Curva Grande. I love those Italian names, I have to say. Then we're going to go into the Variante della Roggia. That's what this chicane is called. Dropping down into first again. Really easy to lose it, like I said, on this curve. Just so I do love these names. He's not green in Sector 1. Neither is he in Sector 2. So not as quick as he was last time out. Of course, remember, last time out it was purple in Sector 2. So he doesn't have to be green in Sector 2 to actually post the fastest lap time still there. Of anyone. But yeah, 45,000 per second. That could be found in one sector. Ascari now, CSR Racing will be hoping that Hannes can bring that car up into pole position. He's been really quick this whole evening, or this whole. I'm so used to saying evening, everyone. Excuse me for it, but this whole qualifying session for them, a little bit loose there in Parabolica. Hannes is going to come across the line. It was green in sector 4 across the line. 36.382 for him. Not going to be improvement, but he's going to go for another lap. Has the HRS coming out of the pit lane. Yes, that is. No, that was the DLR Rodeo Industry Orange car, I think. Or was it the red car? This is the red car. No, it's the orange car. Here is the orange car. So it was this car, I think, out of the pit lane. But yeah, we're going to look back with TSR. Not as quick as I would have thought they were in the last couple of laps. Joshua here. You're muted, Joshua. No news on penalties at the moment. The last penalty, like Joshua said a couple of minutes ago, is the 505 endurance and drive-through. So we're back to the pits with no legal reason. So yeah, that is going to be a drive-through for them, like Joshua said, but I think Joshua's back with us, and not as quick as I would have expected this car, Joshua. He was green in sector 4, but yeah, just not as quick as we would have expected.
Yeah. You can lose a lot in one scary chicane. Like really curb bad, that's 3 tenths gone.
True. This car then, Ricardo J. Ferreira. In the closing stages of qualifying, this is going to be his last lap. If he does go for another one, and he's 1/10 behind, he's purple in sector 2, and that is pole position for the Loose Crew Racing team on the dying stages here of qualifying. Also really quick is the Tempest Sis Bernardo P2 across the line. They go, and they take over pole position. So they're all kicking off here in the last stages. A 1:35.444 for Jorge Augusto. He is really quick and takes over that pole position. Ricardo J. Ferreira surely thought that he had that pole position. ATRS though, also coming through the Lesmos. They were quick in sector 1, sector 2, not so much. Sector 3, we're going to come through that in a second, but they're green in sector 1, so this could also be an improvement for them.
No,
but it's really important for them to see what they're going to do. It won't be anything.
They got hold up in the second chicane.
Ah, that's gutting for them. So we're going to see what they can do, if they can bring something off this lap. No, they're not. They're going to bail out of this one. 505 endurance though. This is purple in sector 3, so this could also jump up in quite a couple of positions, and this could bring them forward. The more time they gain in qualifying here, the better they are going to come out of that drive-through, because they're going to be closer to the front of the field. Through the last corner they're going to go across the line. What is it going to be for them? Here they go, 3, and they have to fight almost 4 tenths. What do they find? At the moment it seems like absolutely nothing. They had an off track in that lap, I think, and they stay there. A 1:41 was the last lap for them, so not close in any way to the fastest lap time there.
Both DLR cars, red and white, still last. They only did 1 lap, and that's it.
Well, we have seen that those cars, no, they did more, I think. The DLR Rotary Industry Red did 12 laps, and the DLR Rotary Industry White did 5 laps, so not a lot still. But yeah, we've seen them coming alive in the race, really. So I don't think that it's going to be any issue for them to start from the back. They will be on the back foot from the beginning onwards. But they always come to life in the races, does that car. So I'm expecting them to jump up quite a lot of positions in the race. 45 of you here, everyone, welcome to the stream. Yeah, well, if you haven't yet, share it with your friends, give these guys the podium because they do deserve it. 12 hours of Monza. It will be a long old day for the drivers and for us here in the commentary booth. So yeah, it'll be absolutely amazing. Joshua and I will provide you most of it, and we will have, I think, Kevin and Dean Biggles as well
I'd like to wish everyone
out
good
there
luck.
this evening.
Let's have a clean
As
and good
we're
race.
in
There are
to the
12
race
hours
then.
of racing, so plenty of
And
time to overstay
we're going to
safely.
take a look at the
Once
grid.
again, good luck.
And the grid is
Feel
going to be
free
brought
hop
to
in the
you
waiting
by
room whenever
our
you're
one and
not
only
racing.
Joshua.
We'll
Meyer.
continue back with another season, so we have a feedback form out. Please
Here we go,
have
Joshua.
a chance to fill it in.
Go through it.
I'd like to wish everyone good luck.
So, Tempest Simsport, last lap, got the pole position, a 135.4. 600ths of a
Final
second
thing, make
behind
sure
him.
the
Look
race
Crew
starts
Racing
with the
also improved in
qualifying
the
driver.
last lap. Then on third, Apex Tech Racing Supply Esports. The number 13 car sadly couldn't improve from their fastest lap in qualifying.
Gonna have to be quick here. We're gonna have to go through 54 cars, and they only have half a lap of warming up.
Ooh. DCW Racing starting in P4, followed by TSR Racing and 046 Racing. 505 Endurance starting with a drive-through penalty in P7, GasX Team LMP in P8. Then the DLR Rotary Industry car in P9, followed by Digital Spirit DS Racing, the Singer Motorsport, Trackside Esport Endurance, Lithium Motorsports, and Writer Engineering Esports. Platinum Racing Team, Octopus Racing Team, and 2 DLR cars, red and white, rounding out our LMP2s. Followed by PGC Motorsports on pole position for the GT3 Pros and overall GT3s, followed by Euromaster Esports, Writer Racing, Austrian Sim Racers Cyan, Astro Racing Agenzia Moderna, Platinum Racing Team Blue, Tempest Sim Sport, and AVL Racetech Sim Racing. Followed by Astro Racing Cellular Moderna, I think, MRP by Fields Academy, starting in P28 overall. Mad Simsport, BWT Motorsports in the Pro class, No Limit Sim Racing, and Maniti Racing Black. Then our pole car for the GT3 AMs, the Crisp Racing car of Christian Klomsetter, followed by Manatee Racing Yellow, another AM car, followed by Thomas Morad from the MV Skinlabs DS racing car. Tempest Sim Sport, Austrian Sim Racers Yellow. Dennis Behren, Stephen Bird. Chicane Online Racing Red in P39. Platinum Racing Team Orange in P40. The Austrian Sim Racers car in P41. The Bottom Split Heroes in P42, followed by Alpha Orange and Platinum Racing Team Red in P44.
Then we have in P45 the Octopus Racing Team Black, Verve Racing Team Black in P46, P47 for Octopus Racing, YS Motorsports, then 046, Trackside Esports Endurance, Sylvia Motorsports, Chicane Online Racing Red and Trackside Esports Endurance, and Marcus Pets for Team Marcus. No, I think that's wrong. But ayo, we're gonna go into the race then, as we look on with our man at the front of the field, Jorge Augusto, who will lead the LMP2 field to green. And we're gonna come across the finish line, and he can dictate when we are going. Tempest Sim Sport, the champions from last season, starting from pole position here again. We're not gonna go green here. The 46 had a little bit of a jump start, I think, there. And we're going in green now for the LMP2 field. Going then into the first chicane. Hopefully everyone going to stay clean. Tempest Simsport getting a really good start. Blue Screw Racing as well, side by side with the ATRS team. As we look a little bit further back, they all seem to get through cleanly, luckily. Everyone getting through clean. Then we're going to look at the GT field. Ducek leading the way there for PGZ Motorsports. And it's green there in the GT3 field as well. From Parada there behind them for the Euromasters Esports as well. They got a really good start. The Euromasters Esports a little bit worse off than the GT3 or the AMG going to dive down the inside. Is he going to be able to stay there? It looks like he is. Yeah, he's actually passed Dave Plasman, the Rider Racing cars, past the Euromasters Esports cars. So the PGZ getting a real good jump there already out of that gap outside of a second, and everyone seemingly getting through cleanly through the first chicanes. And Joshua, luckily, we're through cleanly.
Yeah, that was really smart from the PGC car. He gave the Rider Racing car just enough slipstream at the start to get him side by side with the Euromaster car, so they have to fight. And now he's already out of the slipstream.
Yeah, really good start from them then. Go on.
Yeah, I think just through making all of the cars behind fight, he managed to get them all out of slipstream, which of course gives him quite a advantage.
Yeah, we're through the first lap, and in the LMP2 field, this is as close as ever. It's the ATRS Esports car who has the advantage of the slipstream behind the Tempest Simsport car. Here we have it. And that car looks to be really, really quick, to be honest. It's a really quick... Oh, we have a spinner at the chicane. I don't know who exactly that is. We're going to take a look at that. Dropping down the order then. It is the Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 car, I think that was. Yeah. But Vorsteiner, that was, I think, the GT car from... I think Trackside Esports orange car? No? Is it? No, it's the blue car. But Vorsteiner, he was into the pit lane. Of course, those penalties are going to come into effect. Here we have it then. The PGZ team already 3 seconds of a gap back down to the Rider Racing team.
Yeah, making the cars behind fight already through the first chicane was a really smart move by them, and now they're just probably gonna start capitalizing on that. ATRS Esports managed to move into the lead in our LMP2 category 2. So far I would say no big surprises except DCW Racing sadly falling behind quite a bit.
Yeah, what has happened then to Euromasters Esports though, because they're down in P4 now. And they started on the pole position, so not a good start for them at all. ATRS up into first place, but Tempest Simsport in doing so back down to 4th position. So I don't know what exactly happened to them. I can't see anyone going off track. It's Jorge Augusto in that car. But yeah, he hasn't gone off track anywhere from what I can see. So just lost a lot of time, I think, with that overtake. Got pushed wide and then maybe... had to stamp on the brakes or whatnot, but yeah, he lost a lot of time with that overtake. Almost 4 minutes into a 12-hour race. We're almost done, Joshua, are we?
Yeah. The GT3s had quite a little accident in lap 1 through a Ascari chicane with a spinning Austrian sim racer's yellow car, giving us quite a pile-up, although it wasn't their fault. Also, the race control has handed out the penalties to all the teams that we specified earlier in qualifying, so they will soon come into the pit lane.
Yeah, the car that is into the pit lane already is the BWT Motorsports car, and they have come through to take their drive-through penalty. Be them out of the pit lane and have taken their drive-through, and they're at the moment at the back of the GT field in a P45 overall.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see where the DLR Rotary Industry white car comes out, as they do now come into the pits to serve their 32nd stop and hold.
That's going to be a big one. 49 of you here now. Welcome everyone to the race. We're 5 minutes into it, and it's ATRS Esports number 13 leading the way ahead of the Loose Screw Racing team. That gap now almost out of a second. Had the slipstream there of a GT car. That's going to help him, but the 046 racing car, purple lap time last time round, so they're the quickest car at the moment out on track, the 46. It's Robin Glerum in that car, Dutchman, and or the Dutch driver, and they're already into traffic, Joshua.
Yeah, I mean 12 seconds. Also with the big accident in the Ascari chicane for our GT3s, that obviously also, let's just say, gives them quite a little bit of less room, as with the accident the cars just are slower, take longer, and then you catch them further. The ATRS Esports car, interestingly, clutching in to save fuel. A risky strategy, but you can do it.
Take a look on board then to hear what exactly Joshua means here. We're going to go down the long straight, and at the end of this straight, Joshua, you say we're going to hit him clutch in.
Most probably, unless he now stops doing it just to embarrass me.
There you go then.
Yeah, he stops doing it now to embarrass me, I guess.
Well, probably the Loose Screw Racing car was a little bit too close for comfort. We're going to see again into the chicane, because he's not going to be able to overtake any GTs here. The Loose Screw Racing car is quite a bit back, so he could do it now. We're going to hear if he's going to do it. No, he doesn't.
He has decided, you know what, now that he said it, I'm just not going to do it anymore.
Well, I mean, there could just be one particular corner where he's doing it. And I believe in the fact that she said that, because you're not going to give us false information. The BWT car coming into play here. And this is going to be big now. The Loose Screw Racing car is going to have a run down the back straight. And it's going to be able to do something into Ascari. It's really close. It does have that slipstream. It's going to go down the inside of Ascari. A really difficult corner to do so. He does decide to stick behind. And to let the HRS car live and fight for another day. But that is just traffic coming into play, and now they're well and truly into the GT field.
Yeah, now it's gonna get interesting. We're gonna see who manages to get through cleanly. Obviously, the speed differences between these cars quite big here compared to the lap time. 12 seconds-ish for the LMP2s. And the ATRS car clutching and waiting in turn 1.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit too far back to try and make that move. This nose scan gives us a great sense of speed of these LMP2s and just tells you how busy it is for these drivers. He luckily gets them on a straight, which isn't difficult to do here on this track. But yeah, it brings for good overtaking opportunities here for the drivers as well. Especially because we have such long straights, you do not get held up as much in the corners. But if you do immediately lose quite a lot of time with it.
Yeah, the speed differences, except in the slow chicanes, the LMP2s are way faster in these medium speed corners than the GT3s. So obviously you lose quite a bit of time. The ATRS car probably now slotting in behind the No Limit Sim Racing car.
Yeah, the Loose Screw Racing car has to do exactly the same. Behind, I think, the Manatee Black BMW, that is?
Yellow. The
Yellow.
BMW is yellow.
Okay. Well, if you might ask, why does he know that? Last year, he was driving in the Manatee. Oh, that is close. He got pitched into the apex by the Mercedes there. The Cruz Racing car giving him a little bit of an easier day, but that has lost him quite a lot of time. Although we were into traffic, Nicholas Hedback in the HRS car, he was purple in the second sector, even though we were into traffic. Here is the Manatee Racing Black Mercedes. And I got that right this time.
Yeah, I mean now they are past most of the GP3s. So it should just be easier from now on.
This car has quite a big gap as well. The PGZ Motorsports Porsche, 6.5 seconds already up on the Euro Masters Esports car. That car has lost quite a lot of time, but it is now gaining back a couple of tenths every lap. So I think we could see in a couple of laps a big fight here for P1.
Yeah. It obviously also depends how much fuel they save. If, for example, Euromaster now decides to not save any fuel, they will gain back some time. They will lose it later in the race.
Of course they do. This is, if you were asking yourself, the DLR Road Industry white car coming through the GT field. A little bit further up the road, there you see the gap between the Euromasters Esports and the PGZ Motorsports Porsche. The PGZ Motorsports Porsche is, I think, going to be too far away to even overtake at the end of this straight, and into I think the Variante Rettifilio Della Roggia. There we have it. Difficult names here in Italy. Can we have a breakdown for places, please? Okay, a full breakdown. I can give you that. Here we go. Here we have all places. This is the overall. But the thing that I don't like about this overall is if you now go back, it scrolls all the way down to this field. But yeah, here we have it. It's the 046 Racing leading at the moment. The Loose Q Racing in P2, ATRS Esports in third in the LMP2 field. Then in the GT3 Pro field is in first position Malon Ducek. I hope I pronounced that name correctly for the PGZ Motorsports car from Parada in the Euromasters Esports, and Tempus Simsport in third there. Then in the GT3 AM class, it's still Crips Racing leading the way ahead of Leeuwenhoek in the Manatee Racing yellow car, and the Platinum Racing Team red. Here we have him, John Sylvester in that car in third position. That is the top three in every class. And it's looking close here at the beginning. We do have quite a lot of cars in the pits already. One of them is they're out on track again after a 5-minute repair stop, I think. Nicholas Reeves in the Verve Racing Team black car. Chicane on Racing red, Chicane on Racing orange. Octopus Racing Team, Trackside Endurance Team blue. Tempest Sim Sport, Austin Sim Races yellow, and Austin Sim Races cyan. All in the pit lane at the moment. So not having the best start of their race, and already around 8 cars out of, I think, any contention for the win here.
Yeah, once you are 2 or 3 laps down even what some of these teams are now, it's, yeah, not really feasible anymore. DCW Racing also had to pit. They are now 47th overall, 3 laps down from our leaders, so they have quite the challenge ahead of them.
Just a friendly reminder as well, we're 15 minutes into a 12-hour race. If you go for a gap that exists now, are you at that point still a racing driver, or are you at that point a bad decision maker?
It depends on the gap. Let's just say 12-hour race, getting yourself out of contention in the first 10 minutes. Like, I mean, the GT3 crash in Ascari on lap 1 probably resulted in a lot of these teams we now see in the pits or on the back of the grid, so it's always sad because you prepare for this race and then in the first 10 or 15 minutes it's basically over.
And especially a 12-hour race, I don't know, for some reason the longer the race is, the more practice I always put in. I don't know why that is, but that's just always the case with me. As we see now, the TSR car posting the fastest lap time in the LMP2 class. Here we go, this is the car that posted the fastest lap time last time round. The Loose Racing Team, though, still quite close to the 046 Racing car of Robin Glerum. Ricardo J. Ferreira, this car, like we said, has, well, it has surprised us a couple of times. Shadow UK asks how come a safety car wasn't thrown in the Ascari crash? Well, to be honest, we don't know. That is the steward's decision. We are commentators here. We shout about what happens. So I don't really know why that is. Of course, if you are here, we will have interaction with the chat here this evening. So yeah, if you are here, we will have interaction, like I said. Go on and pop something in chat, and we will try and react to it as best as possible.
Yeah, I mean, for the Ascari crash, you could have thrown a safety car, but yeah, I don't know. You can, but it's not. It's the steward's decision, and if they, in that moment, either didn't see it because we sadly do not have enough stewards to monitor every part of the track for the whole race, then yeah.
Well, we just hope that the stewards won't be too busy with the incident. I think we do have a couple of no penalties at the moment to talk about. So Joshua, quite a clean start for now, it looks like.
Yeah, if you ignore the GT3s, maybe you can get a replay of that.
I'm gonna take a look at that. It's gonna be difficult because a lot of things have happened. This is one of the things that maybe happened.
I will find it for you.
Here we go,
How
coming
about
into
that?
the Ascari chicane. Marcus Steffel in the Mercedes. Oh, being touched around by the Mercedes behind him. Oh no! Is this where it all
Yeah.
happens?
Yeah, and a lot of cars.
Oh no.
Yeah, maybe if we can get a more zoomed out view.
Oh no, this is
Oh yeah,
horrible.
Yeah, that's worthy of a safety car.
Here we go again. Looking from behind then. This is a better view. Going into the Ascari chicane, he's gonna get touched from behind. Oh, there we go, just braking too late. And now it all kicks off.
Yeah,
Oh no.
that would have been worthy. Especially with the second crash there.
Oh no. Oh, sorry for what is happening on the broadcast. Here we were good and fine with seeing it. But on the broadcast, you surely weren't. So, excuses for that. We're back to live racing now. And it should all be fine now. Here we are back then to racing, to the live action. That was the replay showing up a little bit, of course. I have to get used to this because we're streaming from another computer now, so that computer is not seeing what we are seeing, and the replay is, I think, a little bit shorter than ours. But yeah, we will keep that in mind because for us it was good to see. But yeah, that was I don't know what that was, to be honest. But yeah, sorry for that. That was the replay showing up a little bit. We're back now with live racing with Ricardo J. Ferreira, and that gap still 3/10. Here at the front of the field, that gap, like I said, has come down a little bit now. 5.5 seconds from Marlon Ducek to the Euromos esports car. There's Van Parada still on that car.
Yeah, that's probably different strategies in fuel saving. Catching up half a second over the last few laps. At least I would suppose.
Well, at the end of the day, like you said just a moment ago, they're going to go and gain time now, but they're eventually going to lose that again in the pit stop cycle when they have to pit for longer and pit more. So they have to maybe do a pit stop more.
505 endurance. I think that is their drive-through for the qualifying infringement, which they didn't receive at the beginning of the race. But now.
Okay, so they have their drive-through to serve now instead of the beginning of the race?
It seems like they have been handed a penalty now.
Okay.
Unless they received another penalty, but I so far cannot see any other penalty being handed out to them.
Mika Sherhak says, the incident limit is way too tight, 5x per hour max. Well, in iRacing races you get less, so I don't think that is too tight. It's difficult at this track especially, because you're pushing all of the time, and it's, well, it's always really close to the limit, but I don't think that is too bad at all. What is your thought on that?
Just don't get incidents, to be honest, would be my reply. I know it's tight, and especially with if you get car contacts that are not your fault, it's gonna be really frustrating. But I'm positive that even with the new off tracks we have here, the only critical part is less Mo2, so maybe you have to sacrifice a tenth a lap or half a tenth there to be safe with the off track, but in the end we are not at some other tracks with the off tracks like old Spa, which has been reworked and is now a lot better in my opinion.
Yeah, indeed. It's well, Spa. We saw, of course, that incident with the tire dragging on the grass, and I don't think that was the best moment iRacing has had.
No. But for example, to bring a bit more context into it, Monza also received the track limit rules update that, for example, Spa has received. So we now have a nice little rules tab that really clearly states how far off the track you can go, where you can go, and basically always the limit is you have to keep 2 tires on the red and white curbing. So at least it's really consistent over everything. So we will see how it develops.
Well, there's a bit of a chat going on about the incident points, and I just want to catch up on this. But first of all, we're going to go back into the racing. This is the Manatee Black car, which we're looking on just a little bit further back. The No Limbs Sim Racing, which is defending from the SR Technic BMW. This is for P13 and 14 in the Pro class. And this gap is, well, half a second still at the beginning of this race. If we look up a little bit further, after that drive-through, it is 505 Endurance who's come out ahead of the Octopus Racing Team on LP2. That could be a dive maybe into the second chicane. Not at all, no. Just a little bit too far back, I think, for the Octopus Racing Team and LP2 car. But 505, after that drive-through they did, now back down in P15. They were up, I think, in P8 or something, but they lost, of course, with that drive-through, quite a lot of time.
Yeah, I'm sure that they will be able to make it back. They are luckily only 35 seconds behind our leaders, so they aren't that far off compared to, for example, the DLR white car being now over a minute behind them. Also, obviously now that we aren't looking at them anymore, the ATRS car has started clutching in to save fuel again. So I think basically the race has calmed down a bit now and we're just gonna get some sweet fuel saving.
This is a battle to take an eye on. This is, oh, that's, I think one of the Astro Racing cars off. That is the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna off in the second chicane. And that is a big incident for them. They were up the field quite far, and they just dropped down. The Astra Racing Agenza Moderna. I'm gonna take a look. I'm quite scared now to do the replay again, but we're gonna take a look at that. It's Christian Perez. I hope this now works for you guys. Yeah, this works. Here we go. This is it. Coming through. Oh.
Yeah, he just lost it on his own.
That won't be a happy Christian Perez.
No, I don't think so. It's always sad losing it on your own somewhere, because it obviously doesn't feel good.
No, not at all. Not at all, of course. Well, at the end of the day, they want to get... Oh, this is a battle then. If we look a little bit further up, the Tempest Sim Sport car is attacking DLR Rotary Industry. This could be a dive down. We're going to get back to what we were talking about in a second, but this could be a move into the first chicane down the inside. I don't think the DLR Rotary Industry orange car does fight that too much. Behind that now is the GazX Racing car as well, which will try and capitalize on a bad exit maybe for the DLR Rotary Industry orange car. It's going to stick behind that GT3 now. And the DLR Rotary Industry orange has the slipstream from the Tempest Simsport car here. So that's going to help it. But the GazX Racing team now looking to try and pounce after the Tempest Simsport car has done that. Up into P5 now for the Tempest Simsport LMP2 car. Our champions from last season. But they've dropped down quite a lot after their pole position start.
Yeah, maybe some unfortunate moments when encountering the GT3s for the first time. At least I'd suppose that probably is the issue. Now coming up again on some of the GT3 Pro cars.
Oh, it's so close, and that's going to give the DLR Orange a little bit of a gap ahead of the GazX Racing team car. Sorry, I was searching for the car there, but yeah, it's they've got a little bit of a gap courtesy of the traffic now. And once you've got a little bit of a gap, it can play even more into your hands, of course, because traffic, the bigger the gap is, the more it's going to play into effect. If you're 2/10 behind that car, the car that you're going to try and overtake is probably going to let both of you pass. Now it's just going to slot back in, and you're going to have to do it all on your own instead of the car ahead of you making the gap in the traffic for you.
Yeah, Tempest Simsport now, for example, the DLR car has to slow down for the first chicane, follow the GT3. Although it has to be said that the GT cars in the chicanes are probably faster than the LMP2s in the first and second chicane, just because they can take a lot more curb and have more low speed grip.
Do you think, in terms of tires, that it's going to be more difficult for the GTs or for the LMPs to get the tires from kind of, well, crawling up? Because you have, of course, graining, and if you slide, the graining is going to get worse. Do you think it's more difficult for the LMPs who rely on downforce to go smoothly through the corners? This could be a move, though. We're going to get back to that in a second. But they're side by side going on to Ascari. This is going to be moved up for the GazX Racing team down around the outside. They're side by side through Ascari. The GazX team is going to slot back into P7. It's going to try and get the good exit down to Parabolica. They're in the toe now, well into the toe. And this could be a move down to Parabolica. They're going to go down the inside if they are, but they're going to wait a second here and try and get them down on the front straight, which I think is a better decision to make here.
Yeah, for sure. Into turn 1 you have a way harder braking zone, very slow corner. It's easier to overtake there. Also, to come back to our point, I think that the LMP2s will struggle a lot more, because the LMP2 already struggles with rear traction, and now in the hot temperatures we are at 32 degrees track already, and we aren't even at noon, so I think that they will struggle a bit more.
Maybe, yeah, you can see on the right hand side track 32 degrees. Ambient temperature 27, so the track quite a bit warmer than that. Yeah, we're at, you can also see the time in the game, it's 13:43. So just a quarter before 2 in the game. I expect the temps to go up quite a bit still of the track. I expect it to go to about 42 degrees. Oh no, Joshua. Here we have Martin Beers coming through. Into the first chicane they go. Oh, that is quite hard. And the Brian Racing Team GT car behind that as well, having to slow down because of it as well. So that's going to lose a little bit of time.
Maybe it brought the cars behind them back into draft, but yeah, if you enter too fast, you're gonna get punished for it.
You won't be happy with that, I think. Well, down into the first chicane, it's going to be, I think, an action zone this whole race long, the 12 hours. The Gazax Racing Team car still hasn't got past the DLR Rotor Industry orange car, although it does look quite a lot faster on its own. But getting past this, catching up is one thing, getting past is another one, as we always say.
Yeah, now the 046 car actually managed to pull quite a gap in the LMP2 class, 3 seconds now. And PGC managed to extend the gap also to about 6.5 seconds now.
Yeah, they were purple last time round with a 136.17. So really quick, these cars, or especially the 046 car. And yeah, we're getting close as well to that first pit stop window of these cars. So we could see some pit stops happening in the next couple of minutes. Back then to the battle that we've been watching for quite a long time now, but we're first going to go back to this. This is the Ryder Engineering Esports car that is trying to overtake the Lithium Motorsports car that's side by side going into Parabolica, and he's going to have to give way, I think. Yes, he is. Has to slot in behind once again, and this is allowing the trackside Esports PEC LMP2 car, who had an incident earlier on in this race, to get past again. That has been able to catch up quite a lot. But look at this then, a triple slipstream for that car. It's going to make a triple move down the inside. It is going to be Fabian Tolben. No, never mind. It's going to be Kevin Hoyman in the Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 car down the inside. Lithium Motorsports loses 2 positions in 1. But it's going to come back once again. Fabian Tolben in that car. Had to fend off 2 cars, and that was sadly a little bit too much for him. But now he's going to try and attack back. Although that Ryder Engineering Esports car now has a slipstream from the Esports, from the Trackside Esports car. Down the inside though goes Fabian Tolben. Is he going to be able to make that move stick? Yes, he is. And once again, he's ahead. But that was a beautiful move there from Kevin Hoyman. Don't you think so? Joshua?
LMP2. Yes.
I said it was a good move from Kevin Hoyman there. Overtook 2 cars, of course, with that triple slipstream down the main straight.
Yeah. That was a nice move from him. Also, I mean, well done by all 3 of them. I see a world where they just decide to go 3 wide into turn 1, and then probably some teals will come out.
You're not the only one seeing that. I think a lot of drivers who have raced here in the past have some kind of PTSD of that first corner. But this trackside PEC LMP2 car, really quick over that 1 lap pace. They are quicker than everyone behind them at the moment, or than everyone ahead of them. They were the quickest car out on track, apart from the 046 racing car. So really putting down some good lap times here is that car. I have to say, I love that livery. It's not orange in your face, but it's kind of a nice color of orange.
Yeah, I'm not much of an orange fan.
No, of course
I'm gonna be honest. I don't like orange.
you're from Germany, so we have a bit of a rivalry here from with the Netherlands. Oh, that was a big snap for the Weitzer car. Just behind that, we saw that coming out of the second chicane, a big snap, and that has now almost lost them the toe. They're gonna have to put down the pedal to the metal, and they're gonna have to try and get back into the slipstream. The Lithium Motorsports car, though, keeping up now with the trackside LMP2 car. Devon Neumann has a battle on his hands with Fabian Tobin from the Lithium Motorsports car. GasX Racing Team still behind the Sebastian Houtgraven DLR Road Industry Orange car. This has been a battle that's been going on for quite a while. This is a battle that is also going on side by side. It's Winston Eckel with a little bit of connection issues, but he is up the inside of the AVL Sim Racing Mercedes, and he's finally past that. And he's now up into P9 in the Pro class, and up into P26 overall. And we are seeing the first couple of people in the LMP2 field pit. So a couple of people in, and that has given Loose Crew Racing the leader. Here are the leaders. Where are 046 Racing into the pit lane here, all, well, standing a little bit to the left to try and get the best exit out of their pit box. Luckily in Iris, you can just drive through people.
Yeah, except the Loose Crew Racing car, which is going a full lap longer.
And is that maybe a reason why they were losing a little bit of time in the beginning to this car, because they were fuel saving?
The ATRS car also going a lap longer. So maybe that's the reason why the 046 Racing car was able to pull ahead by quite a bit.
We're almost 40 minutes into the 12 hours. Still quite a long time to go for these cars, but, well, if we take a look at the first stint, overall, it was the 046 car that we're looking at right now in the LMP2 class, fastest of them all. But I think if we look longer distance, the Loose Crew Racing car, which is now in the pit lane, they will be quicker because they will have one less pit stops to make.
Yeah, for sure. Also, the ATRS car really close behind. So it's gonna be interesting. They're gonna come out directly behind each other.
We're going to take a look at how close it will be. We're going to stay with this 046 car to see how close it will be. But I think they will be coming out of the pit lane when the 046 is passing, but they're not at the speed yet. That is what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, the 046 is still gonna come out ahead, for sure. Yeah, without much issue.
Yeah.
I mean, they did have quite a big gap when they pitted, so...
About 3.5 seconds that gap was. We're going to see what that gap is going to be in a second. GasX Racing Team, though, look at that, going 2 laps longer.
Yeah, 2 laps is quite an achievement.
Well, it's a shorter track than most normal tracks, so it's easier to get 2 laps in here than at other track.
Yeah, and traffic obviously helps a lot here. You can just, if you get traffic, you can just go off the throttle and coast for 300-400 meters into a corner, because you know you're gonna catch them in the corner anyway. So... But GasX now coming into the pits, also finally ran out of fuel.
Also finally ran out of fuel. I love how just straight to the point you are, Joshua. I have to say, it's kind of two opposites. You have me here shouting about everything that happens, and then you have you, the composed commentator that just knows what is going on, tells you everything that is going on, is up to speed with everything. Then you have me here shouting about everything what happens on track and being absolutely amazed by everything that happened. I think it's a great duo, as Marnix Heister and Milo think as well in chat. So thank you boys for the compliments. We're of course doing everything to lead this into good hands. The Loose Crew Racing and 046 Racing Team have taken over the lead, and second place now, Gazik Racing Team on pit exit, but 2 laps longer, Joshua. That's going to be, I think, 1.5 pit stops less in the end of the race. Coming out of
Well,
P5.
if they can do it for the whole race, which I don't think. But depending on traffic, yeah.
Oh, it's going to be close to the PGZ car. PGZ was all over the inside curve of the second part of that chicane there, posting a purple lap time. Here we have it, and it's still Marlon Ducek in that car. Haven't made a pit stop yet. His last lap was also the fastest lap of the race for these GT cars. 046 Racing still with the fastest lap in the LMP2 field, I think. If I quickly take a look, yes, they are. So they are not into the 35s yet, at 36.17. But they're really quick, certainly. If we look back down into the GT3 field, this is the Crips Racing car, putting pressure on Stephen Burr for the Platinum Racing Team orange car. This is for overall position because the Crips Racing car is already in first place of the AM class. Behind it, though, it's the Platinum Racing Team orange car who could do a favor to its a fellow car. This is John Sylvester ahead of a whole group of cars, ahead of Manager Racing Yellow and RFRO Orange. It's the first time I got that immediately. The RFRO Porsche. And they are fighting for second, third, and fourth, respectively.
Yeah, really nice, close together. Although I don't think that... Oh, a move is happening.
That will be, I think, the RFRO Orange down the inside of Manager Racing Yellow. That is moved on for the 444. Did the Manager Racing Yellow have to cut that chicane? It looked like he was nowhere near the inside of the RFRO Orange car.
No. Obviously the Manitika was involved in the big Ascari incident. So they probably do have quite a bit of damage on their car.
Well, it's crazy. Yeah, look at the back of that car. How they were still then in P3 overall in that class. That just tells you how much time the others lost. Jean-Paul for DLR Rotary wide into the pit lane. That is his second pit stop. I do think, was this the car who had a drive-through?
Yes, but this would mean that he took a service.
Yeah, and I think that's why they got a second drive-through.
No, you don't get a second drive-through. You just have to wait another 15 seconds.
But isn't that ruining the whole point of a drive-through? A drive-through is driving through the pit lane without doing anything, and that is the penalty. This is just...
Yeah, but they received the stop and go ban.
Oh, okay.
505 Endurance received a drive-through.
Okay. That's my fault then, sorry. This is a move then for RFRO Orange, the Porsche getting up to P2 in the AM class. Platinum Racing Team Red demoted down a position, and now fighting with Manatee Racing Yellow, but in that 30 seconds, that means then that they must have taken a little bit of fuel, and that is not allowed, I think, in a 30-second stop and go. Because
yeah,
how can they go laps longer?
Yeah, that would mean that they get 15 seconds extra on their stop and go if they complete any service.
Well, that's
which they get immediately from iRacing automatically, so...
Yeah, but doesn't that mean that you have to go in again?
Not as far as I'm aware of our rules.
I'm just asking myself, how did it happen that the Rody Industry white car can go laps longer on the same fuel tank?
Just exactly how I described it.
But
they refueled.
But that should not be allowed during a 30-second stop and go.
Yeah, and that's why iRacing automatically gives you a added time to your penalty. I will take a look if we in PC have a specific rule for the stop and goes and serving them.
I don't know if any stewards who are in chat can give us clarification on this, but it looks like to me that there has been a relation. From my perspective, you cannot take fuel in any way or form, or in any shape or form, in a stop and go. because that just ruins the whole point of a stop and go. The stop and go, you cannot do anything on the car. You have to go down pit lane once again, then stop in your box again, then take fuel and drive out again. That is what you would have to do if you wanted to take fuel again. Or they're just masters of fuel saving. But yeah, I don't think so. Because they cannot go 5 laps longer than everyone else on the same fuel tank. That would be weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we will see what exactly.
So that's just what I'm saying. I'm not saying this is correct, but that is what I'm thinking right now. Also, we do see the Rider Engineering Esports car in as well. So this then says to me, it could be possible. This also with his second pit stop. Did this car have any penalties, Joshua? I'm gonna take a look at that real quickly. If I take a look, this is the car in question. The Rider Engineering car did not get a penalty yet. So don't tell me that they can go 6-7 laps longer on the same lap of fuel. That would be almost impossible for me to think about.
Maybe they are just too good.
Well, it could be the case, but I'm not thinking that has happened. This gap has come down quite a lot now, not 1.8 seconds, so maybe just traffic. Or it could be just the loose crew car better on used tires. It maybe has a better setup for used tires, but it's behind the DLR rotary white car, the number 23. That is going to probably let that car pass. It's going to give it a nice toe down into the second chicane, and it's then going to let it pass to catch up maybe to the 046 racing car. Oh, late on the brakes is the 77, the loose screw racing car, Ricardo J. Ferreira. He has shown that he's really quick now. Going to let it pass. That is beautifully done there by the number 23. The white car that is in 16th in the LMP class, a lap down now. Oh, that was quite close to the back of the 77. Don't overtake now, please. Would you overtake in these kind of scenarios?
I mean, they are a lap down, so this is not really their fight, in my opinion.
I mean, well, hear me out here. If you see that you're lap by lap faster than the loose screw racing car, I say go for it. But if you just let them pass and you don't know if they're actually faster, don't do it, because you're just gonna hamper your own race, slow your own race down and their race, which you're not gonna fight with them, and it's just gonna frustrate both of you, and it's gonna force you to make frustrated decisions, which are never good. We all know that.
I mean, the fact that they are coming up to lap you implies that they are fast.
Indeed, but they also did come out of the pit lane a lap ago. So you know what I mean? They have pitted and they're now a lap down, but it could also just be that the driver that is in the car now is a bit faster.
Yeah, that can very well happen. Although now he's out of the slipstream, so...
Traffic coming into play here.
Oh, that's a spinner and a second chicane. Who's that?
Oh, who is spinning?
Chicane Online Racing Orange.
Oh, this car is not looking happy. Daniel Thomas.
He's doing a 100-point turn. Just went on the gravel exit of the second chicane and then...
DCW car. Going past the number 42. That is, you check, 42 is the Octopus Racing Team LMP2 car. But this car in 18th in the LMP2s and in 42nd overall. So quite a couple of laps down. The Blackadder Wine Racing car not having the best evenings. The Rider Engineering car is damaged. That's why they are on the box. Okay. Well, that explains to us then. Oh, and that's off. The DCW car touches with the Octopus Racing Team, and that's not where you would have won it. Down into the second chicane, and that is damage, I think, for the DCW car. Frustration maybe from the penalty that they got, or that they're this far down. Oh, that is just difficult. The DCW car shouldn't have fought that move that the Octopus Racing team was making. They're a lap down, and I think the rule is, if the car that is a lap ahead of you, or that is coming up to lap you, is going for a move, you cannot fight that move. You can keep ahead, but you cannot fight that move if he is going for one. And difficult one here, Joshua. Help me on this.
No, that's not the DCW car's fault. They left space. The problem more was that the Octopus Racing team car first cut too much and then was too fast. That's it. That wasn't the DCW car's fault, in my opinion.
There we go. Very simple. Joshua, with his opinion on that, I agree with that for a certain part, but also he's multiple lap downs, or he's multiple lap down.
Yeah, but not because he's slow. More because he was involved in contacts with other cars that, at least the one I saw, wasn't his fault. Maybe there were other ones that he fabricated, but...
Look down then at a battle in the GT3 Pro class. This is Astro Racing Agenda Moderna trying to overtake the Vanity Black Mercedes. Christian Perez. The Vanity Racing Black is getting a slipstream by the Platinum Racing Team LMP2, or by the Platinum Racing Team Blue car. Used to saying LMP2.
So many LMP2s.
Yeah. And in the background, I think LMP2 going for a move. No, not making it quite. The GazX Racing Team still behind. That's a fight that's been going on for quite a while now. Still behind. If we look then at that battle, the DLR Road Industry Orange car, the Tempest Sport car has fallen back into the clutches of the DLR Road Industry Orange car.
Also, the gaps are staying consistent. In LMP2, ATRS lost a bit of time, I think. But between Loose Screw Racing and 046 Racing, it stays relatively even. PGC managed to pull out a bit more of a gap now, up to 8 seconds. And Tempest Simsport behind P2 by another 10 seconds. Also in GT3 AM, we have 10 seconds from Crisps Racing to the other cars who are still fighting. So I think our leaders in all classes are starting to get a little bit comfortable now with their leads.
I think except from the LMP2 class, because 2.2 seconds is not comfortable. At least if I had a 2.2 second lead, I wouldn't be comfortable at all. I would be still pushing every lap as hard as I could.
And that's why you're a color caster.
Indeed. Indeed. Thank you there, Joshua. I appreciate it, I have to say. This car, Kevin Hoyman in the trackside PEC. Oh, that's the DLR Road Industry Orange car around at the chicane. And it's finally got going again. But I was saying, this car catching up to the battle ahead of them between the GazX Racing Team and the Tempest Sim Sport car now. But they have been putting down lap after quick lap after quick lap. And that has given them quite a comfortable lead over P9 now. But they are really quick. And I think they could be a challenger for the podium here. At least if they keep this pace up till the end of the race.
Yeah, we are soon coming up on the first hour completed. The first of 12. The 505 endurance car nearly getting visited. Okay, they actually touched into the second chicane.
Is that with a GT3?
Yes. GT3 just went in too fast. Hit them in the rear. We do have another fight for position for P26 overall with the Platinum Racing Team Blue.
This is it. Fight Manatee Black Ahead of Christian Perez is Astro Racing on Genzo Moderna, Porsche. Mercedes trying to defend from that. Is that now going to be a pit stop from the Mercedes? It looks like a line to go into the pit lane. Yes, it is. The GT3 car from the Platinum Racing team also into the pits. A couple of pitters in the GT field now. This is quite early on, I have to say.
Yeah, about a minute and a half or one lap before we expected. Then Astro Racing goes a lap further is not really a surprise for me. Last season already, they've been fuel saving as much as they can. Our leader, PGC, not saving enough for the extra lap.
To the pit lane from Prada. Euromos Sports, like we said, they are saving. They are taking advantage of that now. Up into the lead they go. If we take a look at this, they're not going to make the hour mark at this point.
No, and I mean, you can still get it even if you like save the pit stop, even if you don't do it in the first stint. But whatever you save now, you don't have to save later.
Indeed. But it also look like they have to save more because. Or is this car gonna? This car is gonna go another lap longer from Prada, 2 laps longer than our previous leader PGZ in the Euromos Esports car. That car having the tow now of, I think that is the Trackside Esports LMP2 blue car or orange. I think that's the orange car. Yes, no, that's the blue. That's the blue. You can see the blue on the rear bumper there of that BMW. But now, as I've seen, the LMP2 of Temp is coming through as well. So they are going 2 laps longer here, Joshua. This could be good for their fuel mileage.
Yeah, if they can keep it up. But they still have to pay attention that the gap doesn't get too big. But saving enough fuel is always good.
Well, the gap to the MRP by Fields Academy, the car that is second at the moment, 20 seconds. So from the cars that have saved, they are definitely one of the quickest, or the quickest. Have the DCW racing car coming from the field as well. That car is down 70 from where it started. Started quite high up, I think in the top 4. But yeah, not able to, put that P4 into a good position in the race. And that's what we always say, qualifying doesn't matter too much if you make things happen that are not supposed to happen in the race. Like
Yeah,
that.
but obviously the further forward you start, the lower the chances that you get involved into anything.
Indeed. That is true. And that is always what I say. It doesn't matter in terms of positions at the end of the race, but it definitely does matter in terms of what pace you can drive, because if you're further back, you have to take if you know you're faster, things like that. But yeah, the PWT Audi still in the pit lane and not looking good either. That car has been in the pit lane for, if I take a look at that car now, that car has been in the pit lane for almost 10 minutes now.
Yeah, Octopus Racing Team received a drive-through for the incident with the DCW car, just like I said.
Seem to have a better look at those things than me, because, well, it did look like he went up the inside and just overcooked it and had to jump over the curb. But yeah, just what I felt like, you're 2 laps down. Why are you fighting this? If you see he's coming through, just let him through and overtake him again and show you're faster. Show that you have the superior speed, and then maybe he's gonna realize, okay, it's not smart to fight this guy. So see now, finally from Prada into the pit lane. He's taking his pit stop already. PGZ Motorsport coming through. There they go, but 2 laps less on the fuel tank.
Yeah, the DCW Racing Team caught the Octopus Racing Team themselves. So it was them unlapping themselves.
So what you're saying is they should have already known that the DCW car was faster?
Probably. But, I mean, anything can happen. Also in the race. Maybe the pace difference was only like 3 or 4 tenths a lap. Maybe even less.
Yeah, that could well be the case. into the next hour now. All cars have pitted. If I take a look, there are no cars that haven't pitted yet. And it's Joshua who's going to give you a run through the top 5 of every class, starting, Joshua, in the LMP2 field.
Yeah, 046 Racing, still leading, closely followed by the Loose Screw Racing. ATRS Esports now 10 seconds down. It would be interesting to see what happened there. TSR Racing and Tempest Sim Sport, who started quite high up, now in P4 and 5.
That was a pole sitter, remember, it's a Tempest Sim Sport car, a pole sitter, like I said. So, yeah. Through there now to the GT Pro field.
BGC still leading after pulling out a really big gap in the beginning, but not going that hot on the fuel strategy. We will see how that pans out for them. Euromaster Esports started in the front of the field, now is still there. Gap to PGC is increasing, but they are obviously going 2 laps longer with their tank. Tempest Sim Sport, Astro Racing, Cellular Moderna, and MRP by Fields Academy are rounding out your top 5. For GT3M, RFO Orange is now leading, followed by Manatee Racing Yellow, the Platinum Racing Team Red, YS Motorsports Europe, and Crisp Racing now only in P5 after being our clear leader for most of the race.
Tell you what happened there. Pit stop, 20 seconds longer than anyone else in the GT field, or in the GT3M field. So, that's
tires.
a big up as well for the Crips Racing. Lewis Craig, not too happy there. That car definitely has changed tires, I think.
Yeah, I mean he took way too much of the inside anti-cut curb, but yeah, they changed tires and driver. So not going for the double stint.
But also the leaders, the RFO Orange car, losing a little bit of time to the guys behind them. That gap was, I think, about 10 seconds at some point. But this BMW from Manatee Racing Yellow now gaining time. John Sylvester in the BMW from Platinum Racing Team Red. Also improving his lap times. His last lap time quite close to what he did on his fastest lap. Even though there was traffic involved. But yeah, they are all 3 catching up to the leader. Then with the PGZ Motorsport car, the car that has been leading from start to finish basically. And, well, it's going to be interesting now. Maybe we can get some clarification now. Because we have Marnix Heister, one of our stewards in the pit box. Marnix, welcome. First of all, how busy is it in the steward's room?
Of minutes, like the 31st minutes, were amazingly busy. But it seems like it's been cooled down a bit. No reports so far since what's been 15 minutes. So it's all right now. I hope it's calmed down a bit and that we can enjoy the race so far. I mean, it's good.
Well, I think it's the usual pattern we've seen in all the other races. The first couple of minutes or first 45 minutes are quite busy. And then it just drops off because everyone finds its groove. Everyone is fighting for his own position now. And the positions don't come so easily anymore. But we have a question. We saw, and now I have to pick the correct car. The DLR Rotary Industry white car came into the pit lane for, I think, a 30-second stop and go. And that car could go 5 or 6 laps longer than the rest. Which tells to me that this car is taking fuel, or is a master of fuel saving in that stop and go.
It could be. I mean, they had an incident in the free practice where they almost crashed intentionally in someone else. And as people know, intentional wrecking is not welcome here at all. So we had to punish that quite hard and harsh. And yeah, so we had to punish them with a stop and hold of 30 seconds and the driver warning for the specific driver who did this incident. And next time he does something similar, he will be banned from PRL. But let's not talk about that. I think they have a good strategy made out of it. I mean, it seems like it.
Well, my question to you then is, are they allowed to refuel on that 30-second stop and go?
I think after they've done the stop and hold, they can do a refuel.
Okay. Yeah,
So they kind of have a early pit stop, which might screw their strategy, and have some kind of pit stop after the 30-second stop and hold.
Well, yeah, I was saying a little bit earlier on that for me ruins the whole thing of stop and go, because yeah, it says it, you have to stop and go.
Exactly.
You cannot do anything else. So that's why I was a bit confused earlier on. Why are they allowed to take fuel? Because if you want to take fuel, you basically have to drive in, serve your stop and go, drive out, drive in the next lap, stop in your pit box, take the fuel that you want, and drive out again.
That's how I would see it as well. I mean, we do it through iRacing, and iRacing gives us the option of a few penalties. We can give a drive-through, we can give stop, hold, and hold for a few seconds, or a minute, or 5 minutes, and we just give it through iRacing. We are bordered in this, the amount of penalties, or how long the penalties can be, or what kind of penalties.
Well, Mornix, first of all, thank you for popping in once again. And what do you expect are, or who do you think is the best, has the best chances of winning this race at this point? I know it's early on, but I don't want you to sit on the fence here because you're gonna get splinters in your bum. So tell us, who do you think is in the best position at the moment to win this?
I mean, eventually they all are. It's a 12-hour race. A lot can happen. We've had the same at the past races where it looked like PGZ was winning the whole race, and where they crashed after an hour or something, or had an incident where they had damage throughout the whole race. So if you get damage in the first hour, it will deficit your whole race if you don't get it fixed by the pit crew. Sometimes iRacing is not able to fix everything, and then you have to deal with it the whole race long. I really hope Platinum Racing Team Red can manage to finish in first in the AM category. So I got my fingers crossed for them. Of course, teams are getting their first drivers to be the best drivers. And so let's see what the second drivers of each team can do, and let's see what their progress is throughout the race. It's a 12-hour race, long race to go. Also, if I may, I have a few announcements to make.
Go on.
Well,
times.
all right, so PEC will continue with another season 3. That will somewhere start within March or April. We don't know yet for certain, but we are sure that we will continue. There's a lot of interest, and people are excited, and that's good to hear. That's amazing to hear, and so that's the main reason why we wanted to continue. And we will be coming with our very own Dutch podcast. You know of it because you'll be in it with me and Thijs Merks, and Thijs Merks is a driver for the Platinum Team Red. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. We just have to finalize a few things, and then we're all sorted. So more info to come later. And then yeah, I think that was it. Of course, some karting news. Within a month, almost exactly a month, we will be having our very first team karting event. It's something we worked through quite some time, and we're finally able to provide some karting racing for our very own team, which I'm really excited about, and you are in there as well. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
Well, Monix, just tell them who was fastest on average the whole day. Tell them.
On all day, it was you, but the karting, the kart star were ridiculously different from each other. I mean, we just hope to get the good draw, because there will be a draw on what kart we get, and let's just hope we get a good one. And eventually, it's all about the experience. We hope to be able to get more karting experience in there, and be able to attend more races and events. Buckmore Park, for example, is something that we'll be aiming for to do next year of the year. Sorry?
That Buckmore Park race is basically our end goal. If we can achieve that and finish well in that, then we've achieved basically what we wanted.
Exactly, and I mean, it's eventually also for me more of the fun. It's amazing to see, because that's the other thing I want to say. Next month we exist 2 years, And it's amazing to see that after 2 years we've built something amazing with you and with the other guys, and we've grown immense. And I'm really grateful for what we've built so far and with the support we've gotten so far. And yeah, I'm just really looking forward what the future has for us.
Well, Monix, if that was everything, I'm going to thank you for being in here once again. I'm going to wish you good luck for the next 10 hours and 50 minutes, because it will be a long, long day for everyone. 12 hours, for us it will go on until 2 a.m. At night, so it will be long all day for us, like I said. But yeah, thank you for popping in and giving us an interview, and yeah, good luck.
You too, guys. Good luck, and thanks for all.
That was Monix Heister in the commentary booth with us here this evening. First of all, I want to say thanks all for being here. PRT Orange. What is with PRT Orange, Martin Option? Do you want to take a look at PRT Orange? Because we can do that if we take a look quickly. PRT Orange, Platinum Race Team Orange. Looks like they are in a fight at the moment with the No Limit Sim Racing Mercedes. This is an exciting fight, isn't it? Joshua?
Yeah, I'm just looking, you know.
I was waiting.
Yeah, I'm feeling the excitement.
Are you feeling the excitement in the commentary booth at the moment? By the way, could you just quickly close the door because Marnix has left it open?
For sure.
Well, everyone who wasn't aware, Ewan Bramer, welcome to the chat, buddy, as well. Martin Upson, all drivers, I think, from Platinum Race Team Orange. In 12th overall they are, trying to keep the No Limits Racing car behind them. If you don't, oh, that's the 99 trackside coming through. That's going to lose him some time on the exit, and that's a great run for the No Limits car. That is going to be, and now they might be able to get up alongside the PRT Orange car. Is Stephen Bird going to give this one up? I don't think he is. Yes, he is. Very smart driving there from him. Gives up that position and is down at speed 13, trying to get into the slipstream, into the toe once again. But I expected them to be a little bit higher up, to be honest, after what they've done a little bit earlier on.
I mean, they are already 6 positions up from where they started.
Well, I think at Road Atlanta they finished in the top 5. So that's why what I'm basing that on. But just if you could just chat for a second with everyone, I'm just gonna quickly get some drink. Okay?
Yeah, have fun getting some drink.
I would much rather be here with you.
We will see how many apprentices that needs. Yeah, Martin, you can come for an interview. There's no issue with that. We've already talked about Platinum Racing Team Orange. Let's see, what do we have? PGC and Euromaster. Still P1 and 2. To be honest, not exciting. Not surprising. Neither is that our top 5 are all 911 GT3Rs. That's... yes, exactly how we want it. We are thinking iRacing. DCW Racing managed to now be in front of the GT3s again. 046 Racing is pitting behind the DLR Rotary Industry red car, with Loose Screw Racing again going a bit longer. We will see what ATRS will do. They won't pit, also going longer.
Back with you. How much do you enjoy that?
Oh, damn. That time without your voice? Horrific.
Of course. Well, Joshua, we have in chat, Ewan Braming says, hi, Dan and crew. I do not believe one bit of what you just said. But hey, let us know in chat, how good was it to not hear my voice for a second? Well, we have Ewan Braming, he says, hi, Dan and crew. crew at the moment is Josh Meyer once again. Before we go anywhere else, I once again want to give a shout out to the man who, well, has provided us with all of this, and for us to be able to do this race. It is Adrie Kerstens, who, of course, has provided us with a beautiful setup to do the race. And yeah, because of that, now we do not have any stutters anymore. We had a little bit of issues in the beginning of the race with the replay, but that is because the replay was too far back for him. So that wasn't anything that we could do anything about. Since we know it, we aren't showing too many replays anymore because, well, it can't bug out a little bit. That is an SDK thing. That's nothing that we can do anything about at the moment. But yeah, apart from that, it's been smooth going at the moment. Knock on wood. But yeah, it's been smooth sailing at the moment, and let's hope we can keep it like that.
Yeah, loose screws and ATRS are now finally coming back in. So they're gonna pit, get some new fuel. I suppose they will all stay on the same tires for another stint.
It's not a high tire degradation circuit, this, is it?
Not real. And I mean, the temperatures are starting to go down now. We've passed noon, so yeah, loose screws, not taking the tires. ATRS neither.
We're looking at this amazing battle. Going to defend is the Tempest Sim Sport car. That's actually going to let everyone pass. That is not the Tempest Sim Sport car. That is the number 44, I think, in that class, or number 444, which is, oh no, that's this car. That's the leader in the AM class. But the Mercedes there letting everyone pass. This is the battle that I was talking about. Here's the Tempest Sim Sport car, and here is the Astro Racing Cellular Mode car. The car up in front of this field is the 74, I think. The 24, 046 GT3, that car is. Yes, there we have it, 24. That let everyone through. That is in the AM class at the moment, last in the AM class in P10 of all the driving cars. Fernando Alcolea defending from the MRP car, the MRP by Fields Academy. Alberto Gazapo in that car. Is he going to try and make that move down into Oscar or Parabolica? No, he's not. That is going to give him another a run down this long straight. That car looking a bit damaged on the front of that car. It's the Baden Racing Team LMP2 car coming through there. They're at the moment in a P13 overall. Not doing too bad either, but Alberto Gazapo, is he going to go for a launch down the inside of that first gate? Not really. I think he's fuel saving.
Yeah, you can do that easily in the draft. We'll see. By taking on the pit stop, you want to give him the advantage, or you're just not fast enough for it.
Well, if you overtake, you have to try and get out of the slipstream again. If you're not comfortable, you can do so. Oh yeah, it's fuel saving big times. As is actually the Astro Racing Cellular Mode ahead of them. I think we heard them clutch in as well before they got to the braking zone. Let me take a look on board with that car to see if it does it. Here, of course, they won't do it because it's short of a run up to the corner. But I think going into Scotty, they will do it again. Let's hear if they do it. Coming into the Oscar chicane. Of course they don't now. This is typical.
Yeah.
The one they're trying to shame here.
Well, you know, it happened to me, it will happen to you.
To get everything equal again. But the Gas Racing Team, oh, here we go. They're into the pit lane finally. So there, once again, 4 laps longer than the 046 racing car.
Again, 2 laps longer. It adds to 4. But
yeah. Tricky. There goes 046 racing car. And And the gas extraction team still in the pit lane.
But I think the Astro Racing team, they might be starting to save too much fuel. At least feels like it with the MRP by Fields Academy car behind them. Now, our leader, the 046 Racing team,
Yes.
the gap behind them has stayed pretty much consistent with Loose Screw Racing at these 2.5 seconds.
You know what the issue is with that gap? You can't make a mistake. Because if you do, the gap is reversed. And Loose Screw Racing now has the phone.
Yes.
So it's not a comfortable gap at all, I would say.
Better than no gap. Better than no gap.
Well, I would much rather be ahead, like you said, instead of side by side with someone. But well, the thing is, if you're in the lead, you want to kind of extend that lead and not lose or keep it the same. At least that's what I always have when I'm driving. When we are doing big official iRacing events, like the 24-hour of Le Mans or something, I always want to extend the lead over the car behind me and gain on the car ahead of me. But as we know, that's not always possible.
You gotta be quicker than both of them for that. I know maybe a challenge for you, but maybe some of these guys can do it.
Has this now just turned into a roast of our commentator?
PGC is still pulling the gap. I'm pretty sure they are not really saving fuel. Maybe like half a lap if they are, depending what the delta is.
Move done though. Look at this, MLP by Fields Academy ahead of the Astro Racing Cellular mode. So they're now going to try and create that gap over them.
Yeah, I think the Astro Racing car, he wanted him to go past. Because now he can just do what he did and sit behind him in the slipstream and, you know, save fuel. Be relaxed, lift.
This is also a battle that has been going on for quite a while. Stephen Bird still behind the No Limit Sim Racing. This is one of your closest battles on track at the moment. It is Jean-Paul Seaman in the DLR Rotor Industry white car ahead of the 505 Endurance. That car is probably going to get passed by this straight because it's close enough to gain a lot of slipstream. And I think 505 Endurance over a stint is just quicker, or is it going to save fuel? It looks like it's going to save fuel behind the DLR Rotor white car.
Yeah. Also, a lot of these LMP2 drivers clutching in to save fuel. Might feel good, but it is dangerous if you release it too fast. Yeah, you're gonna be in for a really bad time.
We saw that, I think, in the first race of last season, Winston Eckel in the LMP2, and I don't think he will be happy of me reminding him of that, but he clutched in the bust-up chicane in P2 at the moment that the leader was on pit road, and released the clutch, already shifted down a couple of gears, and the car span round on him. So that's exactly what can happen, but at that point I know that Winston Eckel was he was mad at himself, and I don't think anyone else could have been madder at it than himself, because he was so unhappy with the fact that he just ruined their chance at a win. And they haven't been closer to a win in the LMP2 class ever since.
Yeah, that's how it goes. It is risky.
505 Endurance LMP2 car now close enough to the DLR Rotor Industry white car. Now finally going for the move alongside almost ahead. Look at that, a tenth quicker on the last lap, even though they were fully behind them. But yeah, there we go. Finally ahead, and out of 505 endurance car can, I think, start to pull away. This is the battle for third place. The TSR Racing LMP2 behind the ATRS Esports #13. And if you ask yourself, well, what does the ATRS team stand for? Well, I'm quickly going to give you the opportunity to take a look at that.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands. Base performance simulator cockpits. VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
Well, then now you know where ATRS stands for, Apex Tech Racing Supplies. There's that link in the description, and you can visit them and get a rig of your own. Well, it's been quite the event for the moment right now, and this is a battle for third, like we said. The gap has now grown a little bit once again outside of a second, so not within that slipstream range. If we look at Stephen Bird for the Platinum Racing Team, this is the closest battle on track, together with the 505 Endurance behind the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 car, or ahead of the BLR Road Industry White, excuse me. Also a battle in the LMP2 field is Bazinga Motorsports ahead of the Digital Spirit DS Racing. Quite a lot of battles in the LMP2 field going on. The GT field, it's quite stretched out now.
Yeah, the gap, I mean, now we are at a point where gaps are starting to come out slowly, even more. Now the pace difference becomes a bit more apparent between teams, and also soon, excitingly, in half an hour, we're gonna get driver swaps from the GT category.
So that's going to be exciting, because we will see, I think, a whole different kind of ladder of pace. So different teams will be fast. I think the thing that will remain the same is that PGZ Motorsport will remain one of the quickest cars out on track. They have a really quick lineup.
Yeah, I mean, PGC now entering probably most leagues and races that there are. They went on a bit of an acquisition spree, I think.
They did.
And yeah,
The rest is history.
expanding.
Well, we all know where
Obviously,
PGZ stands.
probably trying to get away from their old image that they got and establish themselves as an actually contending team, which they, so far, in everything that I've seen them in, have done successfully.
At the moment in P1, outside of any slipstream range of anyone at the moment, so yeah, 10.1 seconds the gap to Euromasters Esports, but that team also not a slouch in that car either. At the moment it is Fran Parada still in that car, and he's been quick throughout that whole stint for the 1.5 hours that we've had now. He's been putting in some quick lap times, and that gap came very much at the beginning of the race.
Yeah. They didn't. I mean, slowly but surely, it's gonna get a bit bigger. Also, 046 Racing is managing to pull a gap now. Already at 4 seconds nearly.
Well, we got information. LMP2 P1 are not saving fuel anymore. That's in the chat, so if we believe that, then that is why that gap is has gone out to 3.2 seconds now. Not too big of a gap still in terms of them not saving fuel and Loose Screw Racing that are saving fuel. But I think
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting. They were the LMP2 team that went the least distance on the tank of fuel, so maybe they decided we're not gonna save, we're just gonna fast enough to pull out the gap.
Well, at
Which,
the
of
moment-
course, can backfire massively.
it can, but at the moment, they are wringing the neck of that car, but they're still losing time to Loose Screw Racing. But on the edge of every off-track, and at some point, we're going to see drive-throughs for off-track, because if I look at off-tracks, some teams already have 45.
That would be quite interesting.
In the first hour of the race, that is quite a lot in the first 1.5 hours.
Also because at 95 off tracks or incidents, you're gonna get disqualified.
90, okay.
So if the teams are already close to the penalty at 65, and they're not gonna have that well over time.
Not at all. Okay, no, that was not chat. I thought we had a chat P2 also not saving fuel, but that is still P1. Never mind. My reading is a little bit off here in the early stages of this broadcast, and probably it will only get worse once we get to the end, because we're going to be here for a long old time, aren't we, Joshua?
You will remember my name at one point. I mean, yeah, we're gonna be here for a long time, but we will see how the race develops. I think once everything calms down, we all can calm down a bit. The Loose Screw Racing car is still saving quite a bit of fuel between, so... And they are still gaining.
Yeah, well, this is the closest battle on track we have at the moment, and this is for P3, the ATRS, the Apex Tech Sim Racing Supplies. They are at the moment, I think, 5/10 ahead? Yes, 5/10 ahead of the TSR racing car, the racing LMP2, and I think at some point you have to say, okay, we're going to stop saving fuel now, being TSR racing. We're going to try and attack now and get past.
Yeah. Obviously, again, that can backfire. But they are close. I'm surprised that the ATRS car is this far behind. I don't know, personally, I expected them to be a bit further forward. But they are still saving quite a bit of fuel.
So a lot of fuel saving going on. ATRS, says Andrew, big safe strat. So they are saving a lot of fuel, and that is maybe why they are a little bit off the pace. But yeah, I think the GasX Racing team is the biggest fuel saver, because they have been able to go 4 laps longer in total now. 2 laps in the first stint, 2 laps in the second stint, and we're getting close to the end of the third stint. About 15 minutes to go. And I think that once we get further into their stints, a stint for an LMP is around about 20 laps, I would assume. 25 laps.
No. It has to be a bit less.
A bit less? If it's 20 laps, then we're coming to the end of 4 laps of this stint, and I don't think that is the case.
Let me calculate for you, huh?
Well, our beautiful pit reporter, Joshua Meyer, is on it, and he's calculating how much fuel they are using and how much laps this stint is. I assume about 22 laps, 22 to 23 laps. That's what I expect it to be.
24.7 probably.
Okay,
If we only go off time. But then we still have quite a bit. Another 20 minutes probably until they come in.
Well, the time that they've run is 35 minutes, the shortest. So without fuel saving. If we do that, we will see them in at 150 again, or at 154. Yes? Agreed?
Yeah.
Then that is 10 minutes. So we're expecting the 046 racing car in about 10 minutes, and we're expecting the GasX Racing Team car in about 16 to 17 minutes. So already 6 minutes longer, or 7 minutes longer than the 046 Racing Team, and that is only going to be a bigger and bigger advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if they get the 2 laps, they might even save a full pit stop. But the issue is they are 32 seconds behind them right now. So at some point, saving a full pit stop will not do anything for them.
Well, the
At
question
least
is,
compared to our leader.
Are they going for the lead? Because just saving fuel could also gain you positions overall. It doesn't have to be against the leader. That gap has now grown to 5.5 seconds, so there is evidence that they are not fuel saving anymore, and that loose screw racing is. But you do not have to keep in mind the leader, because if you do that, it's going to be sometimes really depressing, because the leader usually is really quick.
I'm not gonna say what I want to say. But yes, I mean, obviously the leader is quick. It's the quickest car on the track. But 046 racing not saving, in my opinion, is interesting. We're gonna see how it works out for them. Obviously, loose screw racing only going 1 lap further than them. What would be interesting to me then is how many cars are out to race.
How many cars are out of the race at them? I'm going to take a look at that for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cars out of the race at the moment, and another 2 still in the pit lane right now.
That means we are down to, what, 44, 45 cars?
No, we're down to about 50 cars.
Ah. Because, I mean, now here comes a little phenomenon, I think. We don't see anyone on track together anymore. Even though we have 50 cars, they are so spread out. Unless we are looking at Johannes Straupe now, who apparently has found all the cars on the track that I can't see. Because I'm with the 046 racing car and they have no one around them.
They have the number 10 LMP2 in the background, which is the... Quickly taking a look here. The number 10 LMP2, where's the 10 LMP2? Are they down low? Number 10 LMP2. Which team is that? I don't know. I can't find number 10.
Number 10?
Yes.
There is no number 10.
Okay. Interesting.
Also, if any drivers watching, join the waiting room. We will pull you in and we will make you reveal everything.
Don't scare them like that.
So just come into the Discord, join the waiting room, and I'm sure we can have a chat. Non-threatening chat, of course.
That would be bad if that would be the case. Down the inside of the Lamborghini we go, the Lamborghini of the Austin Sim Races team. Traffic now spread out, easier to get through, I think, for all cars, but it can still cost you quite a lot of time. but 6.6 seconds the gap now back down to Ricardo J. Ferreira. Quite big, isn't it?
Yeah, and it seems like it's only getting bigger and bigger. But interesting, it looks like the gap to Gazek's racing team hasn't grown as much. So Gazek's probably not going super slow now.
Well, were they before? Because before they had quite some good pace as well.
As said, the really exciting part is gonna be the last hour when all of these strategies start to actually unfold. And we will see who saved how much fuel when.
I think at some point we are going to see a strategical position change, but it's too early, I think, now to see those strategies work yet. Because we are only 1 hour and 40 minutes into a 12-hour race.
Oh, interesting. We have penalties. Digital Spirit DS Racing received a drive-through penalty. Let's have a look.
There they are. Number 55. Where did they receive it for?
For an incident with Astro Racing Cellular Mode.
Okay, that is a GT car.
Yeah, so it seems like, because the next one is from the Octus Racing Team Black GT3 to the DLR Rotary Industry White. DLR Rotary Industry White also getting a drive-through, and Trackside Esports Endurance Blue receiving a drive-through.
That could be interesting. Because they're going to lose quite a couple of positions with that, because it's quite close where they are.
Yeah. Although DLR Rotary Industry White obviously also getting a penalty.
Well, there are quite a lot of cars a lap down. The closest car to them is 14 seconds, then it's 33 seconds. So it could lose here 3 positions with that drive-through.
Yeah, the Trackside Esports Endurance Blue currently sitting in P49 overall, so probably will not lose too many positions through that drive-through, which they have already served. So we will soon see how many positions they lost, if they lost any.
I don't think they... Well, it's going to be close. DLR Royal Industry White, once again, not having the cleanest race in terms of penalties, so I would say, but still in P13, fighting their way up, and once again, taking the blow, and then they're going to have to fight their way up again. But I don't think they're going to let themselves being hampered by that. They're just going to fight back again.
Yeah.
Closest battle on track at the moment is this one. All the other battles outside of a second, but No Limits Racing behind Platinum Racing Team Orange now. They have kicked their pace up a notch in the BMW.
Yeah.
And that gap is now 7/10.
I just saw the Manatee Racing Team Yellow car also out of the race. So this is gonna be the third 0-point round this season.
No, that's not good. That's not how you want to start a season, is it?
Well, we only have so many races, so this is the halfway point of the season.
Of course. A 12-hour race does count for more points than a 6 or an 8-hour race. But the thing is, and I always find this really amazing, teams are usually more eager to to do not continue in a 12-hour race than they are in a 4-hour.
Yeah, I mean, in a 12-hour race, if you continue, you might get some points. But then it's gonna take another 10 hours. And I mean, I think everyone can imagine some things that they can do in 10 hours.
I can't. The only thing I can imagine is commentating.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna rephrase it. Everyone with a social life or general to live.
Joshua Mayer on its best. I hope I pronounced your second name correctly.
No,
Tell me how to pronounce it.
no.
Okay, so Joshua, no.
You're gonna have to find out through suffering.
Okay, Joshua Maya. Is that correct?
Not so bad.
Okay, then I'll keep it at that. Joshua Maya at his best here at the PEC commentary booth. Welcome along all to the 12 hours of Monza. At the moment, 1 hour and 46 minutes into this 12-hour race. Still a long, long day ahead of us. More than 10 hours to go still. And I have a feeling, Joshua, that at some point, like I said, we are going to see some strategy come into play, but I think we're a little bit too early on for that now. The AM class settling down nicely. If we take a look at the overall standings, here we go. The pros now almost all ahead of the AMs, and the AMs almost all together now.
Yeah. I mean, over the race, it was clear that this will happen. But now, slowly, the AM teams, obviously, also as soon as they swap in the second drivers, I think the difference between the second AM driver and the pro drivers will probably also be even more noticeable.
And it depends on the strategy, of course, how at what point you use your AM driver as well, because that could be a big difference with that as well.
Yeah. So we're gonna see.
We're looking at the moment at the man in P2, John Sylvester, chasing down this man, Clément Pibloque. I said that so wrong. Pibloco. I'm not gonna embarrass myself any further. I'm just gonna call it Clément.
It's pro if you.
I tried at least. French, not my best language. Not at all, actually. It's one of the worst languages that I do speak. Italian I do speak even better, I think, than French. But yeah, difficult names those French have. But he's at the moment in the lead out in the RFRO orange car, and that gap up to 17 seconds. So quite a big gap already there.
Yeah.
The 046 Racing LMP2 car, it seems like that gap has stabilized again, because that is now 6.9 seconds. And
yeah, PGC Motorsport losing some time too.
Not too much, I think. That is.
Yeah, only about a second.
And where did they lose that? If I look at their last lap, they lost about 3 tenths. Or they gained about 3 tenths on the Euromos esports car. So I don't know where exactly they have lost that much time. But the PGZ Motorsport car is still in P1, and this car is basically led from start to finish, except from the pit stop cycles. Well, Euromos has usually gone a lap longer than the PGZ car.
Yeah, easily. So we're gonna see PGZ not going for the fuel saving, or as we said, maybe these GT3s can do so and so many 0.7 or 0.8 laps, and instead of saving a full lap, they decide, yeah, we just go for this a little bit, and except that we can't go the full hour on our tank. So
and you touched on this before, is we're now getting closer and closer to that pit stop window for these GT cars as well. It's going to be an interesting one. Traffic also costs you quite a lot of fuel, so now the race has slowed down a little bit in terms of traffic. I think the drivers will be able to go a little bit longer as well, so that's only going to play into the hands of the Euromos esports car, and they're gaining time in doing so as well. So it's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, we will definitely see that. Again, different strategies are always exciting.
As we're looking now at the front of the LMP2 field, 046 Racing going a lap longer once again. TSR Racing, Trackside PEC LMP2, Tempest Sim Sport, Bazinga Motorsports, DLR Orange Industry Orange, all into the pit lane. It's going to be quite an interesting given here. All those cars into the pit lane, and well, for once, the 046 Racing actually going a lap longer.
Yeah, very surprising when we think about that they apparently stopped saving fuel.
Yeah, indeed.
But
it's not impossible though. The race has slowed down. You're not having to slow down as much for the traffic as you did in the first two stints. So that could be one of the reasons why they are now able to go maybe a lap longer.
definitely also it will be exciting to see if any LMP2 teams go for a fourth stint on their tires.
Well, we haven't touched yet. Also, the GTs are in now, so quite a busy pit lane. But we haven't touched on the fact that it isn't as high of a tire wear circuit, is it?
No, definitely not. So I think 4 stints in the LMP2 obviously depends on the driver and the setup. Is gonna be possible, but
You are going to lose pace over the drivers who do pit for a new set of tires. Loose Screw Racing, are they going to go a lap longer is the question. Yes, they are.
Oh.
There we go, Loose Screw Racing now into the lead.
oh, PGC Motorsports involved in an incident right on the end lap.
Well, I don't know if we can take a look at that. PGC Motorsport, Marlon Dujak driving that car.
I think we're close enough for a replay. We can risk it, I think.
Here we go then. I hope this will work. I hope this will work, guys.
If you have any issues with epileptic contact, please look away. Yeah, look away.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, it works.
There we go. Ah, that was a big hit. And that is into the wall for the PGZ car. That is with another GT car that they were lapping probably, and now it's such a long time before they can get back. And at some point, we have to see the Euromasters car coming through.
Yeah, it
Somewhere in
was
the
an
background.
incident with the Alfa orange car which went off track, and well, let's just say that rejoin wasn't ideal.
No, especially not on such a high speed point of the track, but they're still in the pit lane. They're losing heaps of time with repairing that car. There they are in the pit lane. They haven't been moving again. That could be quite a lot of damage there for the PGZ Motorsports car.
Yeah, they didn't hit the tire barrier, but actually just the wall, and obviously in iRacing, while tire barriers can save you or ruin you, hard walls will always result in quite a lot of pain. I mean, Euromaster, they're gonna have a good time now. They were saving fuel, they have quite a big lead over the cars behind them. And now they have no one to contest them in front.
Well, here is my thoughts on that. Were they overtaken? Because we haven't seen the full incident. I'm scared to go that far back. But if they were overtaking on the outside of of Ascari, that wouldn't be such a smart move to make, would it? Sean?
Yeah.
That wouldn't be such a smart move to make, would it?
Yeah, as said, the Alpha orange car with their incident, and then, yeah.
We're gonna look in a second. The Euromos will come in. They have a lap now, I think, over the PGZ car.
Yeah, they do.
Which
But
they-
obviously, if PGZ now comes out behind them, which they don't. So yeah, they are a lap down on the Euromaster Esports Cup.
You go then still in the lead, but if you look back, look who's in the lead here. It is Kazak's racing team taking over the lead of the LMP2 field. Of course, they have to go into the pit lane at some point, but they're going to go for another lap around the circuit. Annabel Martin Ruiz says, come on, Euromasters. So a lot of Euromasters in the chat at the moment. They will be happy that their team is now in the lead.
Yes, X, what are we thinking? Are they gonna go 2 laps longer again?
At this point, I think this is their second lap longer. If they can make it 3 laps, that would be amazing for them.
Yeah.
Because that will save them quite a lot of time in the pit. So the more laps they can save, the better. They will be up to around, I think, 7 laps, which is almost 1/3 of a stint already.
Yeah, I think they're gonna probably save a whole pit stop towards the end of the race. If it was worth it, we're gonna see.
Now that the more conservative strategy in terms of the Euromasters esports car, who's now into the pit lane, has worked out for them. Of course, they needed a little bit of luck for that in terms of that car. Well, how do you say it? In terms of the PGZ car crashing, I think we just say like that, and they needed that luck, and they got that luck. And now they're quite far ahead of P2 with a fuel-saving strategy.
Yeah, I mean, the PGZ car, they repaired. They are out of the pits now. And they are just probably gonna now push.
They are not going to fuel save at all if they were doing that before.
No, now it's just time go full throttle for the rest of the race. They still have 10 hours. They have 10 hours to recover 3 laps, probably 2.5.
Around that point, yeah.
But Euromaster now also swapping drivers, so as said, with all the GT3s changing drivers, it's gonna be really interesting.
There you go then. This is Juan Manuel Frias, who's jumped on board that Euromos eSport car. He will be looking to try and extend that lead to the Austin Sim Racer Cyan. Got out in about a 20-second lead, I think, and we'll see what that will be by the end of it. But Euromasters definitely, last time out at Atlanta they were quick. This time here at Monza they're quick once again. Definitely one, I think, to take it out, to keep an eye out for the championship.
Yeah. Sadly, no drivers for interviews so far. Maybe we did indeed scare them.
Indeed. Well, I don't think they just want to be with us. They want to be with the team. They want to have a good vibe and just crack on with the racing. 30 seconds is that lead though. Tempest Sims for Blue come out behind the Euromasters esports car. The pit stop though from Tempest Sim Sport 2.5 seconds longer. So also 2.5 seconds lost in the pit.
Yeah, maybe they had a bit of damage and just quickly repaired that. You never know.
Could be the case. I think as well is the fact that they have now inherited that lead from the PGZ team. PGZ team is going to be pushing, so they're also going to be looking at the PGZ team, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if PGZ now is going full flat out, they will be a good reference. Just in terms of lap times for them. And we will see how this all evolves.
This has also given Vincent Ossem's P6 back in that Clara Race Team blue car. Back in the position where they were. P6, like I said, they were P12, I think, a little bit earlier on. But that was orange. No, that was orange. They are now on P9. So catching as well. But Vincent Ossem is really quick. He's now on to P6. Trying to chase down I think that is. The Mercedes AMG 499. And that is they are 8.
Daniel Whitnell for Motorsports. Not a direct contender for him.
No, so he's going to move out of the way, I think. Down the inside goes Vincent Ossem. Easy move to make, though. He's going to have to fight for it. Doesn't get given that position easily. That's going to...
Yeah, the AMG should just lift out, probably.
The DS racing cars will be slowed down by that as well. We do have some battles on track again. This is one of the battles. The PGZ car. Oh no, excuse me. The LMP by Fields Academy car. Right behind the Austin Sim Racers Cyan car. And they are looking dangerous. They are looking for an overtake, maybe down the inside of Ascari.
You can go for it, and they are going for it. But it's gonna require a lot of... yeah, Austrian Sim Racers just lets them pass.
Maybe the better decision to make at that point. At that point, I would have.
I mean, also these are new drivers.
Yeah.
Or like a new driver for the MRP car. So maybe Austrian Sim Racers just deciding to let him by, see how quick he is.
Oh, that's close. Sorry to cut you off there, but that is the right engineering. Tom Holtz fighting Yannick Gerards in DLR Royal Industry red car. Down the inside he went of Ascari, but Tom Holt said, no, not this time, guy. You are going to stay behind me, and I do not want to let you pass in any way, shape, or form. So he kind of forced him out of the way there, or scared him out of the way. But yeah, he kept P16 through Ascari. Nice defense by Tom Holt there.
Yeah, but if we look at our timing tower, not really a good day for DLR.
Not at all. Their best car at the moment is a lap down in P12. But hey, there's still 10 hours to go, and I think we're coming up to another hourly update. That is, like you said, is DLR Royal Industry Red ahead of the right engineering East car. Well then, time for another hourly update, and it's going to be brought to you by Apex Tech Racing.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands. Base performance simulator cockpits. VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
Well then, welcome back here at the Temple of Speed at Monza. And we're back with, at the moment, the LMP2 field looking as follows. Robin Gladham in the 046 car has inherited the lead there. Loose Crew Racing in P2, ATRS Esports in P3, P4 for TSR Racing and Trackside Esports, Peckel in P2 in P5. Then we move on to the GT3 Pro Field. Euromasters Esports in the lead there. They've inherited that lead from the PGZ car. Why, you might ask? Because the PGZ car has had a crash just on their in-lap here at this point at Ascari. That an incident, I think it was RFRO GT3 and went into the barrier on the left-hand side. They are out on the track again, but with 2.5 laps of a deficit over the Zero Masters Esports car. Then it's Tempest Sim Sport Blue in P2, Lucas Chaparro for Astro Racing Cellular Mode in P3, Martin Ray in P4 for MRP by Fields Academy, and Pascal, help me with that last name, Haas, I think it is.
Yeah. Close.
P5, Haas, for the Austin Sim Racing Cyan. Then we move on to the GT3 AM class. There, the gap is 2 tenths for the lead. YS Motorsport 01 has given the lead away to the Platinum Racing Team Red car. And the RF4 Orange car a little bit further back. The RF4 Orange out of the Crips Racing car, also quite close. And then it's in P5, Justin Lewis. Those are the standings. In chat, we have Teuk asking, where is Gazax? Well, Gazax at the moment, I can't see them. But Gazax look to be, I think Henrik August, yes, this is the Gazax team. It's not assigned to the right team. Let me take a look at that. But he is in the Gazax team there at the moment, as you can see in P7. Here we go. Gazax, where are they? What's this? Gazax, there they are.
The RFO Orange cards received a drive-through penalty for the PGC incident.
The R4O team? That must be.
Yeah.
It's in P3 in the AM class at the moment, only 3.2 seconds back.
Yeah.
So that's going to give P3 to the Crips Racing team, and that might also give Bottom Split Heroes a chance to get into the top 4 here.
Nah, it's only a drive-through. I don't think they will lose enough time. But it will definitely throw them quite a bit back.
Yeah, sorry Evo
Also,
there for...
the gap in LMP2 has opened up massively now.
Yeah, that's a big gap now for the 046 Racing team. 28 seconds is that gap. Sorry Evo there for Nightbot jumping on you, but yeah, Evo there with green hearts. Amen, he says. But yeah, sorry Evo there. Nightbot being cruel, yes, of course. Nightbot is. He's always to the Dutchies. So after it says RFRO has already served their drive-through, I think. When did they receive that drive-through? At what time? Did you find that for us?
They probably received it 5 minutes ago.
Okay, then.
And there are no steward announcements anymore. I gotta dig a bit, you know, to find all these penalties. So yeah, when I announce a penalty, it might not be as it was given. So if they are that close behind after the drive-through, that's still good for them. Obviously sucks to not be P1, but...
Language. But yeah, of course it does. It's good for them, and I think going back to the racing, if we look back, fixing K-Norman Racing Orange team, the 444 car, as we know them, they were in the lead of the class. So I was
making a point.
Yes, but I was reading the chat as well. I can handle Nightbot, no worries. Of course you can. You're a big man, Evo. I'm not worried about that, but they were in the lead, so we know them as being in the lead, and that is where they've lost their time. Now the battle for the lead here overall, Miles Owens fighting for that together with the YS Motorsport Europe car. One of the closest battles on track, and it's for the lead in the class.
Yeah, they're really close. It's a nice battle because we have a battle. And in general, I'm happy that our leaders, at least in GT3 AM, are still so close together now. It's gonna be quite exciting.
We got a battle now between Gazax and Trackside Esports. Go on board the Gazax team. They're now within that slipstream range. Last lap, they were 4 tenths quicker than the Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 car. And they're also fuel saving at the moment. So they're fuel saving and they're quicker. But the gap now has opened up quite a lot to lose to the leaders 046 Racing. So looks like Robin Glerum doing an absolute treat there. I think, yes, and that is what I exactly thought would happen. This car, if I look at the pit stop time, 33 seconds compared to all the other LMPs, 56. So they haven't taken tires. They've gone for a full stint in this car.
Oh, okay. So my predicted
You predicted
strategy. And it looks like they aren't really that much slower on the old tires.
Not at all. Lost lap time, 2 tenths slower than the Lewis Crew Racing car, which is not much at all. Although the ATRS Esports car in the hands of James Ibrahim, a 36.8 last time round. So they lost quite a lot of time to them. Apart from them, they're quicker than everyone else on the track still. Which Robin Glerum is doing an absolute treat. Their GT car now letting them through on the inside. Is the overall position correct on the left-hand side? It's not the overall position. It's the position in class, but yes, that position is correct. If you want to see overall positions, go to that for a minute. Here we are, the overall positions. Quite a good day though for the LMPs, not getting caught up too much in incidents. As I say that, Robin Glerum has to slow down quite a lot there for the GT car. But yeah, not a lot of LMP cars out of this race at all at the moment. If I take a look here, no LMP cars out of the race at the moment. So all 18 LMP2 cars are ahead of the GT field.
Yeah, but in most incidents between LMP2s and GTs, it's not the LMP2 that, you know, has a race-ending event.
Usually not.
These cars are quite robustly built.
42 now coming through behind them. That is the Octopus Racing team. They are coming through to unlap themselves. The Octopus Racing team, though, if I take a look at where they are, that team down in P15 overall, but Stefana Silveira Lareo, did my best, really quick. They're jumping over that inside curb, and that cannot be good for the car, can it?
No, curbs I think are the only real danger for the LMP2, or the main danger for the LMP2. Because once you get floor damage, you can't repair that. I mean, there are also curbs here that you can easily take full on, like the entry into the second chicane.
Which you just did.
Yeah, you can just go 4 tires over that without much issue. But all of these small anti-cut curbs, they are really dangerous.
And you want to stay off of them as much as you can. But Chris team now losing quite a lot of time once again to that HRST car. Once again, last time out of 63 or a 37.7. And there we saw it, 046 Racing at 38.8. Now they're coming through with 37.9 again. Through traffic is, I think, where you notice it a lot if you have all tires. Martin Beerse in front of the HRS car, also being put down 1 lap in 13th position. Martin Beerse up 2% where they were. That car did take tires in the last pit. So the 505 endurance car into the pit lane. Is there a penalty? Because this is quite off strategy.
No. No.
Doesn't seem like a penalty.
The last pit stop was in lap 57.
Car looks quite good. It's not like that car looks shape.
Maybe they just decided to swap their drivers.
Could be the case here. See how long their pit stop time is. They're up into the air now. Oh no, there was damage on the left front of that car. We just saw it pop out. Here we are again with the 046 car.
Oh. The Platinum Racing Team Orange also in a big accident.
Racing Team Orange. They
On their lap 72 after Lesmos 2. With the AVL Race Tech team wanting to let them by. I can understand it being like meant nicely when you let someone by, but lifting on the exit of Lesmos on the racing line maybe isn't it.
isn't it at all. That car is quite damaged on the front. You can take a look at what exactly happened here with that team. It is Chris Simmons in that car. You, like you said, are epileptic or something. Look away now because we're going to go back into a replay. This is Christian Meyer coming through. Here we go. Oh, don't crash into the LMP2 behind you. That car looks not well.
Yeah, you need to go a bit further back, I think.
This is, I think, also one of the Austin Sim Racers cars. That car looks so much hampered. Car
No,
doesn't
that's
look
the
fit at all.
AVL. That's the AVL Race Tech Sim Racing team. Yeah, that's gonna hamper the Platinum Racing Team Orange, although they are already a lap down.
Looks like we're car again. Weird.
Oh, the PGC car is also out.
Is the PGZ Motorsport car out?
Yeah, thanks to the TSR race. Yeah, thanks to the TSR racing car. Yeah, these two last incidents that we have now seen, I wouldn't. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't really put them into the receiving car's fault. We do have an interview with one of the Crisps racing drivers. So I would say, hello Christian. Hello, and how are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah, now you guys are back in P4.
Yeah.
after starting in the front, do you run any different strategy than the other teams, or was just the beginning unlucky with the big crash in the GT field?
We avoided the crash in the start, but we kind of offset our strategy. So we decided to take tires on the first stop, while everyone else was double stinting. But now we are still in fourth. We've been unlucky with some traffic, so we lost quite a bit of time.
Yeah, but 15 seconds back, so next time YS Motorsports, any of the teams ahead takes tires, you will get them back.
Yeah.
And how positive are you that just by pace you can manage to be ahead of all of them at the end of the race?
I think we should be able to do it. Still a long race to go. Hoping for some bad traffic for them, of course. But yeah, I think on pure pace we might be able to capture them. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. One last thing, fuel saving. How you don't have to say it, but how much are you doing? Do you think it's gonna influence the result of the race? Who can save a pit stop? Or do you think it's just gonna be down to pure pace?
I don't think fuel saving is worth it, at least for us in the AM. We lose too much time to each other. So at least we're not fuel saving. But I think some other teams ahead are fuel saving. But I don't think it's enough for them to save a whole pit stop. But they might save like half a stop.
Yeah, so it's gonna be exciting. Seeing how it turns out for you guys. Anything that you want to say to anyone now that you're on broadcast?
Keep it
Well,
nice.
I want to thank No Limits for helping us a little in qualifying. We also helped them a little. Since this is a long track, so we kind of gave each other a slipstream. Yeah, it's going to be a fun race. Already, I think we're P3 in the standings. And the one we're battling is Platinum Racing Team Red, right ahead of us. So that's our target for this race.
Well,
Yeah, then
I have
I
one
wish you
last
guys-
question. Not too quickly, Joshua. I want to ask him a question as well. He's not only yours. Well, Christian, the traffic, as we've seen all day, has been quite busy. It has slowed down now after 2.5 hours almost. What is the fuel mileage, or what did that do to the fuel mileage? Are you able to run a lap longer or something because of that?
We're really close, but it's still too far to actually be able to do an extra lap. I can say almost every GT3 is doing 30 laps. Those doing 31 and 32 are fuel saving maybe a little bit. I think the pro drivers are just naturally able to fuel save as well. But in according to what I've seen, it's only Platinum Racing Team Red that's fuel saving a lot. But I think it's too much, so I don't think it's enough for them to actually save the final stop in the end.
Well then, Christian, if that was everything from you, Joshua.
Yeah.
Well then, Christian, I'm going to thank you for being in here and hopping in here, and for not being scared of us. So yeah, I'm going to wish you guys good luck. So yeah, wish Lewis out on track some good luck as well.
Yeah, thank you.
That was Christian. A really nice guy, it seems like, and he was quick in the first two stints. He was leading the AM class. Lewis a little bit less of that pace, but yeah, he seems to be doing a good job as well.
Yeah. Obviously, as you said, still a very long race, so we're probably gonna see quite a few changes to our order.
Hey, the longest race on the calendar. Yes, it is. The longest race on the calendar for us here at Platinum Endurance Championship. For course, after this we have some races coming up as well. After this we have the 6 hours of the Nürburgring, 6 hours of Fuji, and then another quite long race, the 10 hours of Road America, where if you don't want to miss it, I'm going to sing the American National Anthem. So, if you don't want to miss that, be sure you subscribe and smash that like button. We do have to get at least to, well, what should we say, Joshua? 100 likes on this, and then I will do that. So if we get 100 likes on this, I will sing the American National Anthem at the 10 hours of Road America. So send all your friends to like, and yeah, then you will have me sing the American National Anthem.
You're already at 89%.
Okay, so Joshua said before the stream that he was gonna put me a percentage down in volume every time he cringed up. So I'm at 89% now, so that is about 11 times. Might be about to be 12.
But look at the gap in VP3 AM.
I'm looking at it.
Wasn't that like 2 or 3 seconds before our interview?
YS Motorsport, like you said, has pulled out quite a lot. Can't see, and they are for OT. Someone has dropped out. It was, I think, the Platinum Race Team Red Car, Miles Owens. And you said they had that little incident, and I think that is when they dropped out that time.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's now why the gap is up to 8.6 seconds. But although they have damage, still going quite strong, still putting in the lap times. 1.5 seconds slower though than the Alfa orange car. This lap time now, but that could also be traffic.
Yeah, in GT3 Pro, not really anything changed. Euromaster is, I think, the fastest car on track, still, compared to the other ones.
This man, really close to his fastest lap time last time around, and he actually does post the fastest lap time of that car. Vincent Osseb's 148.50, quicker than Winston Eckel. We haven't seen that a lot this season. Winston was really quick in the BMW, but I think just a little bit of a lack of practice. And actually, they are the fastest car out on track at the moment in the hands of Vincent Ossem. So Vincent Ossem's gaining time with the leader on the P6. This could be quite a good finishing position for them. If they can keep it up for the next 9.5 hours.
Yeah, it's so long still to go in this race. We can't really say anything of value towards the finishing positions.
Not at all. This is actually one of the only cars that is in the position where it started. There are, if I could take a look, there are only 4 cars that are in the position where they started. That is Loose Screw Racing, ATRS Esports, Digital Spirit DS Racing. These are all in the LMP field. And Vincent Ossem's and Platinum Racing Team Blue, the only car that is in the position where they started in the GT field.
Yeah. 046 Racing now has, what is it, lost about 7 seconds so far. Obviously,
Wow.
046 Racing in the LMP2 class with the different strategy, not changing tires, going for a 4th stint on them. So,
pit lane. Changing drivers is this team. There's Broeren into that car now. They will be looking to change tires at the same time, I think. Because that's normally what you do.
yeah, normally you go for full service, drivers, fuel, tires.
Fabian Tauben, though, I'm getting through, has crashed. Where Fabian Tauben is at the moment. Fabian Tauben, take a look. See him. Fabian Tauben was in the Lithium Motorsports car. That's this car where we are taking a look at now. That car damaged. Does it? Oh no, it is. That car is gonna have to come into the pit lane. That's the Liquid Motorsport car. I'm gonna take a look back at it. If it works, I hope it does. Here we go. Down into the first chicane. This is gonna plow into the back of the white car. Yes, it is. Ay, 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 ay. And they had to, of course, go off track. And let that car by again. That's not what they would have wanted.
No, but luckily we do have to run off in turn 1, so yeah, you lose a bit of time, but you don't get any big damage or something. Our leader, 046 Racing, is
They've actually
still
lost some time.
continuing, but we're gonna expect them in the pits soon, I think.
I think this lap. The lap that they're on now, we're expecting them into the pit lane. The 505 endurance car pressurizing them. They are at the moment 2 laps down, so they are trying to unlap themselves from one lap and then trying to lap themselves from another. They of course have still 9.5 hours to get back into the lead lap, and we know once you're back into the lead lap, everything can happen.
046 Racing saving a lot of fuel. Maybe he miscalculated during his stint.
Could be the case. But he's losing quite a lot of time now to the guys behind him, the Loose Screw Racing car. So that... It could also just be the tires of that car now finally falling off a cliff.
Into the second chicane, he was probably coasting on the clutch for a few 100 meters.
Okay, have they gone a lap too long then?
It's not stuttering yet.
Not yet, but that could be the case down this straight. We're going to go on board with that car to try it here if he's actually fuel saving that much. Oh yeah, he's fuel saving a lot. Is he going to go for another lap? No, he's holding the inside line. He's going to come to the pit lane. I'm going to hear if it's going to stutter. Oh, that was late on the brakes.
Woo.
And going up and down the gears. This couldn't be good for the gearbox, I imagine. Into his pit box he goes. No, that never stuttered.
Yeah, then. I do not know.
Loose Screw Racing into the pit lane as well. And the big question is, what is Gazak's racing team going to be able to do?
Are they gonna go another 2 laps further?
Which will put their total up to about 8 laps. It's quite a lot. Already this early into the race.
Yeah, if they go 2 laps longer every stint, they would still need 12 stints, which they will surely have here to save a full pit stop. The question just is, how much time will they lose because of it?
At the moment, they're gaining back time rapidly. There they go across the line and back into the lead. Platinum Racing Team Red, not losing too much time to an RFRO car though. That gap still about 2.5 seconds, which it was before, but they are losing both time to the YS Motorsports Europe 1 car, which is the leader in that class.
Yeah, they are just slowly but surely pulling out even more of a gap.
We have Niklas Hedberg in the waiting room from the number 13. We're gonna get him in. Niklas, welcome.
Thank you.
Niklas, driver for the ATRS esports car.
Yes,
If I'm correct.
that's me. That's correct.
Well, tell us, how is your race unfolded at the moment? How is it in terms of fuel strategy? We've just seen you come into the pit lane together with the 046 and the Loose Screw Racing car. Just an interesting fact though, because I've just seen that the Loose Screw Racing car now ahead of the 046 Racing car, because the 046 now had to take tires, so they will now have that tire advantage. But Back to the ATRS Esports in fourth at the moment, 26 seconds down on the leader. But yeah, tell us, how is your race going in terms of strategy and just overall traffic?
The traffic has been, I mean, the usual. I think we haven't had that many incidents. Also, we are following the plan we set out to do, and a podium is the minimum we can get today if we keep doing what we're doing today. So that is really good.
It's what do we think in terms of well, we've seen in the beginning stage of the race that the fuel usage was higher than expected, I think. But did it slow down for you guys in terms of, or could you guys run longer after the traffic spread out a little bit?
No, we still use the same lap target because it's gonna help us in the end anyway. So it doesn't really affect us that much. Maybe more for the people that are not saving as much as we do. They're gonna attack more, but they will lose out in the end. So I think we are a bit ahead here, honestly.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Oh, that's someone going wide in the second chicane.
Yep.
That
Easy.
is, I think, the Manager Racing black car.
Yes, it is. I think so.
Because the yellow, I have been told by our lovely commentator Joshua, it's the BMW. So this is the black car, and they've gone wide in the second chicane. We're going to take a look back at that in a second. But in terms of strategy, running to the end, you're saying you do not have to fuel save as much as the GasX Racing team is doing now, because they, at the moment, we expect them to go 8 laps longer than you guys.
Okay, no, I don't think we need to save that much. Because if you save too much, you also lose more time. Like, I think the contest to how much fuel you save. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. You need to find the right amount of fuel to save, but also to keep a proper pace to still not lose out in the end. So we'll see how it goes, but we're not even 3 hours in yet, so that can happen.
Yeah, of course. Well, first of all, Nicholas, thank you for joining us in the commentary. Joshua, do you have any questions to ask him?
No, I think we've talked about everything.
Okay, then, Nicholas, I'm going to let you head back to your team. Good luck to James out on track, and good luck for the next 9.5 hours.
Thank you. Have a good one.
That was Nicholas. At the moment, that car in fourth. He said they were quite ahead of the rest. We're quickly going to take a look. Take a look back at who's in that Manager Racing black car. This is the Mercedes that has gone white. That is Sebastian Falke. If I take a look, can I find where he's gone wide? I cannot find where he's gone wide, so we can't look back at that, sadly. Yeah, we saw him going wide in the second chicane, just outbraking himself, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen.
What do we expect now for him? He lost some time to the Platinum Racing Team blue car, which is in P6. We're expecting these cars to come in about 7 to 10 minutes, because they couldn't make the full hour. 55 minutes is where they've gone to in the last couple of hours, or in the last stint. So if we add that up, that would be about 1 hour or 2 hours and 45 where they come out. But to keep it safe, 10 minutes, I expect it. But what is happening? Okay, good. But yeah, the Manager Racing black car. What do we expect now for them for the rest of the race?
Probably. Apparently the car going wide was the no limits car, which makes sense because I was confused because I didn't see them going wide. But yeah, they're just gonna run their pace. The race is so long that even if you do a small mistake now, yes, it doesn't feel good, but it's not gonna like going wide and getting slowdown isn't gonna ruin your race. And
the
yes,
car's
it was
really
the no
smart.
limits car, not the Maniti car. He caught
Sorry?
some rares under braking and just had to took evasive action.
Well, then, where is he? Can I find his instance?
Well, since he was the one that actually had one,
No, I can't. Sadly.
it's the mystery incident.
Yes, it is.
Nobody saw it. There was no incident.
Well, we did see him go wide. We saw him coming back on the track.
Gazex is now in P4.
5.
Ah, it hasn't updated yet.
36 seconds back.
There
This is
is-
what they had in the beginning as well. So, with that tire stop coming in now for the 046 Racing team, that gap would still have been about 33 seconds because Loose Crew Racing has now taken over that lead. And that is, like I said, some strategical moves. It's Michael Festa in this car. And he was sliding all over the place coming out of that second chicane, sliding the car. He will not take that tires if he keeps doing that for 4 stints as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see if they want to keep on keeping their tires on for longer. I think in the third stint is when he will get an actual tire delta to maybe attack the loose-through racing car. The track is not really cooling down now, so I think it's still gonna be a while until we see maybe some of these tires even going 5 stints.
For the LMPs,
Yeah, who knows?
that's a long shot.
Because the 4 stints from the 046 racing car didn't like look that bad. But yeah,
It didn't.
it also depends on the driver and the setup. But we're
They lost a
still
lot
at
of time in the
31
end.
degrees.
They lost a lot of time at the end of that stint, so I think 4 stints is about the region where you want to be, because if you're losing time now, that means that you won't be losing time in your 4th stint at the end, but you will be losing time maybe at the beginning of your 5th. And then you will carry that through your whole stint, so difficult one. Also losing time now is the Euromos esports car, the Tempest Sims for blue car, a Porsche, gaining time there, 26 seconds, still a big gap for them. But they are gaining time now. They are eating into that gap, and they have just set their personal fastest lap time. The fastest lap time overall, excuse me, in that category. That is still in the hands of, I think, the PGZ car, which is now sadly out of this race. Teams that are out of this race: AVL Sim Racing, PGZ Motorsport, Manatee Racing Yellow, Rider Racing, BWT Motorsports, Verve Racing Team Black, Austin Sim Racing Yellow, and Austin Sim Racing Cyan out of this race. So that is 8 cars out of this, or 7 cars out of this race. And that means that we have 46 cars still remaining. Renewable Bars is the last one driving for the trackside team blue car. As we know from these guys, they will never stop until they're 120 million laps down.
The TSR Racing 44 cars just received a penalty, a drive-through penalty. And this time I'm telling it to you live.
This car, the car that is in P4. That gap is also 310s. Gazax gonna try and look around the outside. Is that corner gonna come in? Yes, it is, for its drive-through penalty probably.
Yeah, he's probably just going to serve it now. Gazex getting a free position from there. They don't even have to try and fight for it,
While saving fuel.
while saving their 2 laps of fuel.
Oh no. Oh no. Are you seeing anyone missing at the moment? Because I do. This car. Here we
The
go.
number 13.
I don't know if it's too far back. I hope it isn't. It is. It is. Okay, guys. Excuse me. We're gonna go back to live pictures. It is too far back, but it is the ATRS car, which had gone off track. And if you can just take a look at that, Joshua, and let us know what exactly happened.
Hardware failure. That's a complete just hardware failure on James's side.
Oh no.
He couldn't shift up, and then probably his wheel and his pedals just disconnected.
That is a big, big, big loss of points for that ATRS team. We can take a look at how they are at the moment in the pit lane. Here they are. ATRS Esports in the pit lane. We're going to take a look at how they are. How they are looking. That ATRS team looking too good. Did he hit the wall?
No. Just pulled off the track.
Okay, so they're waiting for it. So also with an incident is that man, Martin Beers, in the pit lane for now. About 3.5 minutes, here 3.5 minutes, and losing time in doing so. Take a look back if we can see what happened to him. Here we go. Quickly gonna take a look. No, also too far back. Back to live pictures we go. Sadly, but he has gone back off track. If you can let us know what happened to him, because it looks like he has had a little bit of an incident.
I am on my way.
Sorry guys that we can't show replays, but I don't know. It's probably the fact that
He just pitted. On
Martin
his
Beers.
inlet there wasn't any incident.
It says he came back on track at 2:45.
Oh, there was. Oh, yeah. Okay, I just saw it. The MV Skin Lab DS racing car, exit of Lesmos 2, touched the gravel, spun around and hit him in the side. So they probably have quite a long repair.
Oh, that's sad to see. Looking now at the leader, Hugo Preto, in the Luis Crew racing car. That gap has been eaten into by the 046 racing car.
Yeah, they're starting to get close, but it seems like that fourth stint didn't pay off.
Well, the end of it didn't. The beginning looked quite promising. At least that's what I think. But the end of it, that's where they lost a lot of time, basically.
Also soon we're gonna get another pit stop from our GT3s.
Oh, look at that. Purple lap time from the Wise Motorsports Europe car of 48.3. Fastest lap time in that class. Tim Roorda in that car. And that car now 22 seconds ahead of the RFRO orange car and the Platinum Racing Team red car. What has happened to the RFRO Esports car? Because that car, driven by Anthony Dabin, I'm gonna try again. Nope. Okay, gonna go back to live pictures once again. Okay, I will stop trying to show replays now, but he has gone off track as well. Anthony Dabin there.
He just spun on or went off on his own.
Okay, well, he had a 1:55, so I was like, what happened to him? So that's why he's lost that much time. That is why the gap is up to 22 seconds.
Yeah, and yeah, he just went into Ascari a bit too fast. Lost the rear and then.
Vincent Ossems, though, this man putting in quick lap time after quick lap time and actually catching the Euromasters Esports car. Also catching the Euro Masters Esports car is this car with the fastest lap time for them out on track. Last time out, it's the car in P3, Martin Ray. His last lap time was a 47.5 and now a 47.8. So quicker once again than the man at the front of the field, Juan Manuel Frias Games. Difficult name to pronounce that one.
A long collection of names. Yeah,
Indeed.
although you have to say Euromaster does have quite a lead
They do.
that they can
25
obviously
seconds.
leverage if they want to.
Martin
yeah,
Ray is out on track again.
It's always interesting seeing how the second and for some of these teams, probably also third drivers compare.
Well, it's not only that. I think at some point we're going to see that the times will start to get quicker a little bit because it's going to get colder. I'm going to show. No, that's the wrong thing. This is what I want to show. 29 degrees at the moment, so the track temperature has come down by 3 degrees since we last showed it. I think when it was at 32. But I expect these times to come down to the for the GTs into the 46s, for the Pro Class, for the 47s for the AMs. But I expect it to come down to the 35s as well for the LMPs.
Yeah, as you can see, about 4 minutes ago, we lost the Octopus Racing Team LMP2.
Oh no.
In a incident also regarding a GT car, just touching a bit onto the grass with the rear tires, getting oversteer, and sadly on the exit of the second chicane they got thrown off into the wall and had to retire.
Oh, that's sad. That's sad to hear there from them, but thank you once again to our pit reporter, Joshua Meyer, I don't know, tried my best for the information, and I'm just going to say Joshua from now on, way easier. Joshua.
Yes.
A purple sector for the 505 endurance car. Like I said, this car really quick. Worked its way up to P9 overall, getting some freebies in the process. Only one lap down now, and the 046 racing car, we can see it in the distance. This is where it is, and here is the leader. So if they can unlap themselves, they're back in the lead lap.
Yeah, that obviously. I think it's gonna take a while before they even have the chance. But it also depends how fast our two leaders here are going to go now. The track is overall just getting clearer and clearer. The cars are spreading out, the classes are spreading out, and we are obviously in general less cars on the track. So
the more cars retire, the bigger of gaps there will be, you know? So the more room you will have to put in your own pace. And as we all know, usually these cars or the race is decided by traffic, but the less cars there will be on track, the more room there will be for you to drive your own pace. The 505 endurance back into the pit lane. They have done a pit stop and they are now down into P13. So they actually had a pit stop to make still. So that has now increased that gap. They are now behind Fabian Tobe, the Lithium Motorsports that is ahead of them. Also a lap down for them, but yeah, slowly working their way up this 505 endurance car.
Yeah, I mean, they still have 9 hours to go, so if they are consistently faster than our leaders, they can surely get back into the lead lap and then from there on see what they can do.
It's going to be an exciting one to look at. I want to stay with them for a second because I have a suspicion that there are going to be some fastest laps from this car, because it's purple in a lot of sectors, but just it just can't string the lap together.
We will see also traffic coming up. We can see the ATRS car there in the front. James Ivram back behind the wheel, so whatever was the issue, he could fix it while the car was towing.
Luckily.
And
quite a lot
now
of
we
time
even
with that.
have a third car in the mix.
Tella. Oh, this is a battle. This is Fabian Tobe ahead of the TSR racing car. The 505 endurance getting out of the way for that. Mika Scherach, I hope I said that correct. Mika Scherach is going to try and go around the outside of the Lithium Motorsports car, not giving up any way here. He's going to try and go around the outside. They're going to go too wide into the chicane. Gave him way too much room there. I think the 505 endurance car is going to say thank you for that. And I'm going to overtake you once again. And I'm not going to let you by as easy as I did last time.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Too wide into the first chicane is always, let's say, hard or an issue. So now it's gonna be interesting what the 505 endurance car can do if they are also faster than the number 34 and are just going to go ahead of all of them. 046 Racing still can't bring the gap down.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Into the pit lane is the Platinum Racing League, the Platinum Racing red car, but 505 endurance looking quicker than all of the others here. So they're probably going to get through in a second. Would it be better for the 34 car to let the 505 endurance car through? What do you think?
Since they seem to be faster, if they start to make the move, yeah, for sure it's better to just let them pass and not fight to keep the TSR racing car out of the draft. Because the slipstream here obviously is so powerful.
Of course, the Temple of Speed, and with those straights, like you said, it's so powerful, more powerful than in all the other circuits, I think. Because, well, you do have so much straights, and even this Curva Grande is technically a stretched out or a bending straight, because well, that doesn't make any sense, I know, but it's a corner which is flat out, and through a flat out corner, the toe works as well.
Yeah, Curva Grande, now that basically the first chicane is there and you enter it a lot slower. And with these modern cars, with all their downforce, it's basically not a corner anymore.
Especially the LMP2s and then the GT cars, they've just they have so much grip at this point that it doesn't make any sense how they can go through there so quickly. Andrew in chat says ATRS had a wheelbase failure. Fan attack, by the way, not bought through ATRS, just saying.
A wheelbase failure and a Fanatec product? Oh my god. The most surprising combination I've seen all weekend.
I have to knock on wood here, because in all the time that I have raced, I haven't had a wheelbase failure yet on my fan attack. So
oh, you're in for a treat.
I do not race as much as all these guys do, of course, because I'm a commentator. There's a reason I'm in the commentary booth.
As we discussed earlier.
Indeed. So yeah, but I haven't had it happen to me yet. On Xbox, it happened way too many times when I was racing on that, but on PC, it hasn't happened yet. Luckily for me, though.
And if you happen to have a Fanatec base that has failed, you can look at apextechracing.supply.
Well then, looking at this battle, still a big battle going on between those two. This is still the TSR racing car behind the Lithium Motorsports car. The 505 Endurance has gone past, like I said, and is now on a charge to Leonard Ziegler in the Bazinga Motorsports car in P5, trying to lap himself from that. But the TSR car going to try and get past the Lithium Motorsports car. Do you think he's going to be able to do it? Because he has caught up once again.
He does have the slipstream. The Lithium Motorsports car doesn't. Yeah, and he's already gaining. So I think this will be, he's passed before the corner. So just an easy pass.
Just as easy
Although
as
he
you do
gets
your
a very
commentary.
bad line through the chicane.
Just as easy as you do your commentary. Just calm, cool, collected. Yeah, he's up the inside and he's got that. And that is exactly how it is. As well, fighting for a position now is this team. Vincent Ossems, he is trying to get past Marco Zilla in the Austrian Sim Races Cyan car. Did I say that name correctly? Zilla.
I'm not from Austria, so I'm just gonna give you the benefit of the doubt.
Marco Zilla. Hope it's correctly. Here is this fight coming through. And it's already the TSR car now passed, like we said, into the chicane. But this is going to give the Lithium Motorsports car a great run to try and get past again. The Lithium Motorsports car ahead now, and it's the TSR car once again. Probably frustrating now, but behind the 34. The 34 and 44 fighting through a sky. They go. Lithium Motorsports taking advantage of the traffic, better through traffic. But the TSR car is going to catch up once again and try and use that toe once again down the main straight. Still in the pit lane for 15 minutes now, and only now they've dropped behind P4 in the GT3 protocol. That just tells you how quick those LMPs are around it.
Yeah, I mean, lap time difference 10 to 12 seconds a lap. Especially on a short lap like this, it's a really short lap with a really big lap time difference. So they managed to get the GT cars relatively quick.
Yeah. As well as Euromasters seem to have created a little bit of a gap over the Tempest Sims or Blue car again. Is that just tires coming into play now?
Maybe, or they are just now faster, have found the rhythm. Maybe also their setup works better in the second stint. That can be. You can set up a car for fresh tires, you can set up a car for middle of the stint, you can set it up so it comes alive at the end of the stint. And also obviously once it gets colder we may see a bit of a change in the order, as also in the LMP2 field, maybe some teams optimize their setup for the cold, some teams optimized it now for these hot conditions.
Not only that, but I think the engine will work better as well in the cooler ambient temps. I don't know what the ambient temp is at the moment. I'm going to take a look at that. Where is it? The ambient temp. Here we go. The ambient temp, 27 degrees. So where it has been actually the whole evening. So at the moment everything the same, but 34 car now released from the pressure of the 44. There's the 44, the TSR Racing into the pit 8, trying to do the undercut. And I think trying to get ahead of the Lithium Motorsports car that way.
Yeah, they probably felt that with the fighting they lose too much time. Or it was a regular pit stop. I will check that for you.
I think it is a regular pit stop, but I think that they just did it a little bit earlier than they wanted to.
Yeah.
Pascal Haas says in chat, I hope I pronounced that name correctly. He says easy triple, guys. No, you were not the only one who did a triple. I think someone actually did a quadruple thing. So someone actually did a quad.
Yeah, but that was in LMP2.
True.
No, Austrian Sim Racer Cyan, I think, is the only team that did a triple stint on the tires in the GT Pro class.
We look at the pit stop time. Jordi Lopez from the racing team Black in GT category had a pit stop time of, and here we go, prepare for this, 0.65 seconds. That was a stop in the box and go. Stop and go penalty. That's a weird one.
And as we are saying this, Marco Zeiler, with a little issue into Parabolica, well, only a little.
Well, Vincent Ossems has got through. So he's now up at a P5 in that car. And now, no car in this field. Oh yes, Carlos Barbosa for the Tempest Sim Sport car is the only car now keeping the position they are. And also Rob Meulenbroek in the Trackside Endurance Team Orange car. So not a lot of teams keeping the positions where they were before, which is what we expect. That is what an endurance race does to the cars and the drivers. It shuffles you around the whole race, and you basically only know where you are at the end of it. At the last hour, at the last half an hour, you know where you are.
Yeah, and we are only like a quarter into the race.
Indeed.
So we still have so long to go. Anything can happen to any of these teams. Oh, for 6 Racing has lost quite a bit of time. Although they don't seem to have had any mishaps, it's probably just either bad traffic or them just lacking the pace compared to the loose screw racing car.
Okay. Great. Well, the gap at the front of the field, 8 seconds now, like you said. Do we expect that gap to grow even further, or do we think that now this has happened, that 046 Racing is on a little bit more of a fuel-saving strategy?
I think if they come back, it's going to be in the third stint, when they have the 1 stint fresher tires. But they aren't fuel saving right now, I think, as Michael Wester makes a little mistake into the second chicane. But I don't think they are fuel saving, so maybe they just need to up their pace a little bit.
Because also what I like about our racing and about endurance racing, look at the front of that car, look how dirty it gets once you get further into the race. I just love to see dirty race cars. It's a sign that you've used them, and you've used them well.
I mean, there's a reason why. Most manufacturers just put a clear coat on their cars if they win a big race. Also, what I found out recently in iRacing is there's a difference between you getting tire rubber on your screen and little bugs. You can actually catch flies.
On the windscreen?
Yeah. As 046 Racing comes into the pit.
is it hampering your vision if you pick them up, or if you run them over? I don't know how to say it. Also, Tobias Kurt says, we tripled as well, but we are out of the game. That is, I think, from the Austrian sim racers yellow car. Marcus Steffel or Marcus Pett from the Austrian sim racers cyan car. One of those two cars. Knowing Tobias Kurt is probably in the pro car, so with Marcus Pett, but yeah, got it for them there. But does it hamper your vision if you catch the flies?
No, it's just a little graphical thing on the windscreen.
But you can't look through them, can you?
No.
Does it hamper your vision with like a black or yellow, red spot?
Depends where it hits, I would suppose. Also depends on your screen. If you have a triple screen and have your whole windshield in the view, maybe it obstructs your view at some point.
Tobias Kurt says, orange, you're not out of the game. Marcus Rima is in P34 overall, although he is 4 laps back, so out of the game. Yes, I do mean what you're saying there, but you're still in it, and you're still going strong, so with some strategies, you could maybe pull back some laps. Look how busy it is here then, Joshua.
Yeah. I mean, Austrian sim racers orange here in the Lamborghini. Maybe not the choice in the current season, but as said, the race still has 9 hours to go, so anything can happen. Although they are 4 laps down on our current GT3 Pro leader.
You can't catch that up basically on pace in a 12-hour race or in a 24-hour race, but with some luck, maybe, I would say.
Wise Motorsports is still keeping the gap consistently at those 28 to 30 seconds. Loose Screw Racing pitted again, and typically, or as we are accustomed to, GasX Racing is still out there doing their laps.
We have them 6.8 seconds to the gap now though to lose Screw Racing, and they have made their pit stop, so the gap is getting closer and closer, but I think at the end of the day there will be a point where they do not have to stop, and then the gap that they have now, those 7 seconds, is the actual gap. So at this moment it is still worth it saving that fuel.
Yeah, I mean, they also stayed out of trouble. That's probably the biggest gain for them.
Well, Loose Screw Racing did as well.
Basically all of our leaders did. Euromaster Esports stayed out of trouble, YS Motorsports stayed out of trouble. It's usually the best strategy if you just if you want to get a good result, just don't get into any trouble. No penalties, no incidents, and then you're set.
Sprint racing is different. See? Not always keeping out of trouble in endurance racing.
Yeah, but we are not sprint racing here.
We are not. We are. Well, technically, you could say this has become a 12-hour sprint race. Because the pace is so high, you cannot lean back in any shape or form.
Yes.
Like Augustine driving this car, so there has been a driver change in that car, I think at their last pit stop. Looking back then at the GT field, Christian Glamseta. I don't know. There's a little round thing on the A. How do I pronounce that? You're good with names, sir.
I don't know. I don't know how it is in Norwegian. I think in Swedish it would be Glomsetter. But I don't speak Norwegian. Or wherever he's from.
Do you speak
I'm not
Swedish?
an expert on Scandinavian languages.
Do you speak Swedish?
Not enough.
Well, more than me then, because I not even one bit.
I know how to pronounce the alphabet, that's it. And how to say, I eat bread and drink water.
Go on.
No,
No?
no.
Sad. Well, we have Dylan van der Land here in the No Limits Racing car behind or ahead of the Platinum Racing Team orange car. Chris Simmons is home. Car's looking a bit battered, doesn't it?
At some point usually you can distinguish the leaders from the other cars by the amount of damage they have, because usually the further back in the field you go, the more damage the cars have.
That's usually. But they are not far down in the field at all. They're in P9 in the Pro Class, and they were in P8, I think. Or P7, I think, a couple of laps ago. They had that unfortunate incident, I think, as well as their other team, the Reds. But that car has been fixed. But that car looks really similar. I think they have had kind of the similar incidents. Chris Simmons, a quick guy, we know that, but in a damaged car like that, that's going to hamper him, especially down those long straights.
GasX Racing Team still hasn't hit it. So
Yeah,
they apparently still have fuel.
Long. Also, that gap has grown quite a bit.
Yeah, they managed to pull ahead a bit, maybe through traffic. Although you have to say that the LMP2, obviously with lower fuel, gains a lot of pace.
Yeah.
So if they have 8 or 10 laps more fuel, obviously they get into that sweet spot, that low fuel sweet spot, quite a bit later.
Dude, losing some time now though behind the GT3 of No Limits Racing. Dylan van der Land, like I said, in that car. Into the pit lane they come now finally. Talking about the devil, locking up on the pit entry there. We just saw that. We just caught that. Maximizing everything is important if you do strategy like that.
Yeah, I mean the pit lane is the easiest place to lose time.
Or gain it.
I would say not the easiest to gain it, because you always risk a penalty. But it's very easy to lose it.
Definitely. I agree with that, what you're saying there. You have to always keep in mind that if you're less time in the pit lane, that means that you will lose less time. So if you save a pit stop, that means that if you did that pit stop, then you would have lost 40 seconds. On top of what you've already lost if you're not first. So in those terms, then it is the most easy time to gain. And that's what I meant by it. That.
If you are quicker, you are quicker.
Indeed.
Than Pippis 2022.
Well, Will Buxton isn't better either. So I just
Will Buxton isn't here. Maybe when we get the PEC documentary, we can get him to come in and say something like, when you pit and change tires, your tires are new.
yeah. Yeah, that would be amazing.
Does anyone in the chat have something they want our unqualified or maybe qualified, depending on topic, opinion on?
You said that very well. A little bit too well, I think.
You gotta save yourself because someone's gonna bring up something like nuclear physics or something. You know, just like the drivers, they sense when we are on them and stop doing whatever we want to talk about. Oh, that's the Austrian Sim Racers orange car.
What has
In
happened to them?
Parabolica.
Oh no!
Oh no, that's not the rejoin.
Oh, that was a difficult place to be stranded.
Yeah, but that also was wide the dive. So I
don't know what
wouldn't put
happened
that on a chicane
Wait.
online racing red car.
We're gonna see. Marcus Rima in that car, and I can't see that he's crashed. Oh yes, yeah. Is it gonna work though? Gonna try for one last time. Oh, it is gonna work. It is gonna work. Here we are. Down the inside. Yeah, that's a big dive. Oh, but just closing the door there. I think the chicane online racing red could have left a bit more space, in my opinion.
But you're still. I think according to the PEC rules, it's gonna be difficult. The most lenient thing I would give is a racing incident.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, well, the 3 laps down, and that does take into account the end. Okay, Pascal says it. This is going to be a penalty. So he expects one for them. Yeah, that was not the best of dives then.
Oh no, that's different. Okay, my excitement was invalid.
Wasted. Don't get a lot of it. Don't waste it too much.
Blue Screw Racing now, again leading. Gap still 9 seconds. 2046 Racing. Gazek's now in P4. As there is a car stranded in turn 1. He just spun on his own. That being the MV Skin Lab DS Racing. He made the incredible mistake to use first gear in the AMG.
Oh, that ain't good. That's never good.
Well, it depends. If you need a handbrake, using first gear's really great. But usually in a car racing don't need a handbrake. A decent circuit racing.
Yeah, indeed. If you're doing drifting, that could come in hand, or that could come in handy. But here at Monza, at the Temple of Speed, you don't need a handbrake because that's most of the time going to spin you around. Here we have a battle on our hands. The ATRS team, James Ibrahim, back in that car after that failure once again. DLR Rodeo Industry White, picking up some 7 positions up on where they started. And this is the battle for 11th place at the moment. There we go, around the outside of the number 78. That is the White Engineering Esports car in a sandwich between the AMG and the P2. The number 69 is out of this as well. That is Leonhard Ziegler for the Bazinga Motorsports car. He's going to let them pass. Both of them. The HRS car though, losing a little bit of time with that. But it's quick enough, I think, that it can catch up again and try again in a couple of minutes' time.
Remember DLR Rotary Industry White being the car that got the 30-second stop and go at the beginning of the race.
Say again?
DLR White was the car that got the
Yes.
30-second stop and go at the beginning of the race.
They've been working
And
their
in
way
the
up
chat we have someone. Incredible.
Why didn't Nightbot jump on that? Yeah, that is too late, Nightbot. I already did it. So Nightbot not working with us here.
I think Nightbot was checking out the website for himself first.
Yeah. And it turns out it wasn't any good. Because he's blocked her. Three and a half hours in almost. And I don't know if you like it, Joshua, but it's almost going to be time for us to change.
To change? What do we change?
Commentators, so down the inside, could the HRS car go off the chicane? Leaving room is the white car going a bit wide itself. That is not what I would have wanted. That is going to allow the number 69 past as well. That is job done.
Yeah. Matt is there, outbraking himself. Really going over that curve. So that might be some floor damage if he's unlucky.
Be the case, Lithium Motorsports, the first car lap down at the moment. Then it's the 505 Endurance, which owes us a pit stop. So don't get too happy if you're a 505 Endurance fan. This car still owes us a pit stop. And it will make that, I think, in a couple of minutes' time. And then it will drop down quite a little bit. But it's gaining overall, so it's doing quite good pace. There we go, 5/10 gain on the Lithium Motorsports car. That gap is at the moment 8.3 seconds to the Lithium Motorsports car. And I have a little bit of a feeling that that gap is going to be closed down in the next couple of laps.
I think it's gonna be closed down even faster.
When? When do you think it's going to be closed down?
2064 BC.
2064. And what is that in race time?
If we take the real life time, it's gonna be in 4.5 hours.
Okay.
So. Looking at the game. Side by side.
What are you looking at?
Lithium Motorsports. But I don't want to look at this.
Oh, they're 3 wide, they're 4 wide coming down the back straight. This is indeed what I don't want to look at. This is the battle to, I think, keep within the in the lead lap. They have now unlapped themselves of the 046 racing car. And the only car they have to go now is the loose screw racing car.
But
Martin
for that, they
Pierce.
have to catch them. So.
Martin Pierce, though, already back in the pit lane. 2 minutes in the pit lane already, 2 minutes in his pit stall. So once again, I think something happened to him. If our beautiful pit reporter Joshua can take a look at what happened there, that would be lovely. I will try and talk your way through it then. We are at the moment looking at the Lithium Motorsports car, who's just overtaking the 046 racing car, and just trust me, it's not going to let it back past easily, because that car wants to get back on the lead lap, because it looks like that car is really quick. Also the 505 Endurance, that gap now down to 3.3 seconds. So it looks like you said, that gap is going to be closed down quite quickly. 4 seconds the gap is now to the Lithium Motorsports car. That's about 4 seconds in one lap. They lost a lot of time in that traffic coming out of the Ascari chicane here. There we can see in the distance is the Lithium Motorsports car. The green bluish car with the white accents on it. That's the car that this car, the 505 Endurance, is chasing down. to try and overtake 4th position. But they do owe us still a pit stop. So, going to see if and where they are going to come out after that pit stop. The Lusco racing car, though, looks to be a little bit quicker than this 505 Endurance. But they're gaining time on everyone else out of them.
Yeah, I have two things to say. The MV Skin Lab DS racing car was, LMP2'd, and then he just couldn't catch the car, so I think they are out of this race. Quite reasonably, they did tow. The ATRS, the Austrian Sim Racers orange car incident, is currently being investigated, so we're gonna see what comes out of that. I think it's gonna be a penalty for the Austrian Sim Racers car, in my opinion. And now the third thing, we have an interview with Thomas Fischer from the Chicane Online Racing orange car. There we go.
Hello.
Thomas.
Hi there.
First and foremost, how are you now with about 3.5 hours completed?
I'm doing alright. How about you?
We are trying. No. Being locked in a room with Dan.
Seems like there's quite a few reports already today.
Yeah. Thomas Fischer yourself, driver of the hashtag 369. See, good number. But yeah, tell us how is your race going at the moment? The Chicane Online Racing orange car at the moment, we see you down in 42nd overall, but 10 places up on where you started.
It's going alright. We had a little bit of an incident at the start. I'm American, so I was asleep for it. But just plugging away, trying to keep it clean at this point, and not fall back, not fall forward. Well, falling forward would be good, but I mean we've got a lap behind us to the next car, and then 2 laps ahead, so kind of just cruising.
Yeah, I have to say that rear ring doesn't look happy, does it?
No, not exactly, but fortunately the last time we had a kiss with the ball, we kind of made it symmetrical, so it looks a lot more appealing at this point. It was just bent up on the right side before, so that's an improvement.
Were these modifications sanctioned with the governing body?
It's the custom aero kits. We're asking for forgiveness afterwards, I guess.
The American custom aero kit?
Yes.
It's the Daytona aero spec back.
Yes, that's it.
Well, in terms of strategy, do you have anything up your sleeve to try and gain some laps back?
I mean, the only strategy here is staying out of the pits as much as possible. We've got, I mean, maybe a little bit of fuel saving to make sure that we don't have to take an extra splash and dash, but beyond that, there's not much we can really, not a whole lot we can do as far as strategy goes. I have no idea what the other cars are at. I haven't been paying attention, but with 8.5 hours left to go, I mean, these things kind of tend to shake out over time.
Yeah, well, Joshua, you have any questions to ask? Because I think I've had everything.
Yeah, what's your general opinion, especially on the LMP2s this race? Because it seems like, as always, both parties aren't happy. Did you guys have any particular issues in traffic, or?
I personally haven't been in the car yet this race, so I don't really have much of an opinion, and I haven't seen, I mean, I watched a former leader in GT3 get taken out on a straightaway, basically, so that didn't look good. It could definitely be cleaned up, probably on both sides, but I've seen a few incidents from LMP2s. You're gonna get that multi-class, but since I haven't been in the car, my only encounter with LMP2s was in practice, and I was taken out when I was on the outside line of Parabolica, so basically they just drove into the back of me. So, but that was just practice. That wasn't in this race, so can't really say it's all that bad or all that good. Don't have a whole lot of on-track experience yet.
Yeah, maybe you can come back after your stints and give us a live update on your mood.
Sure. I mean, I'm driving to the end, so maybe because I'm doing a double and then 2 stints off, and then I'm finishing the race. So maybe once I'm done with those first 2.
Yeah, then we're looking forward to hearing from you again, and thank you very much.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
So, now that Dan is gone, we can relax a little.
Am I gone? Question.
Oh no, he's not gone.
I am not
Okay,
gone.
okay, it's chat.
Alright.
Relax.
I am not gone. Joshua, if you want, you could go and take a break in a minute, because we
hello.
have our one and only Dean Pickles with us.
Yes. 1 second. So are you using this timing stuff? Because I need to move this poorly managed SDK thing around, mate. Because
If you go on
for
to...
one, all your cameras, I need to extend it out, because I use all the cameras and they're all squeezed up. So I need to.
If you do copy broadcaster and commentator, you can see everything I'm using.
Yes, sir. I know that, but you want me to control cameras, don't you?
I do. I could give you
Well-
control right now.
I know, but the thing is, with the cameras, I need to scroll the little box down. That's why I'm trying to move it all around, so I actually have all of them, so I can click on immediately. Scrolling, you know what I mean?
Yeah. This is how I
Manage
use it.
like this. How do you get through the cameras?
Just scroll through them.
You gotta scroll then. You can't instantly click it. You just missed 10 seconds of action. That's how you roll, my friend?
Yeah.
By the way, have you loaded the extra camera packs?
Which extra
Otherwise,
camera packs?
we're gonna look all different.
We're not allowed.
What do you mean you're not allowed?
We're not allowed. Just ask James
I paid
about
for
that.
them. I paid for them. I'm allowed to use them. I paid for them.
But I'm not.
No, screw them. No, we're using them.
No,
Paid
we're
for
not. I don't want to get in trouble, Biggles.
As everyone can see, Biggles today woke up with the left foot first.
Biggles, get used to it. Joshua is just straight up forward. He's immediately to the point, and I love it. I think you said it last time around when you were commentating together with Joshua as well. I think at that point it was the first race hub.
Spa.
Yeah, Spa. You loved that he was just so calm and composed.
You see, Dan? Now you offended him.
Did I? Did I, Biggles? I think I did. Not getting any reaction from Biggles anymore. Biggles, are you good? Are you still alive?
I muted. I was sick of my fucking goddamn rebooting a
Biggles.
goddamn computer.
Language.
We're not live, are we?
We are.
You kidding me?
Yeah. We are live. Biggles.
Oh, I did
Hello
not
guys and
realise.
welcome to the
That's-
PEC Endurance League watch party.
We are live, Biggles. You can watch us on YouTube if you want.
I'm sorry, I did not realise that we were live. My apologies.
Alex says Biggles.
I thought we were in a practice session. Sorry.
We are not. We are live. Can't you just see on the top left? Race. The VPG race wheels. 12 hours of Monza.
Yeah, well, the problem is I just had to boot everything up, so I'm all over the shop. Wow.
Well-
Okay.
Whilst Biggles is fixing his cameras, Joshua and I are going to go through this real quickly because we owe you still a hourly update. So Joshua, a little bit later than we usually do it, about 40 minutes. Go on with our hourly update and start with the LMP2s. Top 5.
Yeah,
Big
I'm
accent in
gonna-
the background. Did you see that? Sorry, cut you off.
I did not.
Who was that? Just double check the report. There was just an X, I think. Just one
We're
of
going
the
to take a look at
GTP3
that.
cars.
Not too many replays, by the way, James, because sometimes it can bug out and it's not a pleasant viewing. But here we go. Here. Here we have Justin in Ascari. Does
Just
he take
loses
too
it
much of the
there.
curb? Oh, that's
Yeah.
a big hit into the tire wall.
Yeah.
Back on track, and oh, the Lithium Motorsports car just about manages to avoid him. Then reverses
Oh.
back on track. Wow.
Ooh. Yeah, see, you got the Biggles luck coming in immediately, and all somebody's spun. So, yeah, sorry to cut you off. Can you give us an hourly update on that one before Justin rudely crashed his car and interfered?
Go on, Joshua. Your hourly update coming in now.
I mean, we're gonna send him the bill. So, still leading to Screw Racing. With 046 Racing now slowly but surely falling back. Tempest Sim Sport still in P3. GasX Racing, our economical nature warriors, saving fuel in P4, about a minute behind the leader. With TSR Racing probably coming out in 5th after Basinga Motorsports has finished pitting. For the GT3s, after PGZ's exit, we have Euromaster Esports still leading, with Tempest Sim Sport Blue in 2nd place, slowly but surely closing the gap to our leaders. MRP by Fields Academy now in P3, with a comfortable around 30-second gap. Astro Racing Cellular Mode with P4 and Platinum Racing Team Blue in P5. For the GT3 AM, not much has changed since the last hour. Wise Motorsports Europe managed to extend the gap to RFR Orange. Platinum Racing Team Red in P3, followed by Crisps Racing, our pole setters. And in P5 we have Bottom Split Heroes.
They won't be in P5 for long, I imagine.
Yeah, I think DSA Silver Motorsports is gonna inherit that place in about 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, quite a lot of AM cars already out of this race, but quite a lot also still going. But the gaps are quite big though in between them. He has, I think, one of the AM cars behind him. That is Renewable Bars, I think. No, never mind. That is not Renewable Bars. That is Rob Udenbroek in the orange Ferrari, in the trackside orange Ferrari. He's going to try and overtake him if he can, though. But yeah, they are quite far down the order in terms of laps.
And Austrian Sim Racers Orange has received a penalty. I do not know what penalty yet, but they did receive a penalty, which, again, in my opinion, is very justified.
Okay, yeah. They're now exactly ahead of the car where it happened with the Chicane Online Racing red car. It was quite a dive down the inside, but the Chicane Online red car didn't leave any space either, did it? Or do you not agree with me on that?
In my opinion, it was clear-cut or racing incident, but if I would have been in the steward's office, I would have also given the ASR car the penalty.
Well, can't argue with that then, because that is what is going to happen.
Hang on,
As
did you
we
say
have the
ASR car?
Austin Sim Races, yeah?
Ah, okay. I thought it was
Not
the other ASR.
ATRS. ATRS was also involved in an incident while we were doing our rundown, but yeah.
Well, obviously Loose Screw Racing is leading at the moment in the LMP ones, and well, I think they've got some Titan screws, aren't they, on that one rather than some loose screws.
Biggles coming in with the punts immediately, like we know Biggles. Amazing. Yeah, indeed, they have. They've been really quick throughout the whole season. They've surprised me, actually. Because Biggles, be heard me. If you hear Loose Screw Racing, you're not thinking of a team that is this quick. You're thinking of a team that is racing for fun, a good bunch of friends, and do some practice, but not too much. But they have been really on the pace, basically at every track they've gone to. Because, by the way, do you want control of the cameras already?
No, you're fine unless you want me to, but I think you're doing a pretty good job.
I can give you control if you want.
No, that's okay.
I will keep control
If
then.
it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they say. Pit lane
Indeed.
at the moment for the Tempest Sim Sports are jumping in there to splash and dash. These cars don't have big gas tanks, do they?
I think 75 liters it is. By the way, Joshua, if you want now, you can go off and take your well-deserved a rest. And like we said, back at around 8 p.m.
Yeah,
Nine.
I will go and
Can
get
you
myself.
get me a, what's it called? A bitterburger? What's it called again?
Bitterballen.
Bitterballen. Can you get me a bitterballen on your way back, please?
He's from Germany. He probably doesn't know what that is.
What is it?
either. Just search
Alright.
it.
Get me a Bratwurst then.
Oh, we
I will
can't do
see.
that.
Maybe I will come back to you guys from the pit lane after my break.
Yeah. Joshua, thank you once again for being with me here for the first 4 hours, or for the first 4 hours and 44 minutes. But yeah, once again, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Oh no. I think we have an issue.
What?
My SDK has crashed, so you need to take over control, Biggles.
All right, confirm. I shall do that. It
You can
has
go to
been having
podcast.
some problems lately, but let's have a look if I do have control right now.
You do.
Yes, let's go to, of course, to the Australian driver of Ben.
You do not have the latest updates, though. There are still drivers in there that haven't been put into the right team. I think that's the
but
word.
Is Benjamin an Australian?
I think
Ben
he is.
Dutton? 505 Endurance team.
Yeah, I think
We
he
have a
is.
crash at the moment. Let's have a look at the replay of what's happened to Gino. And all right, let's have a look at that. It had that. Gino,
Oh.
where is Gino? Just running off the track a little bit. I think that's just getting out of the way. It seems more than anything.
Yeah. Biggles, don't do too much replays because it can look a little bit cruel. You know what I
Why?
mean?
Cruel as in we're focusing on the accidents?
No, but
What?
the fact that it sometimes it likes to, well, give people epileptic attacks because
Oh. Okay, no problems. Hello, everybody in the chat, including the hot tub streaming bots are even getting excited for this race at the moment. Of course, ignore them. We've seen them, but that's a new one actually. I'll leave that one in a second. We should get rid of it.
I'm joining back into the race, everyone. I don't know why it has crashed, but all of a sudden I didn't click anything, but it just closed itself down.
Yes.
Have you had that recently as well, Biggles?
I haven't actually been casting some racing in a couple of weeks now, so no, I haven't. But I believe that has been the case for some people. Have a look at what the situation is as the Platinum Racing team is going into the pit lane. Just having a look at what the situation is with some of the drivers. It looks like this might be brewing up to be a little bit of a battle here for James in the ATRS Sports team. I'm just trying to see how they are far. I think they're only a few seconds down the road there from the Rotary Industry team just up the road, if I'm not mistaken. Telemetry. Get in a second. Once Dan gets it sorted out.
Yeah, I'm joining back. I'm at about 56%. It's taking time.
Oh, your whole game crashed?
No, I had to close it down, otherwise I can't get to SDK Lifetime. I know. Weird.
How are you still streaming for some reason?
Because
working?
do you see the
Oh.
stream PC person chat? We have a whole of the PC streaming this race.
Oh,
Because
okay,
my PC
that's
can't
the
handle it.
reason why. All right, I was wondering how can you be streaming it and the game is still running. You know, you must have some magic over there in the Netherlands. I mean, geez, you've got another Formula One world champion. You got motor races everywhere. What are they putting in the food in the Netherlands right now? There's
I
such
don't
great-
know, to be honest.
Great races around the world.
Yeah.
Hello out there in the chat. Give us a thumbs up or tell us where you're from. What neck of the woods? Just trying to have a look at all the telemetry at the moment. I've jumped into this race as you guys have already been into it.
Here I am. I'm back.
almost 4 hours right now, and I do apologize for my rude language before. I didn't realize I was on the air. I don't speak like that professionally on the air. I speak like that when I'm off the air.
Here I am,
Uh,
Biggles. I'm
pit
back
stops, I
with you.
believe. Right.
Well then,
Looks
while
like-
Biggles is figuring out the drivers, I can give you the commentary for a second. Well, we're looking at James Ibrahim. He, of course, had that hardware failure a little bit earlier on. I don't know. Oh, what is... I don't know what's happening now, but SDK has closed itself down again.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. Oh.
Well, there was a little bit of an exchange of route at the moment because the Hurricane Anderson Lithium Motorsports team have just jumped in and out of the pit lane, so that will promote Ben and James, as well as Mika that you're watching right now for the TSR Racing team. Now, they are only a few seconds down the road from that car right up ahead, so that's your battle currently at the moment brewing between P6 and P7. So number 23 car versus the number 44.
I hope I'm
still-
back.
So have I got the right telemetry up there? I mean, sorry, the paint, is that the same looking car there you got for number 7 I'm watching? Because I do have trading paints on, but that car looks a little bit different.
I think your folder isn't correct. I think that's what...
My folder's
Folder where
incorrect?
it's corrected to, yes.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. But the car on the screen is actually correct. All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the correct one.
It is.
All right. Well, the 44 car at the moment is trying to get past the 23 car. Who's a little bit further up the road now because they're trying to get past some of the back markers. There's the 23 car, you see, there's the 44. Making their way into... Is that Curva Parabolica?
Parabolica, yes.
Yep,
It is.
There you go. Sorry, it is. Sorry, that's Alberto. You can see they can go and jump in the pit lane right now anyway for the 23 car. It is the Alboreto corner as well, my friend, now, in honor of Mikhail Alboreto.
yeah,
Of course, the
yeah.
Italian driver used to be in Formula 1
It is
for the
indeed.
Ferrari.
I think you're absolutely bang on with that.
Mate, I've been in Italy all week long for the Formula 1 league races, so pretty used to having pineapple on my pizza. Or not.
I don't know what's happening now.
Temple of Speed. Mate, it's me. It's me. I've come in and broken everything.
I think it is. Because SDK, well, I would love to keep an eye on everything that's going on, but SDK is just closing itself down. I'm not touching anything right now.
Ask for a refund.
I'm looking exactly at what you're looking at right now,
Yeah.
and it just closed itself down.
This is a close battle, of course, that is brewing. It's James, the number 13 car, that's just up the road right there. We're on board with Mecca. Schlehay, if I'm pronouncing that one correctly.
Difficult
Gain 9
name, yes.
positions, of course, up into P7. That's the 44 car. They're hunting down the 13 car of ATS. It's ATS Esports. And number 13, unlucky for some, not unlucky for that driver so far. That well, it is a little unlucky because I dropped one place. Right there. Down just one. Actually, it's showing it's down 4. But I think we're only down 1. Just have a look around the main straightaway, of course. So you'll in excess, Formula 1 car will reach in excess of 352 kilometers per hour this week anyway, that I noticed. I'm not sure what they will be reaching in the top speeds, but good overtake into the first and second corner brilliantly. Buys himself a little bit more time with the car right down the road there, of course, of the German driver here, who now goes around the Curva Grande. Big sweeping right-hand corner, puts a lot of lateral load, of course, on those tyres and left-hand side. And then, of course, make your way down into Regatta, turns 3 and turn 4. Hit those sleeping, we call it, those...
Oh, spinner in the background, an AMG
Yeah.
round.
Yep, let's have a look. That's one of the important things. Why did you have it paused too, by the way, too? Let's have a look. You have one job. This is it here, right? Oh, that's it. As we just spoke about it, it's just, it comes, you got to get back out of the way. Lots of traffic. Dangerous place to turn around. Just in time. That's what you need a spotter, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, you do.
All right, back up to the action, of course. Now, it looks like the leaders were very, very close. This is still a close battle, of course, brewing here. I'm trying to see where the other close battles are brewing on the track together. Let's bear with this. There's 54 cars currently around, actually, give or take 45 now.
Yeah, somewhere around that.
Just trying to see the leader of some of the other classes here at the moment. And that's the leader in the LMP2 class, if I'm not mistaken. All right, I want to the Porsche. No, my apologies, it's not. It's this class, GT class.
The GT3 Pro class.
Yeah. That's the Euromasters esports team. Now, the gap is at 1.4 seconds, you can see. So it's not a lot. To Ricardo right here, Tempest, Simsport. They should be able to visually see them, of course, on track soon as they're having to allow the LMP cars to go through, flying their way up. What do you call those chicane things that they hit, Dan?
Curbstones?
Is it the one? Yeah, the big ones to stick. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. It's too
The
early in the morning.
anti-cut curbs?
I don't know. Now, just to confirm, Dan, or maybe we're 3 hours into how long? 10 hours, did you say?
This is the 12 hours of Monza.
12 hours of Monza. Right, so definitely coming into the
4
evening.
hours
We're gonna go into the nighttime for sure, won't we?
Yeah, we definitely will. By the way, I think the team in first is GazX Racing Team. I think the driver in that car, Hendrik Augustin, needs to be assigned in your thing to the correct team.
You mean this team at the moment is the leader of the GT3s?
Impulse Racing and the leader of the LMP2.
Oh, the LMP2s?
That is actually GazX Racing, I think.
Okay. I gotta look from here somewhere. What number? Can you give me a car number? That's the easiest thing to work on.
63.
63. Oh, you mean for the LMP ones?
Yes.
Oh, these are the. Sorry, these are the LMP ones. There's no LMP ones for the LMP twos.
Yes, there are no
okay.
LMP1.
I did join 4 hours late, so I'm trying to catch up. Yeah. So who are you saying is this? I'm saying showing is Hedrick.
GazX Racing. This is Hendrik Augustin in the GazX
Yes.
Racing Team.
Okay. 'Cause it says Impulse Racing for me.
Yeah, that's why you need to assign them to the correct team, I think.
I
Add
don't know how
drivers
to do
and then
that.
assign them to the correct team.
I don't know how to do that.
Don't know?
No, I've never had to do that before. I thought it just updates from iRacing from the servers.
Why the- I'm gonna take a look for you, okay? Give me a
Confirmed,
minute.
sir.
We all have to help each other, don't we?
Yep, going back to this little battle that's brewing at the moment between the 278 car and that's the car up the road there, the No Limits racing team of Alex. So, look like they might have a similar livery, so are they teammates or not? Teams?
They are. This is, I think, the Manatee Black racing car, and the No Limits Mercedes is up ahead of it.
And is that also a similar, looks like a very similar livery here, the
Yeah,
greens and the
yeah.
oranges, the 69 LMP car squeezing in between them.
It is. It's green day here at the moment.
Yeah. Well, as for what lap we're on, no idea.
What lap we're on? We're on lap 143, but that doesn't matter. The
No.
only thing that matters is the time at the top of your screen. 4 hours in almost. So almost 1/3 through this race.
Further back, we have another battle brewing once again between, at this time, it's Mika and Oliver just up the road. That's Oliver in the 69 car. You might be able to see it. No, that's actually Ben just behind the 505 Endurance. There. That's the battle that's brewing. Right there. 44 on the 50 car. So quite close. Now, they all are on the lead lap. They have to go down to Lithium Motorsports. That's a lap down from this. There's also, you can see a 77 car in the background, which is actually, believe it or not, the race leader. So there is the race leader about to lap these two guys that are still hopefully just barely hanging on the lead lap at the moment.
They are. The GasX Racing team, though, I think it does have a fuel-saving strategy, so they do. Oh no, never mind. That's the Loose Screw Racing car. You were completely correct.
Absolutely. Look at this, and very careful going into turn one. Of course, this is where you got to be very careful. And at the moment, 44 car decides to back off on that one. Now, remember too that these guys at the moment do not have to lift to allow the leader through. And there's somebody's actually gone. Is that Mika? Yeah, Mika's gone slow. That is going to allow the leader to go through. And I was just about to say, well, here's Aussie Benjamin at the moment here. Now, Aussie Benjamin in this team, in the 50 car, there's the race leader behind, about to lap him, but he doesn't have to let him pass. He's still on the lead lap.
He doesn't have to.
Try to keep the lead up behind you as much as possible. This is the scary part, isn't it? Obviously, Ricardo's driving the Loose Screw Racing at the moment. They want to get past, but they also know, hey, you know, we don't want to get in an accident so far into this race. So they know they've got a bit of a fight to get this 50 car. So let's see. Anyway, we're going to go toward our leader.
They also don't want to lose too much time.
That's true. So they're going to have to get past this car here as they go into. Is that Ascari? No, they have to back off through that. I would play it safe.
It is Ascari.
Yeah, through Ascari. You don't want to overtake through Ascari. Get the exit out of here. Bang, done. And now obviously down the back straight away. Full speed, flat out. Let's go on board actually, have a look. So that's the car off the road that they want to get. It's just ahead of Curva Parabolica. Spots the apex, goes out wide. Going to get a great exit here. We're going to go on the inside. Very, very cautious too. Because you understand that if the GT car was thinking about going in the pit lane right there, that could have been a very nasty accident. I'm sure there's rules and regulations for that happens all the time actually in league racing. Look at the big gap difference, but hasn't there, between Benjamin 50 car that's up the road and Mikela before the 44 car. They were so close together, and then all because now our Loose Screw Racing team split them up. There's a bit of a difference. That's occurred.
Yeah, they do.
There you go, you can see. The 44 is just getting a nice tow along, isn't he? From the 77 at the moment. The race leader.
I think he is. And, well, that's always going to be vital, I think, in the end. To save some fuel, because, well, they want to save some fuel at the moment in P7. But they also want to get back on that lead lap in case there is a safety car.
That's true. You can see those marbles forming as they're going to make their way down into Ascari. Only 11 corners, of course, here in Italy. Just 11 to navigate. You can see at the moment that the 50 car at the moment they are chasing at the moment, the 505 Endurance, yeah, on similar lap times. It's a 135.9 actually for Benjamin, a 136 flat there from this race leader. So, believe it or not, the 50 car is actually pulling a little bit of a gap.
Yes.
We've got traffic coming up soon, but this will be the dangerous one, of course, going into turns 1 and 2. The Retrofitto. How'd you go with your SDK?
Say again?
How'd you go with your SDK?
Trying to fix it at the moment.
Okay. I had to turn the fan on, heating up a little bit here in Italy.
Of course it is. It's Italy.
Yeah, look at those. Yeah, I'm just going to find in your SDK where all this information is. Here's the weather. Let's have a look at that one currently at the moment.
28, so that's
degrees.
Another degree down.
And it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I expect what we're looking at about 7 o'clock before you're going to get that sun setting, or the Earth rotating away from the sun.
About that time, yeah. The sun is already setting. I think that's why you can see that the track is sometimes a little bit orange. So, yeah, the track is setting already. Well, Or the sun is setting already. I have to say it like that. Not the track, the sun.
Yeah, exactly. I keep saying the sun doesn't set, the earth rotates away from it. We have to say it correctly. And here we go. So it's a possibility right now of them to try to unlap the 50 car. As you can see, they make all their way down here. And a bunch of Mercs as well. Are they all Mercedes here? No, we've got a mixture of all sorts of cars, of course, with the GTs. That's the interesting part. Let's have a look if we can see over the rear camera of any of the other cars in the moment. I just want to see if we can look over the rear camera right there of 505 Racing, just to make sure my cameras actually do match yours. They don't really, but I guess it's enough to see.
It is.
I got a better camera for that one, mate. And looking straight down the shark fin at the car behind. Unless you can tell me which camera I should be using. It's fantastic, this actually.
Well, we're not seeing the same on stream.
No, we're not, but I'm just looking at what you're showing me anyway. I just want to see them trying to handle the pressure, of course, from our race leaders, 77 car.
I've sent you something, and that should be the correct one.
What did it send me?
A new theme. So if you load that up...
Oh, I didn't. One you put the other day.
So if you load that up, then all the cars should be correct ones. I hope.
Okay.
Because the 474 is the YS Motorsport 01. That is Mario Dragoni in the car and not none.
Okay. We'll be loading it. You're distracting me. Press the 2 on the keyboard. Obviously the 2 on the keyboard is not working for me at the moment. Thank you. Nothing's working for me.
Well, Biggles is trying to say that.
That's very interesting.
What is it? Tell me what is it?
Half the numbers on my keyboard aren't working. Uh-oh.
That's indeed interesting, yeah.
Oh, please don't say my keyboard's broken. I don't want to buy a Spanish keyboard. I need an English keyboard.
A Spanish? Does that even exist,
That's all they have
Biggles?
here. That's all they have here, mate. Yes, they do. And
Monik says, keep up the work, boys. 1/3 done for today, especially for you guys in the comms booth, but because... Oh, is it correct now?
I've loaded it. So, tell me if that's working.
It's not correct. F.
I just loaded it. And you've moved all my cameras around now, too.
Can you give me back the controls? Maybe that works?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Alright. Go for it.
Here we are. Now I should have control. Yes? Yes, we do. Then what I do is reload the overlay. But that didn't work, did it? Back to live pictures then. There we go. Look at that. And you should now have exactly the same as me, so you're gonna now gain control again.
Oakley dokley.
Just tell me when you have control.
Who? Sorry?
Just tell me when you have control.
Do I have control again?
Yeah, you can take control again.
I need you to match the same camera packs that I have, sir. It doesn't matter. Just give me a minute, please. I have to move the STK stuff around again.
Okay, then I'm gonna go back into broadcast real quick.
Yeah, you need to take care of that. I need to fix your
If we look at
STK.
Hendrik Anderson then, in the Lithium Motorsports car, he's been quick all evening long, or all day long at the moment. Ben Dutton is trying to overtake the 777 loose screw, finally getting back on that lead lap, which will be vital for him. He's been quick all day long. That 505 car got some penalties, some unlucky things happened to that car, but he's now finally going to try and get back into the lead lap.
I'm gonna murder you.
Why?
Oh, the things I have to move around.
Oh no, Fagels.
Yeah, I'm still gonna murder you.
Are you still gonna murder me? Okay.
I don't know how you
threatening.
can work with these conditions.
Well, this is how I got it, so I learned to work with it.
You can.
So you see the 50 car going into the pit lane, the 505 Endurance. We knew that it owed us a pit stop, but through the pit stop cycle, it does now usually get back onto the lead lap if he can be quick in the next couple of laps. We take a look back at our leader of the race, Loose Screw Racing. Got a J Ferreira in that car, still going strong. 12 seconds is the gap to the 046 racing car, which has increased over the last couple of laps. Tempest Sim Sports LMP2 is in P3, lost 2 positions of course, but gained a couple of positions back in the last hour or so. Pickles, when you're done with it, okay.
No, I gotta move everything around.
No, when you're done with moving everything around, save the project and save it over the existing file that you're using right now.
Until you sent me the new one.
No, that's good. But save it over the existing file, because then it should be alright.
I'm just telling you. I just have to reset it all up again. It's fine.
Hendrik Augustin in P4 for the Gazex Racing team. 46 seconds back at the Race Crew Racing. And they've finally boxed last time. They're looking to try and triple this stint because, well, that light's already becoming more apparent on the cars as the sun is settling. Only 4 hours into this race, so we're going to get quite a big chunk of dark running, which will be interesting to see.
Control, sir.
Right, second. Have you saved it, Biggles?
Yes, taking control.
Good.
Oakley dokley.
There we go. It's working perfectly fine.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that?
Because I see now the correct things and the stream I think sees the correct things. If I take a look. Yes, it does.
It probably just took a little bit to update. All right, here we go. The 63 car at the moment is being chasing down. Well, being chased down by Bazinga Motorsport of Oliver. It's just a little bit further down the road here. And they're still on the lead lap. Just to confirm, did the leader get past the other car while I was messing around? I can't remember on that one.
Loose Screw Racing, you mean?
Yes, Loose Screw Racing. Did they get past? Yeah, they did get past 505 Endurance, and as well as the number 23 car. So there you have it. I don't know why at the moment it's showing P6 as being a lap down.
P6 is a lap down. That is correct. TSR is a lap down, I think.
TSR is not a lap down for my information. I guess it just hasn't updated or something, but showing me on the lead lap still.
That is because it's the gaps, and please leave it on that, otherwise it will crash.
Oh, why is everything crashing? It never crashes for me.
That is just SDK things. If you put it on intervals, it has to do more things than it can.
That's okay. I'm not actually adjusting the on-screen stuff. I'm just looking at my thermometer. This is about what's pouring back here between the number 107 and the 499 car. We're looking at the 499 car at the moment. They're off Mark Road from the... Is that Ireland on the flag there on the side? He has it. I'm not quite sure if it's a...
That is Wales.
Wales. Yeah. But on the flag on the side there has Wales and Ireland, I think it has. So maybe they're switching between those two drivers have. Sharing it for the DSA Motorsports team, and of course you can see the tiger of the Lamborghini. Is it the road there?
Yeah, it sounded like one. There it
They
is.
look like it, don't they? With the eyes on that car. That's
Yeah,
the
it
Lamborghini
does.
car right there of Marcus. Yeah, that just looks like a panther or a tiger or whatever you want to call it. What do you guys think out there in the chat?
Let us know. There he is, our beautiful man, Kevin. Welcome.
Hello, welcome.
Kevin.
Kevstar is back. Hello.
Hello.
Well, Kevin, you won the rundown of the race.
Yeah, please bring me up to date.
That is perfect because we are due to do our hourly update, Biggles. If you can go to the LMP2 field, we start with the car Loose Crew Racing, which has inherited the lead of 046 Racing. 15 minutes in now, or 15 seconds in that gap, 4 hours and 15 minutes in. So quite small that gap for a race being this long already. 28 seconds is the gap down to the Sim Sports LMP2 car, GazX Racing Team. That car saving fuel on a fuel saving strategy, 48 seconds behind that, has been able to go 2 laps longer in basically every stint they've done. They're up to about 12 to 14 laps longer than everyone else at the end of a stint. Then we have Bazinga Motorsports in P5, and that's the last car on the lead lap. Then we go to the GT3 Pro field, Euromasters in the lead there. Tempest Sim Sports in P2, 18 seconds behind that. Euromasters inherited the lead after PGZ crashed out of the lead after a comfortable lead, 20 seconds almost that was, but they crashed out in Oscari after they got hit by, I think it was the RFRO orange car, the car that is 4th in the AM class at the moment. The MRP Battlefields Academy in 3rd. Tempest Sim Sport car though, 70 seconds only that gap now. That was at some point 30 seconds, so they are slowly but surely gaining time. Then the Astro Racing Cellular Mode ahead of the Platinum Racing Team Blue car. And Platinum Racing Blue car could be a dark horse for the victory because they have been slowly but surely jumping up the order. Now we move to the GT3 Amfield, the YS Motorsports 01 car ahead of the Platinum Racing Team Red car in 2nd. Then we go to the Crips Racing car, and the RFRO orange car is ahead of the DSA Sylvan Motorsports car.
All right, could you repeat the question?
Which question?
No, it's fine.
Which question?
No, it goes back. A short view back to the pass. I can't remember. Nicky Lauda once said, driving a Formula 1 car is pushing buttons. I can't remember all that whole scene. Anyway.
No, you could put a trained monkey into a Formula 1 car and it can drive it.
Yes.
Now, you have to push all the buttons. Is it easier to drive the car now than... Okay, I don't know at all, but it was about a trained monkey. Anyways, Kevin, is that enough for you to take over?
I'm guessing.
Well then...
Dan,
we'll have
before you go, load that thing I sent you, please, sir.
I don't have to load that. It's correct on my screen and on the stream as well. It's following us. It's copying the broadcast, so because I don't have to download that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look the same as what I'm seeing on mine. I'm trying to do all fancy stuff.
It is good on stream. Okay.
Okay, fine. You want
Okay, Biggles.
Fancy, right?
Anyway. Biggles not getting what he wants is never a good combo.
Quiet. It has. Dan, go get some rest at the moment.
I will. Guys,
Give me a bit of balloon thing, whatever it's called.
I will get that back for you, okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Guys, once I go away, thanks for joining me, and thanks for joining us here at PEC. And yeah, good luck for the next couple of hours, okay?
Just going through at the moment. Dan will be back. I've a bit of sharing the casting box with Mr. Kevin.
That's right. Hello. Yes.
It's Kevin.
Yes.
So Kevin, I'm just going to try to go through the field here at the moment. I'm just having a look at where our... It's very difficult for me. I'll have a look at this YTS Motorsports. I'm just trying to see what of cars around here who is currently leading the GT3s. I'll go further back. I can't see anybody leading GT3s. These cars are not in the race.
Those are
GT3, now I got it.
Yeah, no, we're in the GT3 AM class, from what I can see. P10.
It's very hard to see in the GT3 AM class.
It's a lot. It's a lot of drivers there. I mean, great field that PC has got here.
Sorry,
of
it's
course.
all over the place at the moment. Just trying to find who. I can't, honestly, I can't find the leader at the moment. Oh, the GT3 AM to even see the name of them. So that's Crips Racing here. Okay.
Crips Racing SP3.
Yeah, because they're actually a bit quicker than some of the other classes at the moment. For the GT3s, the GT3 AMs are actually a bit quicker. So I'm a little confused. It is YS, this is it, Mario right here. They're the ones that are leading currently the GT3 AM. So I wanted to go back because we haven't shown them yet. Well, I haven't shown them.
Yeah, let's go through. Let's give the slower guys also a bit of love. Fast drivers are
slower cars
on screen.
Not necessarily
slower cars,
drivers.
not necessarily, of course, but you know, AM class and all that stuff. So let's give them some love, of course. Now we're back in the Pro class.
Oh no, that's actually weird because actually, sorry, this car is actually behind the leader of the GT3
so, okay.
At the moment.
So
that's what's happening.
There's quite a lot of overlap between the Pro and AM cars.
Absolutely, that's what's got me confused on that one, so apologies about it. But we'll go to the GT3s at the moment. See, he's leading the GT3 class. I think it might be Ricardo. It's actually this one at the moment. Pedro. Valencia?
Valencia?
Yeah. Valencia, that's the word I was looking for.
Valencia.
The 1-2-2 car there from Portugal. The Portuguese flag. Portuguese/Spanish team?
Spanish, yeah. That's what I'm seeing there.
Euro Masters. Hello. And in the chat, as it's going to get a little bit darker. Let's see what. Oh, I'm not sure you're not getting the same cameras as me. You should actually be inside the car right now. Let's have a look anyway.
There we go, inside the Porsche.
Yeah, I just like those buttons there for you to press, of course. If you want the screen driver, if you want the heat screen, the option 2. No, the option 2 button is good. It sounds like an option. Auxiliary light, rain light. Don't have to worry about that one. No racing at the moment. Option
Not yet. Hopefully soon.
They got all pumps here, main pump, intake pump, and spare pump. What do you think that is? Is that just pumps for the oil or water or what?
I'm guessing like probably hydraulic systems and everything. Maybe if something fails, they have to press something there or something. I'm not quite sure.
I like the little air conditioning tube thing that you could rotate around, of course, so you get some air conditioning into you. You get hot and sweaty, of course.
Yeah, of course. I mean.
Well, he's handled it quite well. Keep up the good work, Mr. Pedro, while you're leading your class. Now, for the LMP2 class, so that's what we've really been focusing on, the leaders are now getting up to this point here of Bazinga Motorsports Racing. That's actually a lap out. Now, this team, German, of
Gazix Racing.
Gazix Racing, yeah. They're the ones that are now trying to stay on the lead lap. I love that silver green chrome livery, really, in the 63 car. Look at the different angles that it shines with the green grass, I think, from Italy. Looks fantastic. You can just see it. Oh, wait, you're looking at an onboard camera. See, I apologize once again. Cameras are mix and match for me. I'm not seeing the same cameras you're seeing. I told Dan about that, but he wouldn't do anything. So,
I think
anyway.
I should be looking at the same cameras that the stream is looking, so...
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so we are... Yeah, okay, perfect. So,
see
we are
that goldish green livery on the side? That's great.
Yeah, I mean, the...
Oh, wait, you're not seeing cameras still. I give up on these cameras. I don't know what to do. I'm completely different cameras than everybody else.
There we go. Yeah, so it's...
Oh, that's going to be tricky in the turn one. Yeah, tuck in.
Look at that. A lot of cars there.
Yeah.
But they're doing great, of course.
Traffic jam in Italy. We do have a crash to report. Just want to see what's happening here at the moment, 55 and the 63. Now, the 63 car, where is the car that it's on? I'm trying to think at the moment. That's the... Yeah. No, the... Tempest has unlapped themselves now. Because Kazakhs were, yeah, Tempest has now unlapped themselves. That's the number 1 car that's behind.
So Milo Gamer writes in chat, can we have an update on the Platinum cars, please? Maybe can you find out where the Platinum Racing team cars are driving?
Oh, the Platinum Racing team, you mean?
I'm guessing that's what he means. I don't know how many teams called Platinum are in here.
Well, here's one here. They're out.
Oh, they're out. Not a great start.
And there is another one I saw. Here's Platinum Racing Team. We've got lots of Platinum Racing Team. Here's your Platinum Racing Team currently at the moment. It's the Platinum Racing Team Red.
Platinum Racing Team Red on P2 in the AM class. We don't actually see it right now on screen. So maybe try to change it. Yeah, there it is.
I can't do these cameras, man. My apologies. I just can't. I got completely different cameras than everybody else. I'm going to load something for a second.
No worries, no worries.
See if I can match.
So we got that one here.
All right. And then we do have the orange version as well. So it's Stephen Bird driving it.
Stephen Bird on P10 in the GT3 Pro class. But 2 laps down from the lead.
A little bit of damage at the front end, it looks like as well.
That doesn't look very too great, let's say it like that. Let's say it nicely.
And we're going to go through and see if there's any others. Here we go. So we do have a Platinum Racing Team Blue. That's a little bit further up at the moment. Currently really in P5.
Winston Eckel on P5. Still on the lead lap.
Yeah. And I believe that's about it, if I'm not mistaken, just to confirm. So one of them's unfortunately out, and then you have the other 3 or 4. Yeah, you actually have... Yeah, we saw that was out. So the LMP Platinum Racing Team is out, unfortunately. Race lead is in at the moment, and so has Michael for the Loose Screw Racing Team and then the 4-6 Racing Team. They've gone in to the pit stops. So that's interesting. We'll allow probably some of the other drivers to unlap themselves, of course. I don't know.
I will try to get more into the commentating stuff. I am trying to get my own little version of the live timing so I can keep an eye on the whole field as well here. But I think from what I've heard in the stream before, also Dan had a bit of a problem with his SDK before. So I hope I can get it to work a bit better. Because we want to talk, or I want to also keep an eye on everything that is happening around the track. So maybe I can also say if I can see something happening. So let's just load up iRacing in the background for me as well. Here we go. So what do we have here?
I'm just trying to match the cameras, my apologies. I don't know if he's got it on default or not. I'm just checking, see if I can get the same camera as what you guys are seeing so we can match those pictures up and not get a little bit confused. Hopefully I might have the right one now. Let's have a look. You got suspension. Yes, that looks good. It's the opposite side. And
so,
there's a little bit of a... No, we're all mixed up. Oh well.
TRX writes in chat, hi guys, in the overlay it says 4 hours Road Atlanta, and you are completely right, TRX. On the top left, maybe is there some way for you to, I hope, just quickly correct that to the 12 hours of Monza, of course, that's where we are right now. Thank you for the
whoever's in control of the pitches at the moment, you're going to need to press your spacebar. Have a little overlay that's occurring.
Yeah, that's the iRacing overlay. Can you so you've got the control over the...
Yeah, but I'm not over the game
SDK.
itself. I can't do that, unfortunately. I can only change the cameras that you see at the moment. So that itself is out of my control. We're watching the race leader at the moment. Who's come back out with a 7-second gap. Now you got Lithium Motorsports as the DTL rotaries in the pit lane. The other gaps are pretty spacious per se on the track. Just trying to find where some of the action is. So far, it's been quiet, I guess, in a little bit on the replay aspect. Apart from this one, let's just have a look. Lucas has gone off the track a little bit. Yeah, I see where the car is. It's gone off the track.
It's a
Nothing.
bit not a great replay at the moment.
No, absolutely
Technical
not.
issues a bit.
Oh, I understand
Almost-
why. I need to actually press play. I think this has gone off the track here.
You need
see.
to. In the stream, we are seeing just, I think, Arboreto curve now, Ascari.
Yeah.
Something doesn't quite match up there.
No, it's all messed up on the replay on the screen. Sorry.
The technical side just doesn't want to work today.
No,
So,
the cameras aren't matched. There's a reason why.
yeah. So let's.
Nobody listens to me.
No, it's.
Wait, am I changing? I'm not changing the thing. Computer bot. I don't understand. Anyway.
Something is happening on the stream side. I don't know. I don't quite know the whole setup, how everything is working, but we are just seeing the start-finish straight. Now we're looking at. Yeah, now we're back with the leader, about to lap a GT3 car. Just going past between the two Lesmo curves. Easy as that for Ricardo Ferreira. I mean, he needs to keep going. I can see the Gazix racing team. The gap is, I would say, getting smaller. Second by second. 7.3, it was 7.9 just a couple of.
Well, this one's brewing up, of course, the
minutes ago.
13 car here at the moment between Oliver up the road. Now, Alex Richardson has had a
Those two are
crash. We'll see if
also-
this is
yeah.
going to show you at the moment or if it's going to go all funny again. We'll see.
We'll see. Alex Richardson,
this is
we're
a
on the red
crash.
car. Now we just
Yeah.
need to press play probably. Yes, there we
Yeah.
go. The
So this is
huge
the-
Mercedes behind the LMP2.
The no limits, maybe I'd have to say it's probably gone too deep in here. Yes,
Oh,
that's a common
yeah,
thing.
he hits the curb.
Oh,
And,
that's a little bit of
it's the
damage.
wall. That's not good.
Yeah, it might be okay.
Yeah,
wonder if it
but there
affects the
will
steering,
be
isn't it?
damage.
Yeah, let's have a look inside.
It doesn't look like the steering is crooked, but
No. Yeah.
of course that's not going to be good for aerodynamics.
Yeah, I'll see if they jump into the pit lane anytime soon. Go back to live entertainment. Well, at least the replay is working a little bit better. That's good. Oh, look at a power slide through here at the moment. Let's go on board and let's listen to what it feels like to be in an LMP2 car around Monza. Gets the overtake done brilliantly. Quite nice. You'd have to agree. I'll take that
He's
one.
done very well there.
Yeah,
I can
that's
see what Dan was talking about before. That is pretty horrific what SDK is doing at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Also for me. It just doesn't want to work at all. So I'm just gonna. But I think I've got everything what I need. Everything I need now. I've got my live timing also set up here with me, so I can hopefully also look across the field and what is happening there. I hope that
Yeah,
works.
let me just fix that title up as well too. I see where the title
Yeah,
is,
please.
and I will fix that one.
So that our drivers aren't. Our viewers, of course, our drivers are probably not seeing
They
the
are going to be
stream.
like, "Hey, not bad for Road Atlanta."
Not bad.
Here we go. It
Really?
should be fixed there.
There we go. 12 hours of Monza. Thank you very much, TRX, again, for reminding us of that. Now everybody doesn't have to be confused when they join what they are looking at right now.
Absolutely.
So-
What about the GT3 Pro class? Now, just having a look to see how they're all going. Pedro's still leading that one there for the Euromaster Esports team.
Yeah, 12.5 seconds. That is in a 12-hour race. It's not a huge gap, but it's a comfortable gap where you don't have to like push too hard at the moment. Let's see how that gap, of course, develops over time. 12.3. We can see maybe. Let's see. Pedro Valencia last lap was a tenth slower than P2, but that's probably negligible in the grand scheme of things. So pretty much on the same pace, the top three actually, all within a tenth. So very close there in the top three of the GT3 Pro class. I hope the times that I'm seeing on my screen are correct, but they do look. Everything looks good, so it should be correct.
Well, the number 2 just down the road from them, 12 seconds and change. So that's not a bad to be on the lead lap with them, of course. That's a 1-2-2-2 on 103. We're looking at the 103 Portuguese driver currently at the moment for Tempest Sim Sport. Driving that beautiful Porsche as round. Look at that. It's nice and sparkly clean. Looks like it's just come out of the car wash, but it's 4.5 hours into this race. Looking good.
It's always
Let's go on board and feel the sensation of speed. Hard. You got to understand. It's very, very, very difficult when you're racing in different classes because for all the drivers, more so, it's probably even more difficult for the GT3 classes because they've got to be looking out for some fast cars all the time, remember, for the LMPs. So not only they're trying to race their heart out as fast as possible, they're also trying to make sure that they're yielding as least amount of time to make sure they're not getting in the way of the LMPs. Whereas the LMP class, of course, they're not looking behind too much. They're looking just forward. They have to get the overtakes done. But I think it's less difficult. Sorry to say it, obviously LMP cars are very difficult to drive too, but it's less work, you'd have to say, as an LMP car because you're not, once again, having to yield to let people past. As you would be in the GT3s. GT3s, you look at everywhere. You're going to have eyes in the back of your head. You're going to have spotters. You have to have your teammate help you out or whatever and make sure they're aware of what's going on around them at the same time. So that the driver really, at the end of the day, he or she can focus on those times, every lap times, the delta times, and just keep that as maximum as possible. There's an endurance race. You've got to consistently put really good laps in all the time to make massive gains. And that is what I believe it is. And that's somebody who's not a race driver. So there you go. Take advice from somebody who has no idea about racing. But I can only provide you advice on what I see in the years of casting experience, that's all. I'm like a Crofty, my friend, you know? He doesn't drive. He kind of knows a little bit about F1. Agree?
Of course, I mean, if you're watching F1 for a long enough period of time, you start to get the hang of the little details. They make up everything. Ooh, he goes a bit wide there, Ricardo. That's not going to help on his way to the top. But, I mean,
so you know what they call the Italian fans here in Monza? You know what they're called, right?
The Tifosi.
The Tifosi? Do you know what they call the American fans in Austin, Texas this weekend? The Mezzosa. The Mezzosans. That's what they're called now, if I pronounced it correctly.
Really?
But Mezzosas. America's Mezzoco. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Americans that are crazy about motor racing.
I mean, I guess. Let's see if this catches on as well as the Tifosi do. But
are you saying I'm making this up?
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. But you know, it seems to be something new, I guess. So.
Well, for the Platinum fan out there, you guy who was asking about what's happening with the Platinum team. Well, at the moment, they're about a minute off the leader there for the Platinum Racing team. Red, of course. Red is faster, isn't it? Faster than black, faster than green, faster than orange. And the orange and blue, of course, are the other. Well, that's the endurance team. This is the Platinum Racing team. Oh, and that's not the way to take a corner, but can he get it back on the track? Yes.
Yeah, but that's gonna be a slowdown. It has to be.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Let's see what
16,
he's doing.
Well, that's 16th place, of course, behind him.
So he doesn't have to fear about his position. Crips Racing almost or a bit over 30 seconds down the road, so nothing will happen position-wise, but he's still driving fast. I mean, it doesn't look like he's serving a time penalty. Maybe he's trying to get it to the next chicane. Of course, in the way it works, I feel like in the corners you lose way less time than on the straights.
Yeah, and just having a look, because who is the team that's behind? Well, the team behind it's a Platinum Racing team, Orange, but that's not. Yeah, well, it's Crips Racing actually, but it's not Crips Racing there, of course, behind him.
No, that's
different class.
I can see some of the problems with STK.
Yeah.
Because I can't see the YS Motorsports team.
No.
Oh no, there he is.
Yeah,
there
that
he is.
YS are right up a little bit further up actually. They are.
Yeah.
It's because they're lapping different cars as well. Remember the classes. So anyway, we'll see. YS is actually like there's a car between them at the moment, and that's a different class. That's a 1-2-3 car, which is in the GT3 Pro class. Anyway, I want to go back and show you an accident that's happened. And this is from Kiko Santos. Let's have a look at what has happened here.
Santos Digital Spirit Racing.
Now, they're lying
it's the
here,
chicane.
so...
Is it a replay from the
here
Merc?
it is.
It is.
There, Classic 101.
Classic.
Now, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, if you want courtside tickets to the best place on the track to watch action, right there. Absolutely right there. Just about everybody's had a little bit of a moment there in that's Scurry, right? The entrance of the Scurry. So that's where you want to get your tickets. Sit there. Forget grandstand tickets. Oh, the replay seems to be playing up a little bit there too. But yeah, forget grandstand tickets. Forget your Formula One paddock passes that cost you $4,000. Sit right in that corner and you're going to have cars scream at you. Probably jump back from the fence a little bit.
Probably.
A good place to be. So there you go. Let's have a look at the YS Motor Racing team that's a little bit further up the road here. There he is. Ooh, is that moving out of the way to allow one of the LMPs through? Look at that livery now. See that orange glow from the sun onto the gold, black and gold reflection? Looks very, very nice. Some of these liveries are really outstanding.
Yeah, there are some great artists in the iRacing field, I feel. A lot of great liveries. Not only in those league races, but also out when you're in public races, always seeing some great liveries. So people are really putting a lot of time and effort into them, and it shows. I mean, they are, as you said, they are looking absolutely brilliant.
It's going to be nice and fun to spot a little bit later on in the evening when that sun is completely down underneath the horizon. That means just turn your lights off and see if anybody can find you.
They will
hide and seek in the dark of a GT car. You know, have you seen the Vanta Black? Well, let's just think of it. Have you seen Vanta Black before? It's a nanofiber, or are you guys out there in the chat? A nanofiber fabric kind of thing called Vanta Black, and the nanofibers absorb 99.9% of all light, and so it looks like you're staring into a black hole. When you BMW, I think, coded one of the cars in that one time as a test.
Yeah, I've seen that BMW, and it looks pretty menacing.
I mean, you haven't seen it. That's the thing, because no light's reflecting off from it. You're seeing everything around the outside of it. That's the thing. You can't see it. Imagine that at night time, mate. You can't say goodbye. You'd never they'd never actually legally allow that car like that. No, you can imagine, sorry.
I can't imagine.
That's what this car kind of make me think of a little bit. But anyway, they do have to have their headlights. You can flash your headlights, but you can't use your windscreen wipers, can you? Can you?
I want to believe that I have seen the wipers working already. I think they've implemented that, but maybe in preparation for this little thing called rain that is maybe coming soon or not or whatever to iRacing. Okay, the leader. While we're talking about rain.
Box. Just in case you forgot the word box, we'll repeat it 3 more times. Sounds like chicken. Box. Yeah.
I've got the message from Dan that in about 12 minutes we will switch to part 2 in the stream.
Ooh.
So
we have to stay tuned?
Everybody, exactly. Just stay tuned.
Get your tickets booked then. Get your tickets. That's actually a break. So obviously we have to switch the reels over in the movie theater. You get to stop it for a second. We'll go down. You can go down to the cafeteria.
Stops on track
grab your pop.
where they are.
Exactly.
At
We
the
pause
moment.
everybody on track. I can do that. I can do that. Do you know how I can do that? I'll show you in a second. As a leaders boxing, we'll go to a driver like this, and then let me just go to. That's what we're
Still
gonna
need to press live. Now we're on the replay, and I think let's go quickly live. I think the P2 car of Platinum Team Racing Red is about to overtake, or should be they are very close now
very close.
to
Good
YS
call.
Motorsports. So let's I'll switch the camera for the stream, please. Yes, there you go. Thank you. So there you go. They are very, very close now. Let's see what they can do, of course. Probably, I'm guessing that the Platinum Racing Team Red will still need to pit, as YS Motorsports did just now. But of course, it's always great, also I think for the driver, when you're sitting in the car and you see P1 just ahead of you.
Yeah, what's annoying as well too, it's got a little bug right there on the windscreen. Kind of like I tried to I thought there was something on my screen there for a second. I'm trying to wipe it off, and I'm like, oh, that's not on my screen. That's on his screen.
There you go. Vamos Thais in the chat. Marnix cheering on his, of course, teammate.
Yeah, we will have to go to part 2 once again. We'll have to pause it. We'll get everybody to pause on track. No, only kidding. Kill Slubby State Racing, and then grab your popcorn, grab your soda, and on that Scurry. Follow him through, and make sure you keep it out of the fence on the inside of the Scurry. But here we go, down the main straight.
Good.
These guys, we have to tell them, somebody get down to team radio and say, we're going to be stopping the stream for a second and resuming it. So please, can you time your overtakes? They're not going to allow it. He's going to try it.
I hope we should still have a couple of minutes before part 2 starts.
Good.
So
well, you definitely want to capture this battle because it's going to be
we're staying on this.
Nice.
Let's see, is Dice staying out? Or does he have to come into the pits? No, he stays out. So the battle is still going on. Look, the LMP2s now are getting into the mix.
None of these camera angles are working for me. I'm trying to look. Here we go. This is working
very interesting. Now Dice is going to the inside, so we need the other side, please. Yes, or this one. Is he going for it? Into turn 1, he's going for it.
Job done.
Job done. That's how you do it. That must be a brilliant moment.
They're just happy because they're Dutch, and Dutch drivers are pretty quick these days.
They do have a good role model at the top of the sport.
But you're German, aren't you, my friend?
I'm Austrian, actually.
Oh, you're Austrian. Okay.
Austrian.
Yeah.
And
well, have you been to Spielberg? Have you been to the Austrian GP? You have.
Not the Austrian GP. I've been GT Masters. So F1 is still
the Red Bull Ring, right?
Yeah, the Red Bull Ring, exactly. Yeah. And my team is also in here, P5 at the moment.
Let's have a look.
GT Pro.
In the P5 and the GT Pro.
GT3 Pro.
GT3 Pro. Okay, what's the race number
Austrian
for me?
Sim Racers 176.
Right here?
There it is.
87.
That's 187. Also Austrian Sim Racers.
There's only 3 Austrian sim racers in the world, isn't there? Only kidding. Got more of a population than 3 people.
A bit. Just a couple more, actually. But there you go. Tobias in P11. 5 laps down, so I'm guessing something.
How do you pronounce
his
surname?
Kurz.
Kurz. Okay. Yeah. I am the Biggles butcher of names, so don't think I'm just deliberately destroying somebody's name. I'm destroying almost everybody's name. I like delivery. He's hunting down the GT3 AM car, I presume, at the Porsche there. Not.
The Lambo fits our livery especially nice. Or it fits the Lamborghini especially nice the other way around. At least.
Yeah, very soon we're going to have to switch over to the other stream. As Dennis Chow, the Australian guys, and these are my blokes. They've gone into the pit lane right here. This is Dennis Chow, the 505 Endurance.
Looks good, so I'm guessing just a regular fuel stop.
Yep. Come on, guys, I want to see more Australian colour liveries out there.
you
They
go
are
out
definitely.
of the pits.
I think they're the only Australians too on the grid as well as the Australian team 505 endurance.
Let me see. I can't see anyone else in the live timing. So yeah, they're the only.
So that's it. They're my
Australian team.
favourites. That's all. I'm just going to stay with them for the rest of the whole race. I'll be biased until some next person steps in. Now we do have actually a lot of people from the United States as well, but they're just they're a lot lap down there. Here's Justin. Let me get the right camera in. Again, you got to show pit lane cameras. Of course, it's not agreeing with me right now. I have no control over the cameras.
Exit of turn 1. Kovaganande, that's a Ascari.
Somebody's taken over my cameras and I cannot control them.
All right. Maybe Dan is about... No, we should still have around 5 minutes until we switch to part 2.
Mm-hmm.
So that shouldn't be what's going on.
Somebody's controlling of it. So I can't do anything. Anybody is out there, if they've you haven't opened up your SDK and connected to this, have you?
Well, not in that moment. I've opened it before, but it worked fine. So
because you have to make sure you're not on. Make sure you're not on broadcaster mode.
No, I'm on
commentator.
I'm on commentator mode, so I shouldn't be the problem.
Okay, I'm just double checking. Somebody is, because I can't change the cameras. Wait, are we live? Yeah. Okay, I'm just double checking live cameras. Oh, I'm in control.
I hope that if Dan is doing something that he might at least tell us what he's doing. But I don't actually know what's going on right now. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, that's the that is the scenic.
Yeah, it's a scenic
Marnix.
one at the moment, so I can't do too much about it.
But
Well then, we are going to take this moment, everyone, to switch to part 2 and try and resolve this issue. Okay?
Thank you.
Sounds good.